The last thing I ever saw in my first life was a fang. It was about as long as my forearm, curved like a fishhook, and it was already inside me. The thing it belonged to was called a bloodthirsty insectoid, and I had just finished killing it. My sword was still buried in the soft spot under its jaw, a dark gold short blade I had spent 4 years earning. And the two of us were lying in the dust at the bottom of an abyss on a planet whose name I never bothered to learn. I won that fight. That is the part that still makes me laugh. I won. My health bar was down to single digits. Not single digits like a low percentage. Single digits like a number you could count on one hand if you were feeling optimistic. My status window had that one little icon on it that every veteran learns to hate. The one that means you are still losing points every second and there is nothing left in your pack to stop it. No potions, no bandages, no food. I had emptied everything I owned into staying alive for the last 11 days, and the last thing I had spent was luck. So I lay there and did the math, and the math said no. 10 years. I had been fighting these things for 10 years. I was 21 when the sky broke and 31 when it finished with me, and somewhere in the middle of that I stopped being a person and became a thing that killed insects for a living. I could not remember the last time I had slept somewhere with a door. I could not remember what my own apartment smelled like. What I could remember, right at the end, were 2 names, and I said them out loud even though there was nobody in that abyss to hear it. And Hong. Mei Jiang. Wait for me. I am coming. Then I heard the second one. You learn the sound. 6 legs on stone is not like anything else. It has this dry clicking under it, like somebody shaking a bag of dice very slowly. It came out of the dark on the far side of the corpse I had just made, and it stopped, and it lifted its head, and it made a noise that I am fairly sure was the insect version of a happy sigh. Blood, it said. Blood. The smell of fresh blood. I did not have the strength to lift my arm. I want to be clear about that, because in every version of this story I have told since, somebody always asks why I did not fight. And the answer is that I had roughly the muscle tone of a wet towel. So I closed my eyes. 10 years of war, and I went out lying down, which is exactly the kind of ending you get when nobody is writing your story for you. That should have been it. Hey, wake up. We have reached the final stop. Somebody shook my shoulder. 10 years of reflex do not care whether you are alive or dead or dreaming. My right hand came up before any part of me was consciously involved and closed around a throat. A real throat. Warm, thin, with a pulse hammering against my fingers like something trying to get out. A girl screamed. I opened my eyes and I was on a subway train. Not a ruin of a subway train, not a tunnel with a nest in it. A subway train with working fluorescent lights and grab handles swinging gently, and an advertisement above the window for a phone plan, and a girl in a wrinkled office blouse pinned against the seat back by my hand while she made a sound like a kettle. Her eyes were enormous. I could see myself in them, which was its own kind of shock, because the last time I saw my own face, it had a scar running through the eyebrow, and this one did not. I let go so fast I nearly fell off the seat. And then, because my brain had not yet caught up with the rest of me, I did the single worst possible thing a man can do in that situation. I grabbed the bottom of my own shirt and yanked it up to my chin to look for the hole. There was no hole. My chest was smooth and white and stupid looking, the chest of a guy who had never been outdoors in his life. And it was rising and falling like a chest that had never once had to do it quietly, so a nest would not hear. The girl took one look at a strange man on an empty train, ripping his shirt up while grinning like an idiot, decided that whatever this was, it was not her department, and left through the connecting door at a speed I genuinely respected. The announcement came over the speakers. Kitchen Station. Final stop. The train will stand here for 30 minutes. I turned my head to the digital clock over the door. September 28th, 2032, 7:36 in the evening. I sat there and I read that clock about 9 times. Same numbers every time. The date was 10 years in my own past, which was already ridiculous, but that was not the part that put ice down my spine. It was the little number on the end, 36. Because at 8 o'clock that night, the sky was going to crack open like a dropped plate, and everything I knew about my own life was going to be sorted into before and after. 24 minutes. Young man, are you getting off or not? There was a cleaning lady in the doorway leaning on a broom, giving me the flat look of a woman who has seen every possible kind of nonsense on this train and has ranked them. I got up. I think I said something to her. I hope it was thank you and not one of the several things I was thinking, because what I was mostly thinking was that in 24 minutes this woman was going to be standing in the busiest transit hub in the city holding a broom. I ran. Let me tell you what I knew, because it is the only thing I had. Day 1 of the apocalypse is not the worst day. Day 1 is larvae. The sky opens, the void zerg dump their first wave, and what comes through is small and fast and dumb, and it swarms anything moving in the open. The whole thing lasts about half an hour, and then the first wave burns itself out. If you are behind a wall on day 1, you live. If you are in a crowd on day 1, you do not. And a subway station at 8 in the evening is not a crowd, it is a buffet with turnstiles. Why? That is what I kept thinking as I came up the escalator 2 steps at a time. Why did the universe wait until now? Give me 1 year earlier. Give me 1 week. Give me enough time to be somewhere with a basement and a lock instead of dropping me into the exact center of the exact worst place in this city with 20 minutes on the clock and a phone that does not even have a signal because 10,000 people are all calling their mothers at once. Then I saw the sign across the plaza and stopped feeling sorry for myself because the universe had actually done me one favor and I had almost missed it. The Hailan Hotel. 5 stars. The nicest building in Linhai City. Marble, brass, one of those revolving doors that makes you feel like you are being served into a glass, concrete, steel, a lobby you could hold with a chair leg. And more to the point, 32 floors of rooms with doors that lock. I walked in with the calm of a man who was absolutely not calm. The receptionist gave me the little bow they train into you. Sir, welcome to the Hailan, standard room. Now, certainly. Our standard room is 1,660 yuan for the night with a 500 deposit. 10 years from now, that number would be funny. Money died in the first month. By the end of the year, you could buy a car with a can of peaches, and 100,000 yuan would be worth exactly what the paper could do for you in a cold room. Right at that moment, though, I had a card in my pocket with almost everything I owned on it, and I slapped it down like I was buying a house. There was a clock on the desk behind her head. 7:50. Please hurry up. She hurried. People always hurry when you say it like that, and I had spent 10 years learning to say it like that. She handed me a key card. Room 3206. 32nd floor, sir. The elevator is on your... I was already gone. The elevator ride was the longest 40 seconds of my second life. There was a mirror in there. I looked at it. 21 years old. No scar. No missing tooth on the left side. Hands that had never held a sword and had definitely never had to hold one for 11 days without letting go. A soft, stupid, well-fed face that had no idea what was coming. I made myself a promise in that elevator, and I want to be honest about how petty the first half of it was. The first half was about a man named Chen Jianhua. The second half was longer. I got into 3206 with maybe 6 minutes left. I did the things I could do. I filled the bathtub and both sinks because water goes before food and everybody forgets it. I pulled the kettle off the wall. I took the curtain tie back, which is a rope, and rope is rope. Then I went to the window and stood there and waited for the world to end, which is a hell of a way to spend a Tuesday evening. At exactly 8 o'clock, the sky made a sound. I have tried to describe that sound to people maybe 50 times, and I have never gotten it right. It was not thunder. Thunder rolls. This one arrived. The window under my hands buzzed like a struck bell. The building swayed enough that I had to plant my feet, and 42 floors of hotel glass hummed in their frames all at once. Then the sky turned into a mirror. That is the only word for it. The whole dome of it, horizon to horizon, went hard and reflective and wrong, and for about 2 seconds the city of Linhai looked up and saw itself looking up. Then the cracks came. They ran across it in long white branches, and each single crack was longer than the city, and behind the cracks there was no sky at all. There was nothing. Not black, not space, not night. Nothing. With a texture to it, if you can imagine that. And then the nothing started pouring. They came out in columns like smoke from a chimney that ran the wrong way, except the smoke had wings and the columns were 300 meters wide. Black beetles. First wave. Each one about the size of your fist, shiny, ugly, with mouth parts that open in 4 directions instead of 2, which I promise you is the detail that gets people. Down in the plaza in front of the hotel, a big man in a delivery uniform did something brave. He had a baseball bat. He had probably had it in his cab for years for a fight that never came, and now here was the fight, and he stood up in the middle of that plaza and he swung. And he was good. That is what I want you to understand. He was not a hero, he was a guy, and he was good at it. 12 of them went down in maybe 3 minutes. He was moving properly, elbows in, not over-swinging, using the fat of the bat. Then the column came down on him. They landed on him the way rain lands. In 3 seconds there was no man in the plaza, just a shape made of moving black, and the bat came out of it and clattered on the tiles, and then the shape thinned out, and the beetles lifted off in every direction, and the man was still standing there. He looked at his hands. That is the part I remember. He turned them over and looked at them, like a guy checking whether he had cut himself shaving. Then black plates pushed up out of his skin and locked together across his shoulders. His arms went thin and long, and the ends of them came to a point that was not a hand anymore. His knees bent the wrong way with a crack I heard through sealed glass on the 32nd floor. His jaw came apart into 4 pieces, and the 4 pieces flexed, testing themselves. He died the second one of them got inside him. What was walking around in the plaza wearing his uniform was not a man having a bad night. It was a void Zerg with a new suit on. I stood at that window with my palms flat on the glass, and I did not move for a long time, and I want to be clear that I was not horrified. I had seen this 10,000 times. What I was doing was making a list. The Zerg, who took my planet. The Winged, who came second and were worse. The Sand Clan, who sold us out. The Void Beasts, who ate my friends. Every one of them was going on that list, and I had 10 years of notes on all of them. And then, because I am an honest man, I added one more line to the list. You too. My own people. Because last time round, it was not the insects that finished me. It was a settlement of human beings who took our food and then our gear and then decided we were a problem and pushed us out into open ground and closed the gate. 3 days and 3 nights I lay in a swamp eating the green scum off the water so my heartbeat would stay quiet enough that the nest above us would not come down. And on the 4th day, the man who had been my best friend since we were 15 put a blade in my back for a gold-grade weapon that he did not even get to keep for a month. So yes, everybody was on the list. I stood in a 5-star hotel room with a rope from a curtain and a kettle and a bathtub full of water, 21 years old, watching the second worst night in human history start over from the beginning. And I felt something I had not felt since I was a kid. I was early. The voice arrived in my head about 4 minutes later, and it arrived in every head on the planet at the same time, which is a thing I have never been able to properly explain to anyone who did not live through it. It was not sound. My ears were not involved. It was more like remembering something you had never learned. Mankind, my children, I am the will of the earth. And I said, out loud, alone in room 3206, damn it, can you please get to the point? I know how that sounds. A planet speaks to 7 billion people for the first time in history, and the guy on the 32nd floor is heckling. But I had heard this speech before. I knew it ran 11 minutes. I knew that in those 11 minutes, in cities all over the world, people were standing very still in open streets, listening politely to a god. And I knew almost exactly how many of them would be alive at the end of the speech, and it was not most of them. Every minute that voice spent clearing its throat cost thousands of lives, and it did not seem to notice, and that is the first thing anyone ever needs to know about the will of the earth. The speech itself was simple enough. The planet was invaded. The planet could no longer protect us. The planet was therefore going to change the rules so that we could protect ourselves. Fight, and you will be given the means to fight. My feelings about her are complicated, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. In the early years, she was the only reason our species did not go extinct in 18 months. She handed out talents to farmers and dentists and taxi drivers, and some of them turned into monsters in the good sense of the word. But a thing that wakes up and finds itself in charge of an entire species tends to develop a personality, and hers went a specific way. By year 4, she was not a mother. She was a general with an infinite recruitment pool, and she spent us like a man who has never had to earn money. I buried people who died on missions that meant nothing, for objectives she never explained, and when I asked why, the answer was always the same beautiful sentence about the survival of the species. Then the second voice came, and this one I actually smiled at. Beginning host evaluation. Shall we commence datification of the body? Flat, cold, mechanical. No warmth, no agenda, no speeches. If the will of the earth is the executive who sends the memo, the system is the machine that files it, and that machine had been the only steady thing in 10 years of my life. I had talked to it more than I had talked to any human being. It never once talked back. Begin, I said. It went through me like the fizz you get off a 9-volt battery on your tongue, except everywhere. Hair, teeth, the webbing between my fingers, my toenails, which I did not know could feel anything. It lasted about 5 seconds, and when it stopped, I could hear the air conditioning in the corridor outside, 3 rooms down, and count the units. Datification complete. Occupation acquired. Earth chosen. That word matters, so let me spend one breath on it. Being Earth chosen means your body stops obeying biology and starts obeying arithmetic. Somebody puts a knife in your heart, and instead of dying, you take a large number of points of damage and get a nasty little modifier for a while. It also means the reverse, which nobody tells you on day 1. Take enough accumulated damage to the eyes, and the eyes do not heal. They are simply gone, and no potion in the world grows them back. I have known men who tanked a spear through the chest at breakfast and went blind at dinner from a cut they ignored. Then the wheel appeared. It filled the whole room, a spinning disc of 1,000 little segments, gold light, and a sound like a game show that somebody had slowed down. Every human being alive got this wheel, and for most of them, it was the most exciting moment of their lives, and I stood there with my arms crossed like a man waiting for a bus. Congratulations. You have obtained 1,000 destiny points. Yes, I know, I got the same 1,000 last time. Destiny points are the only real currency left. Once money died, this is what replaced it, and the exchange rate is brutal. 1,000 points buys you exactly one of the following: 1 single-star bronze grade item, or 10 basic healing potions, or 3 months of clean food and water for 1 adult. That is it. That is the whole shopping list. There are cosmic gold coins out there in the wider universe which I would learn about later in ways I did not enjoy, but for a man standing in a hotel room in Linhai City on night 1, 1,000 points was a small fortune and the only fortune I was ever going to be handed for free. In my first life, I gave every single one of them to Chen Jianhua. He lived 2 doors down from me. He was the kind of neighbor who always had a story about a guy he knew. On night 1, he got a 30% discount card off his wheel, and he came and found me and put his arm around my shoulders and explained, very warmly, that a discount card with no points behind it was worthless, and points with no discount card were wasteful, and that between us, we were basically rich. "Give me your 1,000, he said. "I will buy us 2 black iron weapons, 1 each, brother. We will get through this together." He came back with a single star bronze weapon and a set of black iron armor, both his size. I want to be very clear that I did not hate him for it in the moment. That is what still gets me. I stood there in a stairwell and I thanked him for looking out for me because he had a bronze weapon and I had nothing, and when you have nothing, you learn very quickly to thank people. Right now, that man was sitting in a restaurant about 4 kilometers from me with a discount card and no points, waiting for a friend who was never going to show up. "Take your time, Jianhua. I will get to you." The wheel folded itself away and the second circle came, and this one I had thought about every single day for 10 years. 6 points of light on the floor, joined by lines turning slowly. Runes I could not read crawling around the outside. A sound came up under it like a choir being played through water, and 7 colors of flame lifted out of the middle and made a shape, and the shape resolved into a card, and the card turned over. R-grade talent acquired. Heart of the fighter. Strength +3. Agility +2. Physical attack up 10%. Exactly what I got last time, to the decimal. 10 years I carried that card, and it was the reason I never made it past the middle of any group I ever joined. And it was the reason a man with a gold weapon thought I was a reasonable thing to leave in a swamp. I stared at it and I felt the floor of my life sliding back into the same groove, and then the system said something it had never said to me before in my entire existence. "Are you satisfied with this talent? If you are not, you may expend destiny points to make a new selection." I did not move for a full second. It had never offered, not once. 10 years, and it never said a word about it. And then I understood, and it was so simple that I nearly sat down on the carpet. Of course it never offered. Last time, by the time the talent circle opened, I had already given every point I owned to Chen Jianhua. You cannot be offered a purchase you cannot afford. The system is not cruel. It is a shop, and last time I came to the counter with empty pockets, so it never bothered to show me the shelf. New choice. Hero's physique. R grade. Cost 2 points. New choice. Warrior's physique. N grade. Cost 4. That N stung, by the way. There's a whole ladder of these things. N at the bottom for the people who got handed nothing, then R, then SR, then SSR at the top for the ones whose names everybody eventually learns. I had just paid money to go down. New choice, new choice, new choice. The price went up every time. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It climbs by 2 and it never comes back down. And that is the entire reason nobody on Earth ended that night with a perfect talent, because 1,000 points sounds like a lot until you are 40 draws in and the counter is asking for 80. It is a slot machine designed by something that has never needed money and understands exactly how people work. I stood in the middle of that hotel room with my fists clenched and I shouted at the ceiling like a drunk at a racetrack. New choice. New choice. Again. Again. Cards came and went. Some of them were fine. Some of them were the sort of thing that would have made a normal man on that night the strongest person in his building. I burned them all. At 62 points, the circle gave me a forging spirit body, SR grade, and I stopped. Because SR was not fine. SR was the ceiling of everything I had ever seen up close. In 10 years of war, I met 4 people with SR talents and every one of them ran something. Cities. Armies. Last time I would have cut off a hand for that card, and here it was, floating in front of me, glowing gently, being offered to a guy who was 21 years old and had a kitchen kettle for a weapon. I had 69 points left, 1 more draw, 64 for the next one, and then I would be standing here with 5 points and whatever garbage the wheel felt like handing me, and no way back to the SR I had just refused. Every part of my brain that had kept me alive for a decade was screaming, "Take the card, take the card. You have been poor your whole life, take the card." And I thought about a swamp. The thing that decided it was not brave, it was arithmetic. There were people in my first life with SSR talents, real ones. I saw 2 of them with my own eyes, and every single one of them is currently in a future that no longer exists because none of them are standing in this room. None of them got sent back. I did. Whatever picks who gets a second run at this, it did not pick the strongest person on Earth. It picked me. Which means my luck, the actual invisible number under all of this, is not SR luck. New choice. The flame came up higher than it had come up all night. It went past 7 colors into something I do not have a word for, and the sound under it dropped an octave. And the card that turned over was purple, and purple was not a color that existed on the ladder I knew. Congratulations. You have obtained an SSS grade talent. Primal Chaos Sword, Immortal Saint Body. I said out loud in a very small voice, what is SSS? And the system, which had never volunteered a single unrequested sentence to me in a decade, said this. SSS grade talents are unique. There is exactly one of each in existence. It is one full tier above SSR. Above SSR. I want you to understand what that meant to a man standing there in a hotel bathrobe. In 10 years of the apocalypse, across every guild and army and rumor and dying man story I ever collected, nobody had ever said the letters SSS out loud. Not once. The ladder went N, R, SR, SSR, and then it stopped because that was the top of the world. There was a whole rung above the top of the world, and the human race never found out. I opened my own panel with hands that were not completely steady. Lin Chen, male, 21, strength rating, 1 star, potential, SSS, occupation, Earth chosen, health 300, energy 200, every attribute sitting at F, and under that, 3 lines. 1. All attributes raised by 1 full tier. 2. Damage with sword-type weapons increased by 300%. 3. The bearer may forge 1 additional natal flying sword. I read the second line 4 times. 300% is not a bonus. 300% is a different genre of person. And I did not even know what the third line meant yet, only that it had the word forge in it and the word sword in it, and that somewhere in my future there was going to be a blade with my name inside it. For comparison, and because I think it is funny now, here is what my panel looked like on this exact night the first time around. Strength rating, weak. Potential, R. Health 100. Energy 100. Every attribute at G, which is the tier below F, which is the tier they give you for being technically alive. Absolute total garbage. I stood there grinning at nothing like a lunatic for about 10 seconds. Then the system, which does not have a sense of occasion, put a box in front of my face. Shall we begin your journey of growth? Nothing that woman gives away is a gift. I knew that better than anyone alive. She gives you a talent because a talent turns you into a soldier, and she gives a soldier a mission, and the mission always has a deadline, and the deadline always has a penalty, because a species that is being graded works harder than a species that is being saved. Mission 1. Exterminate 100 black beetles. 0 of 100. Reward, 300 destiny points. Time limit, 7 days. Failure penalty, 3 points deducted from random attributes. 7 days to kill 100 bugs. I looked out the window at the plaza, where there were currently about 9,000 of them. Boss, I said, I think we might beat that deadline. First problem. I did not own a weapon. I owned a kettle, a curtain rope, and a hotel bathrobe, which is a loadout that no amount of SSS talent is going to rescue. The nearest thing to an armory in that building was the restaurant kitchen on the ground floor, so I took the stairs, 32 flights. And I want to note that I took them at a jog and arrived breathing normally, which 24 hours earlier would have been medically impossible for me. The restaurant was empty, every chair pushed back, half the table still holding food, 1 glass rolling slowly across the floor. Whatever happened in there happened between one course and the next. The kitchen door was locked, one of those fire-rated security doors with a steel core and a proper deadbolt. I kicked it, and it came off the frame like a sheet of cardboard. That is when the numbers actually landed for me. Let me give you the scale, because you need it to understand everything that comes after. A regular healthy adult sits at about 5 points of strength, which the system calls G tier. F tier, 1 rung up, is about 15. All 5 of my attributes had come out of datafication sitting at F, which is the ceiling of the 1-star band, and which meant that at 21 years old, in a bathrobe, I was roughly 3 times the man I had been that morning in every measurable way. The first time round, it took me 1 month of daily fighting to move strength alone from G to F. I got there in 5 minutes because a talent card told me to. I went through the knife block like a man shopping. Chef's knives are for people who plan to do this once. What I wanted was the heavy bone-chopping cleaver at the end. The ugly one, blunt spine, wide as my palm, weighted so far forward that a normal person's wrist gives out after 20 swings. I picked it up and I nearly threw it over my shoulder by accident. It weighed nothing. It weighed like a spatula. Bone-chopping cleaver, 1-handed blade, common grade, attack 2 to 5, requires strength G, resale value, 0 destiny points, 2 to 5 damage. My health bar was 300. If I stood still and let a man with this cleaver hit me, I could take a nap partway through. And then there was the joke on top of the joke, which is that my talent gives 300% damage to sword-type weapons, and a cleaver is not a sword, it is a knife. 15 minutes into owning the single rarest ability on the planet and the universe had already found the one loophole. Fine, 2 to 5 it is. I heard them before I got back through the swing doors, not the buzzing. Under the buzzing, there was a sound like somebody working through a bowl of shellfish. The lobby had that beautiful marble floor, and it was black now, moving, a carpet of them, and the carpet was thickest in 3 places, and each of those 3 places was a person. One of them was the receptionist who had bowed to me half an hour earlier. I do not have a poetic line for that. She was small, and her name tag was still on. And she had been apologizing about a deposit for a room I never slept in, and 30 minutes later, she was on the floor of her own lobby being taken apart by things the size of a fist. They were not even parasitizing her. Parasites need something that still works. These ones were just eating. 10 years of this had left me with a heart like an old sponge, and something in it still turned over and came up hot. Every one of you dies, I said. All of you. Every single one. Forever. Then about 40 of them noticed me and came off the floor at once. Here is the thing nobody who was not there will believe. They could not hurt me. Those mouth parts open 4 ways, and they can go through a car door given a minute, and they hit my forearms and my neck and my face, and they made small, unhappy dents and skidded off. F-tier constitution is not armor. It is just skin that has been informed of the new rules. I shook them off me like a wet dog, and the ones that landed on the marble got stepped on, and the ones that came back got the cleaver. 2 to 5 damage on something with about 8 health, swung by a man 3 times stronger than the strongest guy in your gym. It took under 10 minutes. When it went quiet, I stood in the middle of a floor that crunched and checked my counter. 71. 71 black beetles. In my previous life, the first 100 took me 5 days, and I earned every one of them with a length of scaffolding pipe. And I cried at some point on day 2, which I have never told anybody until right now. Then the 3 of them stood up. Not the beetles. The people. What had been the people. Plates of black chitin pushed up through what they were wearing, arms drew out long and came to those flat bone points, and their jaws came apart into 4 and flexed the way that man's had out in the plaza. The receptionist's name tag was still on the front of the thing when it turned its head to me. Eat, one of them said. Eat, eat. Only the absolute bottom of the barrel parasitizes a body that has already stopped, I told them, because I was angry and because it was true. A Zerg that takes a living host gets a working machine. A Zerg that crawls into a corpse gets half the strength and 10 times the work to improve, and every other insect in the swarm looks down on it forever. You 3 are, without exaggeration, the stupidest members of an entire species. The first one came in swinging both bone arms, and I took its head off at the shoulders. The second one I let get close, because I wanted to see what F-tier could actually do, and it turned out F-tier could remove all 4 of its limbs in under 2 seconds, while it was still deciding which way to lunge. The third one I did not have the patience for. I threw the cleaver. 12 meters, overhand, and it went into the skull to the handle, and the thing sat down like a dropped coat. Ding. Mission 1 complete. 100 of 100. Reward, 300 destiny points. Which is when I learned something useful. Each of those parasitized bodies counted as 10 beetles. 71 plus 30 is 101, and the system, in its infinite generosity, did not offer to round the extra one into a tip. 307 points to my name. I called up the map, which is a thing every Earth Chosen gets and which is worth more than any weapon on day 1. A translucent overlay of Linhai City, my own position a green dot, and a small coin icon marking the nearest Destiny shop. 307 points would buy me the cheapest black iron weapon on the shelf if the shopkeeper was in a good mood, which would be a real upgrade over a 2 to 5 cleaver, and my next mission would not unlock for 7 full days, and freshly parasitized bodies carry no materials worth harvesting. So I was rich, briefly, and stuck. Then a yellow dot appeared in the upper left of the map. Green is you, red is a thing that wants to eat you. Yellow is neutral, which on the first night of the end of the world is an extremely strange color to see. I pushed the map in on it and got a picture I did not expect. Deep in a service alley, 4 blocks northwest, a figure in a thick leather coat with the collar up so high that the face was gone, squatting on its heels beside a dozen identical wrapped packages laid out in 2 neat rows. A wandering merchant. Traders who move between worlds. The instant a planet gets opened up, they smell it. And the ones who arrive on night 1 are the ones who could not wait. Because night 1 is when a man will trade anything he owns for a bottle of water, and the price of everything is whatever is written on the merchant's face, and there is never a face. I looked at the coin icon. Then I looked at the yellow dot. The shop sells what everybody can buy. The merchant sells what he happens to have. I went to the alley. The main roads were out of the question. From the second floor windows, they looked like somebody had poured tar down the avenues, and here and there the tar had lumps in it that were walking. So I went the long, ugly way. Service lanes and delivery yards, and one memorable stretch across the roof of a supermarket. And I went carefully because F-tier perception spreads out about 10 meters, and 10 meters is not much when you are the loudest thing in the district. 4 blocks in, I heard a cat, not a meow. A meow has a question in it. This was a flat note that started high and stayed there. If you ever get sent back to the first night of the apocalypse, and I truly hope you do not, Here is my one piece of advice. Do not worry about parasitized humans. Worry about parasitized animals. A Zerg inside a lawyer gets a body that has spent 40 years sitting down. A Zerg inside a street cat gets a machine that has been fighting for food since birth, and it grows in that body faster than in any of us, and the strays of Linhai City were the fittest creatures in it. It came out from behind the dumpster at the mouth of the alley, and it was the size of a leopard. No fur. None. Whatever was inside it had burned that off as an inefficiency, and what was left was exposed red muscle sliding over itself as it walked, two upper fangs long enough to sit outside the jaw and set into the top of its skull, half sunk in the bone like a coin pressed into wax, a white rhombus about the size of my thumbnail. That crystal meant it had already evolved once, 1 star, same band as me, and it had gotten there in under an hour. At its feet was what was left of a woman, and there was something in its mouth that I am not going to describe, and it did not stop chewing while it looked at me. Small mercy, though. It had spent its first evolution on speed and muscle, and it had not grown insect armor, which meant a 2 to 5 common-grade kitchen tool actually had a chance of getting through. I took one step back. That was the invitation. It came down the alley at a speed that had nothing to do with cats, and every instinct in a normal human body says, get out of the way. So I stepped into it. That is the whole trick, by the way. That is 10 years of my life compressed into one sentence. A charging thing has committed to a line and a speed. If you retreat, you fight it at the moment it chose. If you advance, you fight it half a step early, and half a step early is where everything in the world is slow. I got my left forearm up into the jaws, which held, and my right fist into the side of its head, which did not. It went into the brick wall and came off it in a spray of dust, and I was already moving, and my heel caught it under the jaw on the way up and put it on its back. Then I dropped one knee onto its chest and put the cleaver through its throat into the ground, and held it there, while all that beautiful red muscle stopped arguing with me. I crouched down and got 2 fingers around the crystal in its skull. Next time you evolve, I told it, put the armor on first. Although in fairness, I said, there is not going to be a next time. It came out of the bone with a wet click and sat in my palm, cloudy white, warm, about the weight of a sugar cube. My first insect crystal. Day 1, hour 2. Let me tell you when I got my first one last time. 3 months. 90-odd days into the end of the world, and by then I was not an independent operator with a hotel room. I was the newest and lowest member of a gang that had taken over a shopping center, which is a polite way of saying I was the thing they sent through doors first. They fed me. That was the deal. I went into the dark places, and if I came back, they fed me, and when the loot got divided, I stood off to one side with my hands behind my back like a kid at a wedding. The white 1-star crystal I eventually got was handed to me the way you hand a dog the end of a sausage. These things are the condensed part of a Zerg, everything that made it work, pressed down into a stone. They are worth as much as destiny points, and honestly they hold their value better, because points are a number in a system that a very powerful woman controls, and a crystal is a rock in your pocket. Feed a white 1-star crystal to anybody below the 1-star band, and it will push 1 to 3 attribute points into them at random. 5 crystals will carry an ordinary human being from office worker to something that can put its fist through a door. I had 1, and I was already 1 star, so it was not going into me, it was going into a bag. Then I went back and took the cat demon's 2 long fangs and its right forefoot, which is an odd thing to want until you know that life skills exist. Everybody on that first night was selling monster parts to the system for points. Almost nobody was thinking about the fact that in 6 months, the man who can skin, tan, carve, forge, and cook is going to be worth more than the man who can punch, and skills level by doing, and doing needs material. Every scrap I could carry was practice. I made a mess of it, mind you. No skinning skill, 1 kitchen cleaver, and a customer who had been dead about 90 seconds. The pelt came off in 3 pieces instead of 1, and the quality rating on it was frankly insulting. Everybody starts somewhere. I was wrapping the last of it when I heard the screaming, and the screaming was coming toward me, which is the least convenient direction for screaming to come from. She came around the corner of the alley at a dead sprint in office shoes, which is its own small tragedy. A woman in a suit with 1 sleeve torn off and her hair completely gone to pieces, and behind her were 4 things that used to be commuters. Bone arms, 4-part jaws. Fresh, all of them. Chitons still soft, moving with that clumsy hitch they have in the first hour before the thing inside learns the controls. Honestly, I said out loud, to nobody, those are newborns. You could kill those with a chair. Is all this really necessary? Then I killed them, because a man has to have standards. 4 swings. The last one I did not even bother turning my body for. She got about 6 steps past me, stopped, put both hands on the wall, and was thoroughly sick against it, which I want to note is the correct response, and I have never once mocked anyone for it. Careful, I said. Screaming that loud will bring something over that I actually have to try against. She straightened up, wiped her mouth with the back of her wrist, and did the thing that people do when they have decided to be brave in a hurry, where they stand up too straight. Take me with you, she said. Please. I will not slow you down. I can carry things. I can. No. I said it flat, and I meant it, and I want to be honest about why, because it was not caution. I had 10 years of dead people behind me, and the arithmetic of the next 6 months was already running in my head, and it did not have room in it for a woman in office shoes. She looked at me properly for the first time, and her face did something complicated. You, she said, you are the boy from the train, the one who was asleep, and I looked at her properly for the first time too. Wrinkled blouse, thin neck with 4 marks on it that I had put there personally about 90 minutes ago. This was the girl who had shaken my shoulder. Sit with that for 1 second, the way I had to. If she had walked past me on that train, I would have kept sleeping. The doors would have closed. The train would have stood at the final stop for 30 minutes with one man dreaming in the third carriage. At 8 o'clock, the sky would have come apart above Kichin Station. The first wave would have poured down 200 stairs into a sealed underground box full of 10,000 people, and I would have woken up somewhere in the middle of that. My entire second life, the SSS card, all of it, exists because a stranger decided that the guy slumped in the corner deserved to be told the train was ending. She helped me before she ever knew she was doing it, I thought. I owe her a favor. Fine, I said. She blinked. I can keep you alive for a while, not forever. Understand what I am saying to you right now, because it is the truest thing anybody will tell you this year. From tonight, the only person you can actually count on is you. I am a convenience. Convenience runs out. Thank you, she said. Thank you, thank you. She was already crying a bit. I let her. Then I asked the only question that mattered, which is the question everybody on Earth was asking each other that night in the exact same tone of voice. What did you get? She wiped her face and pulled up her card and turned it so I could see, a little shy about it, the way you show somebody a lottery ticket you do not believe in. Divine Healing Body, SSR. I want to describe my reaction with dignity. I cannot. I took a step, my foot did not go where I sent it, and I very nearly went down in an alley in front of a woman I had just finished rescuing. An SSR, on the street. In hour 2, picked up next to a dumpster, wearing one shoe with the heel snapped off. What is your name, I said, in a voice that I hope sounded normal. Zhang Xiaozhuan. Of course it was. Let me tell you about Zhang Xiaozhuan, because in about 4 years, every serious person left alive on this planet would know that name, and I was standing in an alley with her holding a bag of cat parts. They called her the enemy of death. Not as a compliment to her fighting, because she could not fight at all. It was a complaint. It was a thing dying men said about the fact that when Zhang Xiaozhuan was on a field, death had to stand around at the edge of it, waiting, checking the time, and going home empty-handed. Her healing did not close wounds so much as argue with them until they gave up. And somewhere down her tree there was a spell that nobody else on Earth ever managed to replicate, which is that if she got to a body inside 1 hour, the body got up again. 1 hour. Anyone. Any death. Every major guild that existed in my first life treated that woman like a visiting head of state. There were 3 separate wars over who she was standing next to. And the version of me who lived through all that never met her, not once. I was not important enough to be in a room with her. If you had told the man dying in that abyss that the girl who woke him on the subway 10 years earlier was the enemy of death, he would have laughed until the bleeding sped up. Her card, when I got a proper look, was frightening in a way she did not understand yet. Spirit and Constitution both up 200%, healing effect up another 150, and a starting skill, Dream Recall, which does 80% of her spirit as damage and has a 50% chance of giving her back health equal to 40% of what it dealt. 22 years old, health 350, strength G, agility G, and it did not matter even slightly. I will protect you, I said. I meant it as a statement of fact because it was one. She said thank you again, very sincerely, with her hands together. She told me years later what she was actually thinking at that moment, and it was, roughly, oh no, he is one of those. The young man in the bathrobe with the kitchen knife is going to protect me. In fairness to her, I was holding a kitchen knife. In fairness to me, I was right. The first thing the enemy of death ever did in my presence was refuse to fight a beetle. I am serious. We came out of that alley and there were maybe 6 of them scuttling around a bus shelter, the small stupid kind. And I said, go ahead, use the light ball, and she went behind me and said, in the voice of a woman being asked to touch a spider, I am scared. And then, and I want this on the record because it is the truest detail in this entire story, she said, wah, wah, out loud. The woman who would one day pull 300 men back out of the dark. Then she asked what was in her second gift, and I found out that the universe is not fair and never has been. Every Earth chosen got a talent. Only some of them got a second thing on top, and hers was a virtual backpack, not a bag. A pocket of space stapled to her soul, which cannot be dropped, cannot be picked up off your body, and cannot be taken off you by anyone alive. The cheapest one on the shelf in the Destiny shop costs 50,000 Destiny points. I had 307. You are her actual daughter, I told her. That is the only explanation. Earth's will had a baby, and it is you. She giggled. I stood there scratching the back of my head with a feeling that was about 1/3 envy, 1/3 resentment, and 1/3 pure appreciation of a beautiful thing. And then I said the sentence that solved the whole problem. If you will not swing at them, I am going to walk off and leave you here. 2 hits. She killed a black beetle in 2 hits. She killed the next one in 2 hits as well, and the one after that. And I stood there guarding her like a bored parent at a swimming lesson, offering the only real coaching I know, which is that you have to lock the target with your mind first and let the eyes catch up. Everybody tries to aim with their eyes. Your eyes are the slowest thing you own. She fought her way through 6 blocks of the end of the world with a designer handbag over her shoulder. Never put it down. Not once. Not while running. Not while being chased. I asked her about it years later, and she said with total sincerity, "Do you know how long I saved for that? It took an hour to reach the alley, and the yellow dot was still there." The wandering merchant was exactly where the map put him, squatting on his heels beside 12 identical packages in 2 neat rows, and when he stood up and the collar of that coat came down, Jiang Xiaojuan screamed and got behind me and shouted that it was an insectoid. The merchant was offended, genuinely, visibly offended. "The ones who go around invading planets," he said, "are the void Zerg. I am a dread spirit Zerg. There is a difference, and it is an important one." Which, fair enough, there was. His head plates were the same matte black, and the jaw did open the same 4 ways, but set in the middle of his forehead was a rhombus crystal the color of a stoplight, red. And I had just spent an hour teaching a woman the latter, so I will teach it to you now, because it is the single most useful thing anybody can know in the first year. White crystal, 1 star. Black crystal, 2 star. Red crystal, 3 star. Crimson crystal, 4 star. He was red. He could have killed everything in that district without changing his grip. I bowed to him, properly, from the waist, and I apologized for my companion, and I said, "Please forgive the ignorance of my people. We have only just been opened." Then I straightened up and asked him the question that changed the entire conversation. What is the current exchange rate between Destiny points and cosmic gold coins? There was a silence in that alley that I enjoyed very much. "This," he said slowly, "is a level 1 planet. It was invaded 4 hours ago." "How do you know that phrase?" 300 to 1, he told me eventually. 300 of Earth's Destiny points for 1 cosmic gold coin, which sounds like robbery and is actually just what a weak planet's money is worth. For the record, 10 years later, it would be 180 to 1, and that improvement was paid for entirely in dead human beings. Currency does not have an opinion about you, it just reads the room. I put the cat demon fangs and the 4-foot on the ground. 1 gold coin, he said, which was more than fair. Then I took out the white insect crystal and let him look at it and put it back in my pocket, which made his mouth parts do something complicated. "Even the poorest 1-star insect crystal," he said, "is worth 3 cosmic gold coins." "Nice," I said. "I am keeping it." And I turned to walk away. I need you to appreciate the theater of what I was doing, because I was not bluffing about the crystal. I was bluffing about the walking, and it worked, because he called after me before I made it 8 steps, and what he called was a quest, which was exactly what I had come for. "Green poison bug venom sacs," he said. "Bring me 5 and I will pay 1 gold coin. Bring me 10 and I will give you a black iron longsword." And I laughed at him. "Green poison bug," I said. "The toad-shaped one. Shoots venom 10 meters. 1 drop kills a grown man. Nests where it is dark and wet. That kind. You want me to bring you 10 of those in a night. Honestly, I would rather fight a 2-star black beetle until one of us stopped." He went very still. In 4 hours on this planet, nobody had described his own merchandise back to him. "Could it be," he said, "that you have met a green poison bug and lived? We settled on this. 1 venom sac, 1 single sac from a 1-star specimen, and the sword was mine." Then I said, "Before we shake on it, I would like to inspect the sword. You," he said, "are more despicable than the Void Zerg. You are so mean." "Would I lie to you?" "Yes," I said. "Obviously, yes." He showed me the sword. Sharp warrior's sword, 1-handed, black iron grade, 14 to 21 attack, plus 3 strength and plus 2 agility, requires 1 star to hold, and if I ever sold it on it would fetch 3 cosmic gold coins. My cleaver did 2 to 5, 12 hours on the deal, because he was leaving at dawn. Walking away, I told Zhang Xiaojuan the crystal ladder, and I told her the only rule that matters, which is that if you see one you cannot beat, you run, and you do not feel any way about it afterward. Also, I said, that black iron sword is free, and I have already worked out how. She said, "How is it free? We have to fight the poison thing, I said. It is free because I know something he assumes nobody on this planet knows, and I laughed for about a block, which brings me to the pharmacy, and to the second worst moment of my second life. I needed medicine, not for the poison, exactly, for the bait, and the corner pharmacy 2 streets down still had its shutters half up, and when I ducked under them, somebody hissed at me out of the dark at the back. Do not shout. If you bring the bugs down on us, we will never forgive you. I knew the voice before my eyes adjusted. I had heard it through a wall for 2 years. I had heard it in a stairwell telling me that a discount card and 1,000 points were basically the same as being rich. Lin Chen, said Chen Jianhua, and his whole face came up into that warm, creased smile of his. Hey, you off work? I want to explain something, and I am going to be very calm about it, which I was not at the time. Last time round, that man did worse things to me than the points. He put me in the front of a room he knew was occupied. He took things out of my share while I was unconscious. Twice he told a group I would cover the retreat and then did not mention it to me until they were already running. Once, and I still do not fully understand this one, he told people where I was sleeping. And none of it burns like the 1,000 destiny points. I have thought about why for 10 years, and here is my answer. Everything else happened to a man who was already poor and already low. The points happened first. The points are the reason I was poor and low. Every single hardship in my entire first life has a little door at the front of it, and the door says, if only I had bought 2 black iron weapons on night 1. He was standing in front of me smiling, and he had not done any of it yet. Should I tell him? I thought. Should I explain that in the future he cheats me and then keeps cheating me for a decade, and that I have come back through time specifically to get around to him? They would put me somewhere with soft walls. So I said nothing, and he leaned in and made me an offer. There is a Destiny shop in the basement of the restaurant on the corner, he said, warm as bread. And one of these people in here has 2,000 Destiny points. 2,000. You work with me, we get him talking, we get him to hand them over, we buy equipment, we each take a piece. Brother, we would be set, not one word about it being me this time. In this life, he had not gotten to me yet, so he had simply picked a stranger. No, I said. His face did not even flicker. He turned around to the 7 or 8 people huddled by the shelves and raised his voice and said, this is the one. He came in here to steal our medicine. We were here first. I took what I needed off the shelf while they told me about it. 6 or 7 boxes, 5 plastic bags. Somebody demanded payment, which under the circumstances was ambitious. Then Jianhua's eyes went past me and landed on the faint shimmer over Jiang Xiaozhuan's shoulder, and he said in a completely different voice, just give us the storage container, and we will call it even. 4 hours into the apocalypse, and he had already found the most valuable object in the district. A big man stepped into the doorway to block it. I hit him once. He went through the glass of the front door and out onto the pavement and knelt there being sick with his arms wrapped around himself, and nobody in that pharmacy moved a muscle after that. Do not bother me, I said. You cannot afford it. I found out much later what Jianhua was thinking as we walked out because he said it out loud to somebody who repeated it. He was thinking, when did Lin Chen get strong? He was thinking, if I had not tried to be clever this morning, maybe he would be protecting me right now. Good. Sit with that. The plants were already changing by then. Everybody remembers the sky and the insects, and nobody remembers that the spiritual energy that came through those cracks landed on ordinary weeds and started rewriting them. Within a week, Earth's plant life would be full of things with names and stat lines, and I had spent 10 years learning which ones were dinner and which ones were medicine and which ones would kill you politely over 6 hours. I took her to a flower bed at a crossroads between 2 burned-out cars, and I told her what to look for, and she found it on her first try. Crimson thistle, red leaves, and under the soil, a root the color of milk. The leaves are food. Barely. They will nudge your constitution up if you eat enough of them, and they taste like chewing an aspirin wrapped in a sock. I lived on them for 11 days once during a stretch when our group's supply chain had been, let us say, restructured by a man with a gold weapon. And the taste is still in my back teeth right now. She bit one and spat it into the flower bed. That is disgusting. It is astringent. It is just grass. Yes, I said, and I did not tell her about the week in my first life when I got hungry enough that I put actual dirt in my mouth, on purpose, because chewing something is better than chewing nothing. Some things you do not say out loud. We got 6 of them. In a looted clothing shop, I sat on the counter and ground the pharmacy pills into powder with the handle of the cleaver, and then I squeezed the white root over the powder drop by drop. It hissed. Blue smoke came off it, and the whole shop suddenly smelled like a bakery, completely harmless to a human being. To a green poison bug, it is the worst idea in the world. It's set into little crystals about the size of a fingernail, and I ended up with a dozen of them. And I also took a shirt and a jacket off the rack because it had just occurred to me that I had been walking around the end of the world barefoot in a hotel bathrobe with a girl following me. You know what I actually miss, I told her, buttoning it. Armor. 4 hours in and I already miss armor. Then I walked us out into the middle of an intersection, put my foot on a manhole cover and said, "The green poison bug is directly under us." She looked at the manhole, she looked at me, she said, "Under us," in the tone of a woman hoping for a different answer. I hooked the cover up with 2 fingers, which 24 hours earlier would have taken a crowbar and a friend, and dropped into the dark without waiting. And then I stood at the bottom and said nothing. That was deliberate, and it was not kind, and I would do it again. The truth is that I had already decided something in that flower bed. If she would not come down the hole, we were finished. SSR or not, I cannot carry a person into the next 10 years. I can walk beside one. There is a difference. And every single group I watched fall apart last time fell apart because somebody could not tell the 2 things apart in time. I heard her breathing up there for about 9 seconds. Then her shoes hit the concrete next to me, and she said in a very small, furious voice, "If something touches my leg, I am going to scream so loudly the whole city hears it." Good enough. It was black down there in the way that only a tunnel is, where your eyes never adjust because there is nothing to adjust to. Something ran over my boot. She made a noise, and then, around the second bend, the walls started to glow. Green fluorescent algae. It grows in sheets on the brickwork below the waterline, and it puts out this soft aquarium light. And it is genuinely one of the prettiest things I have ever seen, and I have watched a sunrise on 2 planets. "That looks so pretty," she whispered. "It is," I said. "Dried. It also tastes quite good." While I was saying it, a rat came along the ledge and stepped in it. The rat did not scream. That is the part that always gets people. It simply came apart into the algae with a faint fizzing sound, the way a sugar cube goes in tea, and in about 4 seconds there was no rat, only a slightly brighter patch of green. She stopped walking. "It is fine," I said. "It only reacts on direct contact. Do not touch the walls, and you will live to be old." And here is why we were in that tunnel, and not somewhere with fewer rats. The algae is exactly what the green poison bugs come down here to be near, and I put my dozen fingernail crystals along the ledge where the light was thickest, and then we backed off and waited. They came up out of the water like slow bad news, shaped like toads if a toad had been designed by somebody who hated you, covered top to bottom in swollen pustules, 6 legs, and the front 2 ending in hooks like a pair of pruning shears. Every survival guide written in the first year of the apocalypse says the same 3 words about this creature: do not engage. The first one found a crystal and licked it. I told you my mixture was a hallucinogen. That is the fun half. The other half is that it thickens what runs in them until it barely moves, and the combination on a green poison bug is astonishing to watch. It went top heavy. It swayed. Its eyes, which are the size and general appearance of 2 light bulbs, went out of focus in different directions, and it turned around very slowly to look at a wall that had personally offended it. "Kill it," I said. Her light ball took a third of the bar off in 1 hit. 2 more, and it stopped being a problem. "I did not expect that to be so easy," she said, delighted with herself. "Once you know the method," I said, "it is a very simple matter, and that is the whole sentence, is it not? Once you know the method, every method I have, every single one, was worked out by somebody in my first life who did not know it yet, and most of those people are the reason it got written down. Somewhere out there in a future that no longer exists, a group of strangers found out about the algae and the thickening agent by losing 4 people in a sewer. The survivors told somebody. 8 years later, a tired man in a camp told me over a cooking fire, and now I am standing here doing it right on the first try, and none of them will ever know. Half an hour, 11 venom sacs, every one of them intact, because a drugged bug never gets around to spraying, and an unsprayed sac comes out full. I offered to keep the bodies. They are edible, I said, which is true, with the small footnote that they will absolutely wreck you for a day and a half. She informed me that nothing that looked like that was going into her soul pocket. Thank you. And I put them in the algae and watched them stop existing. Then I turned the corner and found the reason people do not come down here. It was blocking a third of the passage. 3 times the size of the others, wide as a car, and it did not sway or shuffle. It settled, the way big animals do when they are aware of how much room they take up. In the front of its skull, sunk into the plate, was a white crystal the size of my fist. "Is that the boss?" Zhang Xiaojuan whispered. "No," I said. "That is just a green poison bug. It is 1 star, that is all." Which was true and also the most misleading sentence of my second life so far, because a 1-star green poison bug is rated by anybody sensible as a match for a 2-star anything else. Also, I had exactly 1 crystal left, no crimson thistle in reach, and no way to make more. I would like to tell you that I was worried. This is what I actually said out loud in a sewer to a woman who had known me for 6 hours. "You know, killing these things with the powder is safe, but it is so boring. My bones itch. I want a real fight." She did not have a response prepared for that. I put the last crystal out. It found it, licked it, and its enormous light bulb eyes went soft and stupid. Then her light ball hit it and snapped it straight out of the daze, and the thing went up like a spring and put a hole in the concrete ceiling with its back. Fine. Real fight it is. I stepped in front of her and made noise because the first and only job in a fight like that one is to be the most interesting object in the room. It came at me in a rush that was frankly indecent for something that shape, and I went past it on the inside and opened up a cut along its flank about a foot long. And then I found out about the skin. It looks thin. It looks like something you could put a thumb through. It is in practice closer to tire rubber over sheet steel, and my black iron sword, which I did not have yet, might have handled it. My 2 to 5 cleaver skated off it 3 times in a row and left scratches you could have polished out. I was doing less damage than she was. I want to be honest about that because it matters. There was a moment in that sewer where the strongest talent on earth was standing there with a kitchen tool watching an office worker outdamage him by a factor of 4. Get back, I told her. All the way back. Do not attack again. She understood exactly why, which is the part I respect. If she kept hitting it, it would eventually decide she was the problem, and if that thing turned around on her, she would have been gone before I crossed the distance. She bit her lip and put her hands down and let me do it alone, and that is a much harder thing than fighting. So I fought a car-sized poison toad with a kitchen cleaver. I took its right hind leg off at the joint, which changed its cornering considerably. Then it sprayed. There is a warning, and the warning is a smell, and the smell is sweet, not chemical. Sweet, like syrup, and one lungful of it put a gray ring around everything I could see and told me very reasonably to sit down for a moment. So I bit my tongue hard enough to fix it, and I did the only correct thing, which is that I went underneath, straight under the body, flat, because a spray that comes out of the front and the sides cannot reach the one place directly below. Behind me, the spray went across the tunnel wall and ate a hole through structural concrete like it was a sugar lump. Underneath, that armor is soft. I put a cross into it, both cuts long, and then I got my left hand in and pulled the whole panel open, and after that, it was a matter of time and stubbornness. Dying, it played its last card, which is that every pustule on that body bursts at once. I got my arms over my head and face and took the rest on my clothes, my neck, my forearms. It is all right, I said, standing up, wiping it off. This stuff only numbs you a little. That was a lie. I want to be clear that it was a lie, because she was 16 feet away with both hands over her mouth. What that pus actually does is start an itch under the skin rather than on it. And the itch has an argument in it, and by hour 2 the argument is that you should take a knife and simply remove the skin. I have seen a grown man do it. The cure, thank God, was on the wall next to me because the same algae that dissolves a rat will neutralize that pus. And I stood there rubbing sewer weeds on my arms with my whole face perfectly relaxed. The killing blow, for the record, goes in the pale patch about the size of a palm where the head meets the body, where everything that thing uses to be alive runs through one place. One stab, done. My cleaver came out of it looking like it had spent a year at the bottom of the sea. The corrosive stuff had eaten right through the spine of the blade. I dropped it in the water without ceremony, which is a stupid thing to be sentimental about, and I was a bit sentimental about it anyway. The 1-star sack was shriveled up and about a third full, because it had sprayed most of what it had at me. A third would be enough. You beat something 20 times your size, Zhang Xiaozhuan said, on the ladder on the way out, sounding genuinely thrilled. It could not even touch you. It was hilarious. Sure, I said. Hilarious. Both of my arms were still quietly screaming at me under the sleeves. Chen Jianhua's group followed us back to the alley, all of them, at a careful distance, ducking behind cars they did not need to duck behind. I had clocked them within the first 2 streets because F-tier perception is a wonderful thing and because 7 people trying to be quiet make more noise than a marching band. Let them come, I thought. That man is going to walk into his own ending without any help from me. Who exactly would I be blaming for it? The merchant looked us over when we came into the light and made a small, disappointed sound. You do not have a single scratch on you, he said. You did not fight anything. I put the first sack on the ground. This, he said, is a plain, unevolved green poison bug. Common. Do you take me for a fool? I put the shriveled one down next to it. The alley went quiet. He picked it up in 2 fingers, turned it over, and stood there with it for a long moment. My God, he said. You actually killed one at the 1-star level. That is incredible. The sharp warrior's sword came out of a wrapped package and into my hand, and I want to describe how that felt without embarrassing myself, and I do not think I can. Black iron. 14 to 21 damage, plus 3 strength, plus 2 agility. The first time round, I eventually carried dark gold gear, 3 whole grades above this. And I have never once been happier to hold anything because the moment my fingers closed on the grip, a line of purple text went across the bottom of my vision and told me my talent had woken up. Sword-type weapon. Damage plus 300%, 14 to 21, multiplied by 4. That 1-star toad in the sewer that took me 11 minutes and cost me a kitchen knife and both forearms. With this, I take its head off in one swing and go looking for its friends. I sold him the other 10 sacks and walked out of that alley with 17 gold coins on top of the one I already had. 18 coins, 1 black iron sword, and a woman who was now openly enjoying herself. Then he laid out the skill cards, and this is where the night got expensive. 5 of them, on a cloth, glowing gently, and I want to explain what a skill card is because the entire economy of the early apocalypse ran on these things. A card is somebody else's technique, compressed. You use it, you know it. Some cards are permanent, most are not, and the ones that are not have a use count printed on them, and when the count runs out, the knowledge goes out of your head like water out of a sink. Healing touch. Permanent. 30 health instantly, and 5 a second for the next 5 seconds, 10 energy, and you cannot learn it at all without a healing talent. 8 gold coins. Cleave. 3 uses. 25 damage plus 80% of your strength and a 1 in 10 chance to leave the target crippled. 2 coins. Basic swordsmanship, beginner level, passive. 5% more damage with the sword, forever. 5 coins. Basic meditation, beginner level, passive. Your energy comes back faster. 5 coins. Lesser fireball. 3 uses, 35 damage plus 12% of spirit and a 15% chance to set the target on fire. 3 coins, 23 coins of merchandise, 18 coins of me. And before you ask why I did not simply buy the fireball and the sword skill and become a man who does both, here is the rule that every single person on Earth had to learn the hard way that year. Physical techniques and magical techniques do not sit in the same head politely. Train both and each one levels about 10 times slower, and you end up as a man who is bad at 2 things instead of frightening at 1. There was a phrase that went around later when people had figured it out, which is that if you had spread yourself across both trees, you had ruined your account and should delete it and start over. My talent had made that decision for me before I ever held a sword. 300% on swords. I was never going to be a wizard, and I have never once regretted it. So I bought Healing Touch and Basic Meditation, and I handed both to Jiang Xiaojuan, which came to 13 of my 18 coins, and I bought Cleave for 2. And I put Basic Swordsmanship back on the cloth because 5 coins for 5% is a luxury, and I had a plan for that one anyway. From now on, I told her, "You are my full-time nanny." She rolled her eyes at me so hard I felt it in my sword arm. Then she healed my forearms, which were still politely on fire from the pus, and I stopped being clever for a minute and just said thank you. Manhwa and his people were at the mouth of the alley watching all of this with their faces doing arithmetic. They had reached the conclusion that the insect man was selling magic, which was correct, and that magic was the answer, which was not. As we passed, Manhwa reached out and caught my sleeve. Old habit. 10 years of that hand on my sleeve. I turned around and put my face about 4 inches from his and said, very quietly, "Do not bother me." He let go like the sleeve had bitten him. He did not say anything else. Nobody in that group said anything else, and the 7 of them stood there in a row and watched us walk out of the alley, and I did not look back, and I did not need to. What happened after we left, I only pieced together later. The merchant quoted them 500 destiny points per gold coin. He had given me 300. He looked at 7 frightened people who had just watched 2 strangers do the impossible, and he moved his price 67%, and not one of them thought to ask. Chen Jianhua did not have destiny points because he had never had anything except one gift, so he sold his gift. He handed over the 30% discount card, that beautiful thing that in my first life bought 2 black iron weapons on my money, and he got 3 gold coins and a lesser fireball for it. A permanent 30% off, sold to a merchant who buys and sells for a living, for the price of a stat card with 3 charges on it. That card would save that Zerg tens of thousands of points over the next decade, and I imagine he still has it. Then the merchant offered them the quest. He held up my 1-star sack, the shriveled one, so they could all see it, and he said, 2 people brought me these tonight. Only 2, and they hunted dozens of green poison bugs. Not one word about the difference between a common sack and a 1-star sack. Not one word about the latter. He had explained none of it to me either, mind you, but I had not needed him to. And then, so there could be no doubt at all about what he was doing, he told them exactly where to find them. They like dark, damp places, he said, somewhere like a city sewer. The contract came out of his coat. Parchment, with a black shimmer coming off it like heat off a road, 8-hour time limit, and in the small text near the bottom, which they read, which I want to stress, they read it and then signed it anyway, was the failure clause. If the quest is not completed, the signer forfeits everything he owns. Fortune favors the bold, said somebody in that group. Let us sign. 6 of them put their names on a devil's contract at 4 in the morning on the first night of the end of the world. The parchment burned to ash the moment the last name went on. And the merchant sat back down on his heels in the empty alley and said, to nobody in particular, that a few people who have not even reached 1 star deciding to hunt something equivalent to a 2-star is simply another way of asking to die. That it had cost him 1 gold coin to print that contract, and that 2,000 Earth Destiny points were about to come back to him for it. Deciding to come to this planet, he said, was the wisest thing I have ever done. My apartment was 40 square meters, and I had not cleaned it in about a month before the world ended. There was a bin by the door with nothing in it but instant noodle packaging. There was a coffee table with 3 open bags of snacks on it. There was an ashtray that had stopped being an ashtray and become a small monument. And there was a woman standing in my doorway in a torn office blouse, politely not saying anything. And I want you to know that a man who had held off 200 insects in a hotel lobby that same evening spent the next half hour hiding evidence while she was in the shower. She offered to take the sofa. I told her the sofa was mine and shut the bedroom door on the argument. Then we absorbed the crystals, and I need to tell you about that properly, because everybody thinks it is the good part. You hold the crystal. You want it to happen. Your own system does the rest, and my system, being the polite machine it is, said it might hurt a little. Please endure it. The stone melted in my palm, visibly, like sugar in warm water, and then several million ants came out from under my skin and started walking. It is not pain exactly. It is all 4 of the bad ones at once. It hurts, it itches, it aches, and parts of you go numb in the wrong order, and every single one of those is happening in every part of you, including places you have never once thought about. My whole body shook. I made noises through my teeth that I would not want played back. And here's the thing nobody tells you at the start, which I already knew and hated. It does not get better. Absorb 100 of them, and the 100th is exactly as bad as the first. There is no getting used to it, and if you move, if you flinch out of position, the absorption fails and the crystal is simply gone. When it stopped, I breathed out a cloud of gray particles like cigarette smoke, and there was a film of grease on my skin as though I had not washed in 3 months. 2 free attribute points. Then she did hers, and she got 3. 3 is the ceiling. 3 is what a white 1-star crystal gives you on its very best day, and she rolled it on her first attempt at 22, 4 hours after learning that monsters were real. You really are her daughter, I said. I have absolutely no other theory. Then she noticed the grease on her own arms and made a sound like a fire alarm, and the bathroom door slammed and the shower came back on for a second time. 2 free points then. There are exactly 2 ways to spend them, and choosing wrong is the most common fatal mistake in the entire first year. School 1. Dump everything into your key attribute. You climb the star levels fast, you hit like a truck early, and you are made of glass, so you need a group to survive. And the group will notice that they need you less than you need them. School 2. Raise all 5 evenly. No weaknesses, nothing to exploit, and the progress is so slow it will make a grown man consider a career change. Last time round I had no choice. R-grade talent, 1 attribute worth pushing, and I went school 1 and paid for it every day for a decade. This life, my talent raises every attribute by a full tier. All 5. Which means the slow, sensible, miserable path is now the path that arrives first, because every point I put in gets a free multiplier stapled to it. For reference, since numbers are the only honest thing in this world, 5 points is an ordinary adult. 15 in an attribute is F tier, which puts you at 1 star. 50 is 2 star, 120 is 3, 180 is 4, 300 is 5, and by then you are not really describable as a human being anymore. I put 1 point in strength and 1 in agility, and I went to sit on the sofa, and I did not sleep. I have not properly slept since the sky broke, either time. Instead, I sat in the dark, and I worked on the cleave card. There was a rumor in my first life, and it went around like a fever in the second year. Use a limited card at the exact moment your emotional state is extreme enough, and instead of burning a charge, the technique writes itself into you permanently. The price of 3 use cards tripled in a month. Then it crashed, because thousands of people tried it, and almost nobody managed it, and the whole thing got filed under wishful thinking by people who had wasted good money. It is true, though. I know it is true, because last time I once learned a technique permanently with no card at all, in a situation I am not ready to talk about yet. Everyone who tried it went for the loud emotions. Ecstasy, terror, battle rage. They picked those because they are easy to reach, and they are exactly wrong, because no human being can hold ecstasy for 4 hours. It burns off. You get 30 seconds of it, and then you are just a person swinging a sword. So I picked the one nobody wants. Absolute calm. Nothing in the head at all. Not the abyss, not the fang, not Chen Zhenhua, not the 1,000 points, not the man with the gold weapon standing behind me in the swamp. Empty. And I sat on that sofa in the dark, and I swung a black iron sword at nothing, over and over, for 6 hours, on the first night of the apocalypse. She found me at dawn still doing it. She said my eyes looked terrible. They did. But somewhere in the 4th hour, a line had come up that I had not paid a single coin for. Basic swordsmanship beginner. proficiency 180 out of 1000. I had taught it to myself. And this is the part that mattered more than the sword or the coins or anything else that happened on night 1, because a technique you buy is capped at the level printed on the card forever, and a technique you build yourself has no printed level at all. It just keeps going. She made breakfast. Actual breakfast, in a pan, in my terrible kitchen, out of the last eggs anyone in that building was ever going to eat. I sat down at my own coffee table with a plate in front of me and had to look out of the window for a second, and I am not going to explain why. Sunrise, meanwhile, found Chen Jianhua crawling into an alley. I have this second hand, so I am telling it the way it was told to me. He came in screaming, "Liar! Monster! They are all dead. You killed all of them. 6 of them went into the sewer. 5 did not come out. Between them, they managed to kill exactly 1 green poison bug, and Jianhua had its sack in his fist, and he threw it at the merchant's feet and demanded his points back. The merchant stood up. He did not touch him. He simply stopped hiding what he was, and 3 stars of a dread spirit zerg came off that thing and put Jianhua flat on the ground with his mouth open and no sound coming out. He told me later when he was trying to explain it to somebody that it was like being dropped into a dark with no bottom, and that it frightened him more than the poison bug had. My reputation, said the merchant, cannot be slandered by anyone. Then he looked at the sack. Common quality, he said, unevolved. This is not what the contract asked for. It killed 5 of us at once, Jianhua screamed. How can it be ordinary? And the merchant tapped the red crystal in his own forehead and for the first time all night explained the latter. White, 1 star. Black, 2. Red, 3. All the information they had needed, delivered free of charge, 46 minutes after it stopped being useful. You have 46 minutes remaining, he said. You could use them to kill a 1-star green poison bug. They watched the clock run out. The contract collected. 2,000 destiny points came out of Jianhua's account. A black iron ring came off his hand and into the air. And then, one by one, out of nothing, the possessions of 5 dead men rose up and drifted over. Everything they had owned, everything they had signed away in small print at 4 in the morning. They are dead, said the merchant, but they did not complete the mission, so they received the punishment they earned. Even the sack in Jianhua's hand dissolved into ash. You are a demon, Jianhua said. You are a demon. The merchant put 12 packages into a coat that could not possibly have held them and walked out of the alley, and the last thing he said on this planet was that coming here had definitely been the wisest choice of his career, and that would have been a lovely ending for Chen Jianhua, but he was still lying there 20 minutes later when a 1-star insectoid found him. And it said the thing they always say, food, food, and it got its jaws into his shoulder, and something in that man simply came apart. Then everybody dies, he shouted. If I cannot go on living, then nobody does. All of you can go to hell. Fireball. Half of that insectoid's head came off, which should have been impossible because he had spent all 3 of his lesser fireball charges in the sewer trying to save people he then left behind. He lay in the ash of somebody else's contract with an insect corpse next to him and opened his panel and read it 4 times. And then he started to laugh, and he laughed until he was crying because there it was, printed in his own list with no charges remaining next to it. He had mastered it. The rumor was true. The rumor was true, and out of everyone on that entire planet, on the first morning of the apocalypse, the man who cracked it was the one who had just watched 5 people die for a discount card he had already sold. Day 2, and I put her to work. She had dumped both of her crystal points into spirit and constitution, which are the exact 2 attributes her talent doubles, and the difference overnight was not subtle. Yesterday, her light ball took 1/3 of a bar off a small bug. Today it deleted them. I walked beside her all morning with my sword on my back and my hands in my pockets and only stepped in for the 1-star ones, which is the correct division of labor when one of you has 300% on swords and the other one has an office job and a designer handbag. She asked me why I was rushing her through her mission when we had 7 days. Because the system is not the point, I said. Earth's will is watching everybody right now, all at once, and she is deciding who is interesting. The ones who finish first get noticed. The ones who get noticed get offers. There is a title further down called Child of Earth, and the people who carry it get things the rest of us have to bleed for. She finished at noon. 300 destiny points. Next mission in 7 days. On the way out of the district, we ran into the thugs. There were about a dozen of them shifting food and bottled water into the back of a van, running a supply line for a base they were setting up. And the boss was 200 pounds of shirtless man with a gold chain thick enough to moor a boat and a flying tiger tattooed across his whole back. Genuinely a magnificent piece of work, that tattoo. Whoever did it deserved better clients. One of his people, a kid with badly bleached hair, looked at Jiang Xiaojuan and said, loud enough to carry, "Look at that one, she is nice." The boss looked at the black iron sword on my back, and I watched him work it out in real time. He went pale under the tan. Then he turned and slapped the yellow-haired kid so hard the sound came back off the buildings and said, "Are you blind? Are you completely blind? You remember these two. If you ever see them again, you go the other way." We were about 60 meters on when I picked up a stone off the road. I did not break stride. I did not look back. I just threw it, and it made a noise going out like a small angry bird, and it took that kid in the mouth and lifted him off his feet. He lived. He kept both lips technically, although for the next several weeks they were the size of a pair of sausages, and most of his teeth were somewhere in the road. And the last I heard of him, he was on his knees crying with his hands over his face. Behind us, very faintly, I heard the boss say, "No way, no way," from that far, and then after a pause, "Luckily he has a good temper, or we would all be finished." Zhang Xiaojuan, whose perception is G and who therefore heard exactly none of this, turned around and asked me what all the fuss was about. "Nothing," I said. "Let us go." We cleared a few one-star things on the way out of the city, including one that breathed fire at me, and got about half a second of joy out of it, and by the time we reached the ring road I had more than a dozen white crystals in my pocket, and Zhang Xiaojuan had discovered that she liked winning. We took a car. Silver hatchback, doors open, keys in the ignition, still smelling of somebody's air freshener. Nobody was coming back for it. I drove us out of Linhai City to a place called Resort Lake, and I want to tell you why, because this is where my second life actually started paying. It is not a natural lake. It is a big inland reclamation project that somebody turned into a holiday spot about 15 years ago, so you get this odd mix of fishing boats and pedal boats and a strip of overpriced cabins on the North Shore. Thousands of fish in it, crabs, turtles, all of which, as of 8 o'clock the previous evening, had stopped being fish and crabs and turtles. They are called fish monsters, which is a lazy name for something that grew a shell and shoulders and, more importantly, a brain. Not animal cunning, actual intelligence. In my first life, the ones in this lake organized. By the end of that first year, they had built settlements across half the water and traded with each other, and there were human beings living under their protection, which was a sentence nobody would have believed on day 2. But that is not why I drove there. I drove there because of the chests fish monsters hoard. They take anything shiny or useful off anything they kill, and they put it in a container and stash it in the shallows, and then being fish, they wander off and forget about roughly a third of them. On top of that, Earth's Will drops relief chests into wilderness zones in the first weeks, and this particular lake got more of them than anywhere else in the province. The first time round this shoreline was the single richest patch of free equipment I ever heard of, which is exactly why, 3 months in, it was crawling with several thousand desperate people picking it clean. Right now, there were 4 huts and a pier. Nobody had figured it out yet. Nobody had figured any of it out yet, and I was standing on the ridge above the water on day 2 with a black iron sword, looking down at the best unclaimed real estate on the continent. Then I actually looked at the shoreline and revised my enthusiasm slightly. 200 or 300 fish monsters were up on the mud in the shallows. Dozens of them had white crystals. And there were 2, right down at the waterline, that were the size of small cars, and the crystals in their heads were black. 2-star. On day 2. I was still doing the arithmetic on that when somebody shot one of them in the head. The report came rolling across the water about half a second after a fish monster's skull came apart, and I dropped flat behind the ridgeline on pure 10-year reflex because I know that sound better than I know my own voice. A large caliber rifle, single shot, fired from elevation. I have run under that sound for entire weeks of my life, back when there was still an army and the army still thought it was going to be enough, which, incidentally, it never was. Individual firearms work beautifully on anything below 1 star. They stop working at 1 star and they do not start again. That is the whole story of why the armies of Earth did not save anybody. It is not that soldiers were cowards. It is that a rifle is a tool with a ceiling, and the ceiling arrived in about 11 days. The shot had come from the resort village 3rd floor, a private dining room with a wall of glass looking out over the water. There were 5 people in it and they were having a party. The kid with the rifle was sitting in the open window frame in brand new camouflage that still had the fold lines in it, and everybody called him Young Master Chen. It was his rifle. It had been in the trunk of his car since the day before, when, in his own words, he had only planned to take it out and show it off a bit. Next to him, on the floor, drinking red wine out of a water glass, was a boy called Gao Chen, whose father chaired a company you have heard of. There was a long-haired kid with a girl who had done her face for a nightclub and had nowhere to go. And there was a bodyguard standing by the door with his hands open saying, "Please, we should leave. We have a few dozen rounds and nothing else." And there was Dajun, who did not say anything and who had gone into the water the previous day and pulled 2 people back out when the lake first came for the pier and had not slept since. "My father will send help," said young Master Chen, working the bolt. "Give it a few days. I will get through to him, and the army will come and protect us." He shot a 1-star fish monster in the back, and the bullet came off its shell and went singing away over the lake. He got bored. That is the part that matters. He got bored, and he handed a rifle to a drunk boy who had never touched one in his life, and Gao Chen put it to his shoulder and fired, and by some miracle of an unfair universe hit something. Look at that, he said, delighted, red wine on his chin. First try. I think I have a bit of natural talent for this. Just be careful, said young Master Chen, not really paying attention anymore. Do not hit the ones with the crystals in their heads. Why do we not go and help them? Jiang Xiaojuan said. They are people. They are still people. I said fine, partly because she was right and partly because I genuinely wanted to know who had brought a hunting rifle to a lakeside resort in this country and how. So I went down the slope and into the shallows and started cutting. Ordinary fish monsters came apart in one stroke, 2 at a time when they crowded. The 1-star ones were work, but not much of it. 14 to 21 damage times 4 does an enormous amount of arguing with anything the size of a dog. And I was moving up that shoreline at a walking pace with a shell of dead water creatures widening around me. Then a rifle round removed a fish monster standing 2 steps to my left and covered me in it. Aim, I shouted up at the village, wiping my face with my forearm. It was practically dead. How did you even manage to hit that one? Which is when Gao Chen got the rifle back. I have reconstructed the next 4 seconds 100 times. He had the wine glass in one hand. He put the scope on the shore and started laughing, and he said, "Look at this one. This one is strange. It has a human head. Watch me take its head off with one shot." And young Master Chen, to his eternal credit, came up off the windowsill and lunged for the barrel and said, "That is a person. That is a person. I felt it before I heard it. That is not a figure of speech. When you have spent 10 years being aimed at, your body files it as a sensation." The hair on my arm stood up and there was a spot at the back of my skull that went hot, like somebody was holding a lit match half an inch from the bone, and it has never once been wrong. I threw myself sideways. The round took me through the left shoulder blade and broke it into several pieces on its way through. I went down on one knee in the shallows with my mouth full of copper, and I want to tell you exactly what I said, because it was not noble. It was, "Why are you shooting at me? Why? Do you not understand that I came here to save you?" 5 or 6 fish monsters were on me before I was fully upright. I got out of that water backward, swinging one-handed, and made it up the slope to where she was, and behind me, a boy in the window was screaming at another boy and shaking him by the collar. That was a person. That was a human being. The drunk one laughed. "You have had too much to drink," he said. "You are seeing things." And the long-haired kid, the one who had not spoken all afternoon, said in a completely flat voice, "What exactly is the difference between an ordinary person killed by a fish monster and an ordinary person killed by Gao Chen? Being shot is probably faster. They assumed I was dead. Reasonably so. A round like that lands anywhere on an ordinary human being, and there is no second scene." Then young Master Chen looked back down at the water and stopped breathing because the fish monsters were not going back into the lake. 200 of them were coming up the slope toward the village. The 5 of them ran for the parking lot and got cut off halfway, and the long-haired boy shoved his girlfriend flat on the tarmac to buy himself a 2-second lead and shouted, "I do not care if you die," which at least has the virtue of honesty. Then the screaming from inside the building started and did not stop for a while. Up on the ridge, Jiang Xiaojuan killed the 2 that had followed me, and then she panicked and dumped healing touch into me about 4 times in a row. The bar filled. The pieces of my shoulder blade found each other and knitted, and the burn in it went cool, and I rolled my arm in the socket, and it worked. "Wow," I said. "1 bullet and I was finished. That is humbling." She was crying. Not from the fight. She stood there with her hands shaking and said, "Could they not see we came to help? How can people answer kindness like that?" And I told her the thing I had come back through 10 years to be able to say early. In the apocalypse, our enemies are not only the things that came through the sky, some of them are people exactly like us. I never did find out that it was an accident. I have known for years, and it does not change the sentence. We waited for them in the long grass. Fish monsters do not stay ashore. They raid and they go back along the same line they came up, and about 40 minutes later, they came down that slope in a happy chattering mass carrying what was left of the people from the village. I stood up out of the grass and opened on the 1 star at the front. I want to describe how I fought that day, because something had changed. 286 points of proficiency in a sword technique I had built from nothing, plus 10 years of muscle memory living in a 21-year-old body, plus 300%. I was not hacking. Every movement went somewhere it needed to go and nowhere else, and things died in the order I had decided on before I stepped out. Then they got around me. 50 of them, then 80, and the ring closed to sword length, and there was a point where I could not see the sky through them, so I spent a cleave, 1 swing. A sheet of white light came off the sword edge and went out across that shoreline like a door opening, and everything standing in it, ordinary and 1 star alike, came apart. I did not expect it to be that strong, I said out loud in the sudden quiet. Dozens of survivors backed away from me, fish monsters, backing away, and then, standing in the middle of that, I tried to do it again, not with the card. From the taste of it, I had felt the shape of the thing as it left my arm, the way you can feel the shape of a word you have not learned yet, and I swung again and killed something. and killed something, and the light did not come. Fine. 2 charges left, and a thing to work on. We finished them 100 meters from the water. The resort building was 3 stories of very expensive nothing. There was a lot of it on the corridor walls and on the stairs, and I am not going to walk you through it, except to say that there were fish monsters lying in there too, so at least some of those people had gone down swinging, and that is worth writing on a wall somewhere. On the 3rd floor, in the private dining room with the glass wall over the lake, we found the gun case open on the table and the rifle in pieces beside it and a bundle of rounds on the carpet. I did not pick it up. I did not even look at it twice. Ordinary quality, no bonuses, heavy, and I had nowhere to put it because at that point I was carrying my entire net worth in my pockets like a man doing a supermarket run. We took the room. It had the best view in the province and the door still locked. Zhang Xiaojuan started clearing the bottles off the table, wrinkling her nose. This whole place reeks of alcohol, she said, which was the least of what that place reeked of, and I let her have it. And then we got to the actual reason I had driven out there. The chests. They sit half sunk in the mud along the shore and in the reed beds, and they give off a very faint glow that you will walk past 100 times if nobody tells you. A box a foot long that holds as much as a suit of armor, and when you empty it, it stops existing. In my first life, I opened one on this shore, and there was a cake inside. An actual cake, in a box, and eating it permanently raised an attribute, and I ate it in about 9 small bites over 2 hours because I did not want it to be over. She found the first one before I did. Open it, I told her. Why me? Because, I said, in 6 hours, you have rolled an SSR talent, a virtual backpack, and the maximum possible result on your first crystal absorption. I am not opening anything on this beach ever again. Green light came up out of the lid. Let me put the ladder in front of you because from here on it matters. Equipment goes black iron, bronze, silver, bright gold, dark gold, and at the very top, divine. That is the ordinary ladder, and then, sitting outside it, there are rare items which glow green, and a rare item can be worth nothing at all, or it can be worth more than everything else on the ladder put together, and there is no way to know until you are holding it. Inside the box, in a nest of straw, was a seed the size of a walnut. Emerald green skin with golden lines moving slowly under it like something circulating, a magic seed, which is useless to anyone without the planter profession, and the planter profession does not unlock until 3 stars, and there were maybe 4 people on the planet at that moment above 1. There were also 2 pieces of fish, an iron ore chunk and a blue crystal in that box, and every one of them was black iron grade material, which is not how these boxes work. The standard yield on a shore chest is somebody's picnic supplies. We split up along the water. I opened 8 or 9 and got food, bottled drinks, and a bag of something that had once been crisps. She opened one and came running with it in both hands. Metal. This one. Heavy. Banded. Covered in patterns that were not from anywhere on Earth, and on the front, a copper lock. She was already apologizing about it. We need a lockpicking skill, she said, and probably tools, and I bet those are expensive. That right there, that exact sentence, cost me dozens of chests last time round. Every single person who found a locked box in the first year did what she just did. We had all played games. Games have lockpicking skills, so obviously you need one, so obviously you leave the box. And this went on for about 4 months, until one man in a camp somewhere, having had the worst day of his life, picked up an axe and hit a locked chest as hard as he could out of pure temper. It just breaks. That is all. There is no skill. There has never been a skill. You hit it until the lock falls off. I hit it about a dozen times with a black iron sword and the copper lock dropped into the mud. She clapped her hands together. Then she breathed on both palms and rubbed them, which I still think about, and lifted the lid. Pale gold light came up out of it and lit her face from underneath. I have to tell you that I stopped functioning for a second. In my first life, several thousand people picked over this shoreline for the better part of a year. I heard the stories from people who had been there for all of it. Nobody, not once, ever pulled a gold chest out of Resort Lake. Cirrus's healing staff, one-handed, gold grade. 39 to 45 physical, 67 to 89 magical, plus 10 spirit, plus 8 agility, plus 5 constitution. Healing effect up another 30% and a 15% chance to refund half the energy of any skill she used. Resale value, 50 cosmic gold coins. I had sold 11 venom sacks and a dead cat for 18. There was a line of flavor text at the bottom, the sort of thing the system puts on important objects. And it said that this had been the first staff carried by a priest named Hestia before she dedicated herself to the god of chaos and time. I did not know what any of that meant yet. I filed it. 10 years of my life have been built out of filing sentences like that one. Zhang Xiaojuan hugged the staff against her chest, jumped up and down twice, and kissed it. Turn the glow off, I said. There is a setting. Turn it off and keep it off because a gold weapon in a girl's hands on day 2 is not a weapon. It is an advertisement. She turned it off and then she asked whether that would be enough. No, I said. Anybody who has handled real equipment can read it off the grain of the shaft from across a room. but it will get you past the ones who cannot, and most people cannot. The next morning there was a tree on the ridge where there had been no tree, 2 meters tall, and thicker through the trunk than something that has stood for 400 years, which is not a thing that 2 meters of tree gets to be. 10 years of habit put my hand on the map before my brain finished the thought, and the map said yellow, neutral, not red, which would have meant get behind something and stay there. If I am reading the shape right, I said, walking up the slope, that is one of the Eldar, and they are friendly, although several races can change shape, so I am prepared to be wrong and dead. The bark on the front of it parted and made a face. I only wanted to take a short walk on a beautiful new planet, it said, sounding genuinely put out. I did not expect the local natives to recognize me on sight, let alone name my race correctly. His name was Lyra Xylos. He said to call him Lyra. We talked for a long time, and I got more out of that conversation than out of everything else that happened in my first month. So let me give you the short version of the important part. Every planet that carries a civilization can advance. Move up a tier. Some do it from the inside over tens of thousands of years, quietly, the way a tree does it. Some get forced into it from outside, which is faster and considerably less pleasant, and that is what a rift invasion is. Lyra asked casually whether our planet's will had woken up yet. Half an hour after the invasion started, I said. Then it went back to sleep. The tree stopped moving entirely. A planetary will, he said, normally takes 7 days to wake. Within 3 days marks a world of great potential. Within 1 day is exceptional, spoken about across systems. Half an hour is not a thing I have ever heard of. He said, this planet will advance. It will absolutely succeed. You people are extraordinarily lucky. And I stood there on a hill above a lake full of corpses and smiled the worst smile of my life because I had spent 10 years watching that lucky planet spend us like small change, and I had never once understood why. Now I did. Every pointless mission, every meat grinder objective with no explanation, every one of my friends buried under a marker with no name on it. Advancement. She was not defending us. She was building something, and we were the material. Then I asked Lyra what star level he was. Something inside that little trunk made a sound like knuckles cracking, and a rhombus crystal pushed out through the bark, and it was green. So, the full ladder, since I had just been handed it. White, black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 1 through 9. Green is 6. I reached 6 stars last time. It took 10 years, and it cost more than I am ever going to write down, and it made me one of the most dangerous human beings alive on Earth at the time. This creature had it inside a 2-meter shrub that had wandered over for a look at our lake. Even 9-star, he said pleasantly, is only the beginning out there. And knowing all this is not necessarily good for someone who currently has 1 star of strength, so I asked him to help us. He was quiet for a while, and then he said the thing that I have not been able to put down since. Your planet's will has just woken. It is a baby learning to walk. It will make mistakes on the way up, some of them terrible. But you are its chosen, and you must trust it, and rely on it, and not abandon it, or you will regret it more than you can imagine. I actually swayed on my feet, because I have not told you my plan yet. The real one. Not the revenge on Chen Jianhua, that was housekeeping. The plan I had made in that hotel elevator, the second half of the promise, was to grow strong enough to kill the will of the earth, to break the thing that had spent my whole species like coins, and let everybody at the bottom out from under it. I had told nobody, I could not have told anybody, and a tree from another star had just looked at me and said, do not. I have seen it more than once, Lyra said. A planet's will and the life on its surface, turning on each other. There are no winners in that. There is only a rock afterward. Then his voice changed. It went formal and slightly hollow, the way voices do when a neutral race hands you something official, and a quest opened in front of me. Solo. 1 person only. Jiang Xiaozhuan stepped back with her hands behind her. Go on, she said. Take it. The quest was an object at the bottom of Resort Lake, and it came with a picture of the thing, turning slowly, so there could be no mistake. Benevolent races do not hand out dangerous missions, Jiang Xiaozhuan said, in the tone of a woman who has just decided a thing is true because she needs it to be. Before I went in, I took all 17 insect crystals we had and gave her the rest of the day's take. She complained that I had killed most of them, which was true and beside the point. 17 at once is not the same as 17 one after another. I sat on the floor of that dining room and I sweated through my clothes and my legs jumped like a dog dreaming. And when it was over, the system gave me 56 free attribute points. Strength went to E first, then agility, then constitution, then spirit, then perception, each one arriving as a bar of heat pushed through the middle of my bones. F to E costs 35 points in a single attribute, 175 across all 5. I had 56 and my talent covered the rest, because that is what +1 tier to everything actually means when you finally have material to feed it. I stood up and put my hand on the table to steady myself, and the table broke in half. Do not come near me, I said when she started forward. Give me a minute. Because the strength was real, and my body did not know it yet, and if she had taken my arm at that moment, I would have snapped it without meaning to. There are people who spend a month learning to hold a cup again after a jump like that. It took me about 4 minutes, and only because I have been a 6-star creature before and my hands remember being careful. Then I laughed out loud in an empty room, because I had forgotten what it felt like to be strong, and it is really very good. I spent 3 days in that lake. She worked the shoreline and sat at Lyra's feet for hours asking him about the universe, and I went down into the dark with a sword and no way to breathe, surfacing every couple of minutes like an idiot. In my previous life, I had a water-repelling pearl, and I never once appreciated it. Fish monster patrols push out a pulse when they spot something, and the pulse calls the entire lake, so most of those 3 days was spent lying behind rocks in the silt waiting for things to lose interest, and I was not really down there for Lyra's quest. Not only, I was down there for a rumor. In my first life, at a fire, a man told me that somebody once pulled a skill out of a chest at the bottom of this lake, and that the chest was so overgrown with weed you could walk past it forever. I found it on day 3, bronze chest, under a mat of green. There was one thin book inside, Gathering Skill, white attribute, which is the lowest tag the system has, and which is why almost nobody ever picks it up. And underneath that tag, one line listing what it actually covers: skinning, herb collection, mining, butchery, extraction, everything. Among life skills, that is not a good skill. That is the best one. Every other harvesting profession is one of those bullet points with a certificate attached. And as the bronze chest crumbled away under my hands, there was something lying in the silt where its floor had been, a piece of wood the color of a stove element, turning gently, exactly the object in Lyra's picture. Good things, I said, into a mouthful of lake water, come in pairs. Lyra was delighted. When I first came to this beautiful planet, he said, this was lost in that great lake. 10 cosmic gold coins for it, which was generous. Then he produced an iron cooking pot out of his own trunk, and after that a quantity of ingredients that no 2-meter tree has any business containing, and he built a fire on the ridge above the lake, with the wood. I stood there and watched a 6-star being from another star system feed a priceless recovered artifact into a campfire, and I said something, I do not remember what, and Lyra said, this wood has been with me for hundreds of years. My cooking has improved so quickly because of this firewood. The soup was mushroom. It permanently raised my spirit by 1 point and boosted my energy recovery by half for 3 days, one time only, and I would have gone back into that lake for another bowl. He also taught me to cook, which sounds like a joke, and is not. He touched a branch to my forehead and put Lyra's cooking skill into me, and ordinary cooking just makes food taste better, and his does something else, and we are going to come back to that in a big way. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaojuan had been busy. Lyra had taught her planter, which normally does not open until 3 stars, and she had been sitting on that magic seed for 3 days, waiting for me to come out of the water because she wanted us to plant it together. She went a bit pink when Lyra mentioned that last part out loud. She knelt by a hole in the ground and sang something. That is the only word for it. It was an incantation in a language nobody on Earth has ever spoken, and it had the shape of an old ballad, and green light ran down her arms into the soil. A shoot came up. Then it kept coming, 3 meters of it, and then the tree pulled its own roots out of the earth, folded them into 2 legs, and stood up. Thank you, master, it said. You woke me and you fed me. This loyal treeman obeys. A giant war tree, born at 1 star with a skill called entanglement. Welcome, said Lyra, and put both branches around it. Welcome, my people. Name him, he told her. She thought about it very seriously for a long minute, with her finger against her lip, and then she said, meow meow. The 6-star ambassador of an ancient forest race accepted this without visible complaint. Then he said something odd and quietly, and I only understood it much later. From today, he told her, he will be with you through everything until the end of your life. Then Lyra made his offer. He could take her to planet Tartaya, to study, healing, planting, everything that a woman with an SSR talent and a 200% multiplier could become if somebody actually taught her instead of pointing her at insects in a sewer. She had been hesitating about it for days. I found that out at the time. What I did not find out until much later was what she had been hesitating about. What is there to think about, I said, and I grabbed her arm, and I was delighted for her. I was actually delighted, because in my head this was the best news of the month. Say yes right now. If it were me, I would not have hesitated for a second. She looked at me for a while. Then she said yes, through her teeth. Thank you, Lyra said to me, later. She would not have decided without you. They left 4 days later, and they left in a hurry because Lyra came out of his own bark one morning and said it had to be today. The will of this planet is about to wake properly, he said. Once it does, it will not permit anyone to leave. And standing on that ridge, watching her pack a designer handbag into a pocket of folded space, I finally worked out what had been wrong with me for a week. I did not say it. There was a 2-meter tree offering a 22-year-old woman with an SSR healing talent a place at a school on another world. And there was me, with a black iron sword and a room that smelled of somebody else's wine. There is no version of that sentence that helps her. So I said, when you get to Tartaya, study hard, get strong. And she said, Lin Chen, I will come back. Yes, I said. Of course, this is your home. You have to come back. I said it with a big stupid grin on my face, and I have no idea whether it looked like one. Lyra picked her up in one branch and the seedling in the other. Then the air around all three of them bent and shook, the way the road bends over hot tarmac, except the road was the sky, and there was a sound like a held breath, and they were not there anymore. I stood on that ridge for a while, looking at the place where they had been. Then the will of the earth spoke to every mind on the planet for the second time in her life, and she said, My children, this world faces a life and death crisis. We must grow. We must evolve. And the system said something to me privately, which I want to read to you exactly as it arrived because I did not understand it for a long time. For outstanding overall performance, you are awarded 1,000 luck points. The will of the earth is watching you. There is no luck attribute. There is no luck display. In 10 years of my first life, I never heard one human being say the words luck points out loud. There was simply a line of text once and then nothing, and I filed it the way I file everything. Then Mission 2 arrived. Collect 101 star insect crystals, 16 of 100, 30 days. Reward, a random bright gold item. Failure, one attribute drops an entire tier. I read it twice. The first time round, Mission 2 was 10 crystals for a black iron weapon. 10. Now it wanted 100, and it was paying in bright gold, which is 3 grades up the ladder from anything I had ever owned this early. The system was scaling me. It had watched what I did to that shoreline, and it had quietly decided that the difficulty setting on Lin Chen was wrong, and it had adjusted, and it was going to keep adjusting for the rest of my life. Good. Pay me properly then. I farmed Resort Lake alone for 2 weeks. I want to point out that my first self would have called that suicide. Not because of the fighting. Because in my first life, the only reason anybody could work this shoreline at all was that there were 3,000 other people on it, and a fish monster raid that finds 3,000 targets is a very different problem than a fish monster raid that finds one. The pile of materials in that dining room got embarrassing. Shell, fin, bone, ore, hide, stacked against a floor-to-ceiling window like a hoarder's flat. When, I asked the ceiling, will I be able to afford a virtual backpack? This is undignified. The fish monsters started avoiding me. Genuinely, the shallows would empty as I came down the slope, and I would stand there like a man who has arrived at a party too early. Gathering paid off almost at once. Skinning something with the skill does not just harvest it, it improves what comes out, and on about the 40th fish monster, I pulled a rare item with the green glow. Fish monster's breathing gills. 60 minutes underwater, 3-hour cooldown, which does not sound like much until you have spent 3 days in a lake surfacing every 90 seconds with something following you up. Then, I met the crab. 2 meters across, walking on the lake bed like a piece of construction equipment, and the crystal set in the front of its shell was black with a crimson edge to it. Black is 2-star. The crimson edge means peak. 1 good week away from 3. My sword scratched it. That is all it did. 14 to 21 times 4 on a shell that took the hit like a wall taking a thrown pebble. So, I went for the joints. Every armored thing in the universe has to bend somewhere, and where it bends, it is thin. And I spent about 6 minutes in the silt working the gap at the base of a pincer, while the other pincer took 100 and change off my health across my back. Then I burned both remaining cleaves. That hurt to do. Every charge I spend is a charge I cannot use to master the technique permanently, and I had been sitting up at night with that card for weeks. But there is no version of me that dies at the bottom of a lake holding a full card, so I opened that shell along the seam and took half the body with it. A silver grade claw came out of it. And then, lying in the silt underneath, was a chest I had literally never seen before, purplish red, not metal, not wood. It had a surface like something that had grown rather than been made, and it moved very slightly. A biological treasure chest. I killed things for 10 years, and I never got one, not once, and I heard about maybe 4. There is no junk tier in a biological chest. Every single one contains something that changes your week. High-grade crystals, attribute crystals, profession certificates, skill cards. I sat down in the mud at the bottom of a lake and rubbed my hands together and clasped them and said, out loud, into a breathing mask made of fish, heavenly spirits, and earthly spirits, please, let it be a skill card. It was a skill card. Swift thrust, active, combat, swordsmanship, and where the charge count should have been, it said permanently mastered. 3 consecutive strikes, 80% damage, then 70 at half again the attack speed, then 55 at double. And if all 3 connect, the sequence detonates for 100% of your damage as mental force straight into whatever is unlucky enough to still be standing there. 30 energy. Requires 2 stars, which by then I was. I tested it on the way home on a 2-star fish monster that had picked up a rusted sword somewhere and had 6 or 7 1-star escorts. I killed the escorts the way you deal with a Q. Then I put swift thrust into the big one, and the first strike took the wrist, and the second took the neck. And the third arrived somewhere behind my own reaction time, and the detonation went through the front of its head like lightning going into wet sand. A 2-star, killed by a 2-star, in one technique. Standing over it, I did the arithmetic properly for the first time since the sky broke. 3-star. If something 3-star came out of that lake right now, I would not run. I got back to the resort village that evening, and there were people in my room. There were 5 of them, and there was an SUV in the car park with its front end pushed in, and they were standing around my 2-week pile of materials making noises of pure religious joy. Their story, which I got in pieces later, was this. Zhou Kai was driving, and he had gotten them out of Linhai City that morning. Zhang Hong was in the passenger seat because she was the only one who knew the area. In the back were Lin Tao, who wore glasses and had introduced himself to the others with the line, I can fix cars, but do not come to me about car repairs, and Gao Lei, who was large and had a machete and had been the first of them to finish the beetle mission, and Wu Gang, who was the one who thought about things. Something black and armored with a scaled tail had dropped out of a tree onto the road in front of them, and they had made the correct decision, which was to accelerate. It went over the roof. It also opened the flank of the vehicle on the way past, and about a kilometer later, the engine gave up, and Zhang Hong said there was a resort near here. We are rich, one of them was saying when I came up the stairs. Look at all of it. We are rich. Zhou Kai had found the sniper rifle. They had already decided the owners were dead. It is not an unreasonable assumption in week 2. Somebody said, look at all these insect crystals. Our mission must be finished already. And I understood the desperation in that, because their second mission was 10 crystals, and more than 20 of them had set out from Linhai to kill a single 1-star monster, and 5 had come back. If I were you, I said from the doorway, I would put all of that back exactly where you found it. Gao Lei stood up with the machete and squared his shoulders because that is what large men do. This place is ours now, he said, and there is one of you. I have lived here for over 10 days, I said. Get out, or I will kill all 5 of you. And I swung once at the floor and opened a crack in the concrete from the door to the window. It should have ended there. It did not, because somebody said the sentence that I heard about 400 times last time round and have grown to genuinely hate. It is the apocalypse. We are all human. We have to stick together. So I kicked Gao Lei in the chest and put him into the far wall, and he stayed down, and he could not stand up. I am going to count to 3, I said. If you are still here when I finish, none of you leave. 1. They took a room on the ground floor and locked the door, which I found charming. I turned in mission 2 that night. 107 1-star crystals and about a dozen 2-stars from one man on one shoreline in 14 days. And the bright gold item was not a sword. It was a storage ring, 50 cubic meters. I want to give you the scale on that, because I nearly sat down. The cheapest virtual backpack in the Destiny shop is 1 cubic meter and costs 50,000 Destiny points. The 2 cubic meter model costs 500,000. Nobody I met in 10 years of the apocalypse owned more than 50. I died in my first life owning the smallest storage container that has ever been manufactured, and I was proud of it. I stood in a looted dining room turning that ring over in my fingers, and I thought about a line of text that had come and gone weeks ago with no explanation attached. 1,000 luck points. The will of the earth is watching you. There were leftover crystals. The 2-star ones, which came out to nearly 40 free attribute points. And here I made the decision that everything after this is built on, so I am going to be clear about it. 40 points in one attribute would have taken me straight to 3 stars that evening, and my talent would have handed me another 70 on top for free. 3 stars in 3 weeks. Nobody on the planet would have been close. Instead, I split them 5 ways. Because raising every attribute is not the same as raising a number. It is a whole body getting better at being a body. Stronger, faster, quicker to react, harder to hurt, more aware of the room. The man who dumps everything into strength hits like a truck and gets killed by something that was simply faster than his eyes, and I have buried a lot of trucks. Since I got the SSS card, I had been feeling my way forward in fog, holding the best talent on Earth and guessing. That night, in a stolen room above a dead resort, the fog came off the road. Downstairs, the 5 of them spent that night arguing about whether to run. Running meant a world full of things that eat people. Staying meant living under the same roof as a man who could kill all of them any morning he felt like it and would not have to explain himself to anyone. And then Wugong, the quiet one, said the smartest thing anybody said out loud that entire month. Have you not noticed, he said, that the world is turning into a game? There are professions. There are skills. There are herbs and ores and treasure chests and monsters that drop things. This is not the end of the world. This is the tutorial area, and we are standing in the newbie village, and the reason we keep dying is that we are still playing it like reality. If I had heard that through the floor, I would have scoffed, and I would have been wrong, and I would have been right for the wrong reason. Because in a game you die 1,000 times and try again. Here everyone gets one. Well, almost everyone. The next morning I went back into the lake and found something that I still cannot explain. Deep, out past the drop-off, a crack had opened in the lake bed and there was liquid coming out of it that was black in a way water does not permit. Ink. Absolute, light-eating ink, and a clump of it maybe 3 meters across was lying over the fissure, and it was not drifting. It was lying there. A fish monster swam into the edge of it and made a sound I heard through the water and came apart. The clump did not spread. It did not chase. It stayed exactly where it was, over the crack, like something resting. 10 years of my life are in my head. Every monster, every race, every rumor traded over every fire. There is nothing in there that matches that ink. I backed off, and I did not dive that lake again. I have thought about it a lot since. I asked a lot of people later when I knew people worth asking, and the only sentence I have ever come up with is one I would like to be wrong about, which is that the ladder officially stops at 9 stars, and that nobody has ever adequately explained what happens after that. Meanwhile, the 5 had gone hiking on the back mountain, which was brave of them, and Jiang Hong had spotted something behind a rock. A gold treasure chest. Locked. They came down and offered to sell me the location, which was genuinely the smartest available play, and I let them get about 2 sentences in before I finished it for them. It is on the back mountain, I said, and it is locked. Obviously it is locked. If it were open, you would have emptied it yesterday and never mentioned it to me at all. They wanted profession cards, skill books, something that would let them stop dying. I offered 1 black iron dagger. There are 5 of us, Zhou Kai said. How do we split 1 dagger? You want 5? I said. Do I look like a charity? That box is sitting on a hill 400 meters away and it does not have legs. They took the dagger. On the walk up, Zhou Kai introduced himself properly, and I stopped in the middle of the path. I knew that name. Last time, Zhou Kai founded the first human settlement in this country. A valley camp, up in these same mountains, and I bought supplies there twice as a nobody. It stayed a level 1 village for years and slowly went quiet, and I never thought about it again. I looked at the man walking next to me in a torn polo shirt who had spent last night sleeping behind a locked door because he was afraid of me. I said, "That gold chest you found. Is it related to how you built your settlement?" He said, "What settlement?" At the rock, I hit the lock about a dozen times. Below us, Zhou Kai listened to the sound of metal failing and slapped himself in the forehead hard enough that I heard it. "Such a fixed mindset," he said. "We are so stupid. This is not a game. This is the real world. There is a lock, so of course you can break it." For the record, he was being unfair to himself. A gold-grade lock needs at least a black iron weapon to break, and not one of the 5 of them owned anything better than a machete off a kitchen wall. Knowing would not have helped them. Inside the chest were 3 things. A bronze hand crossbow, higher base damage than my longsword, with 15% lifesteal on every bolt. A lump of broken star gold ore, which I did not know what to do with yet. And a scroll, gold grade, and when I unrolled it, the light off it lit the whole hillside. Establish a camp. I need to explain camps, because everything that happens for the rest of this story is downstream of this scroll. A camp scroll names a location. The location is always already occupied by invaders, and you have to clear it out completely, every last one, before it is yours. Then you get a choice, and there are only 2. Keep it. You own it outright, 100%, and the will of the earth extends her protection over it. Inside its borders, you are something close to a local king, and you can raise it, village to town to city to capital, 1 star at a time. And the resource cost of doing that is a hole in the ground that only enormous organizations ever try to fill, or transfer ownership to the will of the earth for a substantial reward. I called the 5 of them upstairs that evening and put things on the coffee table, a heap of white insect crystals, several black iron weapons. "Which of you," I said, "is willing to work for me?" They looked at the table. "Understand what this is," I said. "It is not a gift, and it is not charity. It is payment, in advance, for people willing to walk into something with me. If you are not coming, do not touch it." Zhou Kai said yes first, immediately, without asking what the job was. Wugong said yes second and asked 3 good questions afterward. Jiang Hong said no, so did Lin Tao. And Gao Lei, the man I had put through a wall 2 nights before, folded his arms and said, I am injured. I would slow you down. If you can fix that, you can have my life. I turned my hand over and there was a red potion in it. 50 cubic meters, remember. I could have produced a car. He drank it, and about 4 seconds later, he was on his knees bringing up things that should not have been inside a person. And then he stood up and rolled his shoulder and looked at me with an expression I could not read at all. 5 1-star crystals each, that is roughly 55 free attribute points a man, which is enough to carry an ordinary human being to 1-star strength, plus a black iron weapon each, and a black iron weapon at that point in history was worth several thousand destiny points on any market you could name. I gave that away to 3 men I had known for 4 days, and then I coached them, because equipment without instruction is just an expensive way to die. Your main attribute and your constitution stay within 1 tier of each other, I said, always. If your constitution falls behind, your combat power does not go up when you get stronger, it goes down, because the body starts failing to survive what the body can now do. I have watched men break their own arms swinging. They wrote it down. Wugong actually wrote it down, on paper, with a pen. That night, alone, I sat with the scroll in my hands and did not feel clever at all, because I had done one of these before. In my first life, I was one of over 100 people on a camp clearance, and the site was an abandoned town. And it was full. And I remember the whole thing as one continuous act of stepping over what used to be standing in front of us. 100+ went in. I was taking 3 men and a bronze crossbow. The map in the scroll walked us up into the hills to a cliff face with nothing behind it, which is exactly the sort of destination that makes 3 men look at each other. At the base, there was a depression in the rock, and the depression had a shape, and the shape was the scroll. I pushed it in and the cliff opened, not dramatically. It simply came apart down the middle, and there was an oval of light standing in it about 2 meters tall, and inside the light was something turning very slowly that looked like a photograph of a galaxy taken by somebody falling into it. Behind it was a rock passage with torches on the walls that lit themselves as we walked, one after another, keeping pace. At the far end was a heavy iron fence, which I mentioned because I want you to remember it later. Right then it was just scenery, a gate you could raise and lower, black iron grade, and the sort of thing you can upgrade all the way to divine if you ever have the resources of a small country. Then we came out the other end into a valley ringed by mountains on every side. It had been dawn when we went in. In here, it was noon. This is not Earth anymore, I told them. Or rather, it is a piece of Earth folded off to one side. If it helps, think of it exactly the way Wugong described the world. This is a dungeon. We are here to clear the monsters and kill whatever is at the bottom of it. The first wave came out of the tree line in the dark part of the wood, and it was black beetles. Gao Lei ran straight backward at full speed, shouting that one had bitten him until Wugong yelled after him that they physically cannot pierce 1-star skin. He stopped. He went a very deep red, and then he waded back in and took his temper out on about 200 of them. Half an hour, a carpet of dead beetles, nobody hurt. The second wave was one wolf monster, 2 meters standing up, wolf head, and the whole body plated in black carapace like somebody had welded a suit onto a dog. It carried a knife made of bone. I opened with swift thrust, and the 3 of them did not step in, which was correct. Then I played with it for a bit because I wanted to know what E-tier agility actually felt like against something that fast. It swung where I had been. Then it swung where I had been again. It put its bone knife into a tree so hard it had to brace a foot to pull it out, and I stood 4 feet away and let it happen. Then I took it apart. Whoever kills it takes the loot, I said when Jokai looked at me. That is the rule. That is the only rule. I harvested it with gathering, which is a genuinely obscene skill because it does not just pull materials out, it cleans and upgrades what it pulls. And the bone blade that came out of that wolf was black iron grade and went in my ring. The third wave was the rest of them. You hear it before you see it. A howl, and then a second, and then so many that the individual howls stop existing and it becomes a single sound sliding around the valley walls. Hundreds. The 3 of them broke for the passage and I let them because that was the plan and the passage was 2 minutes away. An arrow took Wugong through the head. I did not know they had archers. That is the truth, and I am not going to dress it up. There was one wolf at the back with a bow made of bone and horn, and it put an arrow through Wugong from 90 meters, and 2/3 of his health went in one hit. He stayed up. That is what being Earth-chosen does to you. He stayed up, and he could not see, and he threw his weapon away with both hands, which is what people do. And he turned in a circle and called out for help while more arrows came in. The wolves went past him, all of them, the whole stream, splitting around him and closing again on the other side, chasing Jokai and Gao Lei, because a thing that is not running is not interesting. Only the archer came over. It walked up to him without hurrying, took his head in one hand, finished it, and then it lifted its arm and howled at the sky. I killed it about 9 seconds later. Swift thrust, all 3 strikes, and the detonation took most of its neck, and I want you to know that it still tried to swing at me after that. Then it fell over. I stood there for a second looking at what was left on the ground. Then I shook my head and ran because there were 400 more behind me, and standing over the dead is a luxury that costs exactly the same as dying. The passage was 12 meters long, 2 meters high, and wide enough for one wolf. Jokai and Gao Lei had gotten in and were holding one off, badly. I came in behind it and killed it and turned around and put myself in the mouth of the tunnel, and that is when I saw that the oval of light at our end was gone. There was rock where the doorway had been. No exit, no withdrawal. 12 meters of tunnel, a valley full of wolf monsters, and 3 men, one of whom was still holding a machete like it was a lucky charm. For about 4 seconds, I was genuinely angry, not afraid, angry at myself, and the thought that went through my head was this. The first time round, 3 ordinary people with no crystals, no black iron weapons, no potions, and no coaching took a camp like this one. I have given these 2 more advantages in 4 days than most people accumulate in a year. Why am I the one standing in a hole? Then I stopped thinking that and started working. They massed outside the entrance, and they would not come in. Wolves are not stupid. A tunnel 1 wolf wide, held by a man with a sword, is a place where you send your friends one at a time to be killed in order. Absorb every crystal on those corpses, I told the other 2. Right now. Both of you. Jokai started to say something about the value. There is nothing in this tunnel worth more than either of you being alive in an hour, I said. Eat them. Both of them got all 5 attributes to F. Neither could break into E because the arithmetic on that jump is brutal and there were not enough dead wolves in the tunnel yet. Fine. Then we went out. We fought with our backs against the cliff face beside the entrance, which turned us into a reef. And they came in like water does, in sets, and the shape of the fight never changed for about an hour. Jokai took a slash across the face that stopped a hair from his eye. Gao Lei got opened along the ribs. When both of them were down around half, I sent them back inside and finished the set myself, and I was down a third, which was more than I liked. If Zhang Xiaojuan were here, I said out loud to nobody, I would clear this entire valley by myself. I had 2 minor healing potions left, and I was not spending them on scratches. Potions in this world are for the moment a man is about to stop existing, not for comfort. So instead, I made lunch. I am aware of how that sounds. Sit with it, because it is the single most useful thing I did that year. I went along the tunnel with gathering and stripped every wolf corpse in it, and each one crumbled into black ash the moment the materials came out, which conveniently solved the smell. I pulled firewood out of my ring, and a lighter, and fish, because I had been farming a lake for 2 weeks, and my storage ring at that point was 90% seafood. Then I built a fire in the mouth of a tunnel with 400 wolf monsters standing 11 meters away, and I grilled fish. Gao Lei asked if I had lost my mind. Jokai laughed, and then stopped laughing when he read the item description over my shoulder. Grilled fish. Restores 100 health. If eaten slowly, over 10 seconds, additionally grants a temporary boost of 3 agility. A minor healing potion, the kind that had just fixed a man's shattered ribs, restores less than that. And here's the part that made me sit down when I first learned it, in my first life, about 6 years too late. Potions build resistance. Drink 2 in a row, and the second one does half. Drink 4, and you are pouring money on the ground. Food does not. Food has never done that. You can eat for 100 years, and the 100th meal works exactly as well as the first. Lyra gave me that skill as an afterthought, on a hill next to a soup made from his own firewood. The 3 of us sat in a tunnel eating grilled fish and came back to full, and then we went out and did it again. And again. For about a day. Not one of those wolves ever ran. I want to say that plainly, because it is the reason it took a day. Even the last ones, even the ones that had watched 300 of their pack die in a doorway, came in at the same speed as the first. When it was over, Jokai sat down in the dirt with his sword across his knees and started shouting, we won, and Gao Lei joined in, and I stood there watching 2 grown men celebrate in a valley full of dead things. Well done, I told them. As of today, you are qualified soldiers. I split the crystals 3 ways, evenly. Jokai objected. He was not wrong too. Between them, the 2 of them had killed perhaps 30 of several hundred, and one of the 2 had spent the first fight running away from something that could not bite through his skin. You 2 need to be 2 stars as fast as possible, I said. Stop being sentimental about it. It is not generosity, it is logistics. They both broke through that evening, which meant that from that day forward, 1-star crystals did nothing for them at all, and we had a new problem, and I was pleased about it. Gao Lei, who had come into this wanting to hit me with a machete, could not work out how to look at me for the rest of the week. On the way back across the valley, we passed what the wolves had left of Wu Gang. Nobody said anything for a while. Then Gao Lei stood there with his fists shut so hard his arms shook and said, I am never going to be like him. Never. Let us bury him first, I said. We put him under a mound of turned earth at the edge of the woods, and there was no stone and nothing to write with, and there still is not. My own private accounting on Wugang, and I have never said it out loud until now. Last time round I had heard of Jokai. Everybody had. He founded the first settlement in the country. I had never once heard the name Wugang, and I had never once heard the name Gao Lei, and there are only so many ways to read that. Most likely, they both died on this exact mission, in this exact valley, in a version of events where nobody handed them crystals and black iron weapons and a lecture about constitution. So I did not save Wu Gang. I only got to watch it this time. The fourth wave arrived that afternoon and it was, I am delighted to report, extremely funny. A dozen boar monsters, 3 meters tall, carrying spiked clubs, peak 1 star, absolutely furious, and our tunnel is 2 meters high. They had to duck to come in. And a 3-meter creature with a 2-handed club stooped over in a corridor it cannot stand up in is not a monster. It is a man trying to fight in a car. They worked it out. They backed off and started hammering the rock face around the entrance to widen it, and they went at that cliff with everything they had for several minutes. Not one stone came loose. Not a chip. The dungeon simply does not permit its own geometry to be edited. And I watched 12 enormous animals discover this fact in real time. The 3 of us looked at each other and laughed until we had to lean on things. Under an hour, all 12, and not one of us took a scratch worth mentioning. That choke point is the entire reason a handful of ordinary people can take one of these places. Not strength, architecture. The thing at the bottom of the valley was not a monster, and that is what made it worse. It looked like a thicket, several tens of square meters of it, 5 or 6 meters high, green leaves on top, perfectly ordinary from a distance. Up close, the surface under the leaves was dark red and soft, and there were small holes all over it weeping a purplish fluid, and the whole structure was moving. It was breathing, in and out, slowly, like something asleep, and in the gap at the top of each breath you could see, deep inside, 3 neat rows of fine white teeth. A Zerg hive, I said, and thank God, only a 2-star one. Let me explain what a hive is, and why it is the reason the Void Zerg win wars. They come through a rift the size of a beetle. They find somewhere with resources. They dig in, and then they never stop. A hive does not raid and go home. A hive produces insect soldiers, forever, faster every week, and the growth curve on it is the kind that starts as a joke and finishes as a continent. There is exactly one mercy in the design. Nothing a hive makes can be stronger than the hive itself. This one was 2-star, so its soldiers capped out at peak 1 star. And hives have no attacks of their own, none. They are a stomach with a factory in it. Then the soldiers came out. Insect soldiers have mantis forelimbs that run out into blades longer than my arm, a carapace you can hear when it flexes, gliding wings, and they move at more than twice the speed of anything else in their band. I had met one before, once. In my first life, I was sent in as cannon fodder against a 6-star hive, and a peak 5-star insect soldier fought a 6-star me to a standstill, opened me from collarbone to sternum, took a 10th of my health in a single movement, and killing it in the end cost 11 5-star Earth Chosen. So I did not wait to see how many were coming. I went straight at them, because if even one of those got past me to Jokai and Gao Lei, there would be nothing left of either man to bury. Swift thrust took the first one in the face. My ordinary swing struck sparks off the second and did nothing else, and there were more coming out of the holes. Behind me, the other 2 stood there with their weapons up and did not move, and I did not blame them. Then Gao Lei said something I did not hear at the time and only learned about months later. He said, I have figured it out. In this world, if you want to live, you find somebody to stand behind. And if we help him now, we collect on it for years. It is a gamble. Are you in? Jokai said, either we fight for a future or we die in this hole. Go. And then, there was a machete in the side of the insect soldier that had been about to open my back, and 2 men were in the fight with me. I smiled where they could not see it, and I stopped holding anything back. This is where the swordsmanship earned its keep. Not power. Placement. Throat, eye, the soft seam under the arm, the same 3 targets over and over until a carapace gives up and starts cracking, and once it cracks, every hit lands as a critical. Then Gao Lei went down with a wound clean across his back and his health in single digits. I burned swift thrust 3 times in a row on the one standing over him, and I did it knowing exactly what it cost, because 4 bone blades were already coming at my back and I did not turn around. Its head came apart. 4 lines opened across my back and took a quarter of my health with them. The next one I caught at the shoulder joint and took its blade arm off at the root, and that one turned to run. I want to tell you what happened next carefully, because it changed how I think about this war. It turned to flee, and it got about a step and a half, and then it stopped. Not slowed. Stopped, mid-stride, one leg still up. And then it turned back around and walked toward me with its remaining blade raised, and the fear was still on it. The hive had reached into it and taken the controls, and it came at me wearing its own terror like a coat it could not get out of. I took its head off. It was the only useful thing I had. Down to a third of my health, I cleared the rest and got to Jokai just before the last one got to him. He killed it himself, which mattered. He laughed. Then he sat down hard and cried for a while, which mattered more. A minor potion stopped Gao Lei from bleeding out. Then the three of us turned and looked at the hive, which had no attacks, no soldiers left, and 30,000 health. It was, and I mean this with no cruelty, like a defenseless thing standing in front of three men with axes. It could not do anything at all, and it still took the three of us long enough that my arms were shaking by the end because 30,000 is 30,000. Near the end it swelled up and made a hissing noise, and I recognized it from an old story. "Run," I shouted. "It is going to blow." It came apart across about a kilometer of valley. Gao Lei, lying face down in the dirt 50 meters away, said, in a completely flat voice, "I am still classified as moderately injured. Next time something like this happens, would you consider telling me a bit earlier?" "Your body is digitized now," I said. "Until you are actually crippled, you run exactly as fast at half health as at full. That is a design feature. Enjoy it." Then the valley went quiet, and the scroll completed. A stone tablet came up out of the ground in front of us, 9 meters tall, 3 wide, and the face of it was polished to a mirror. "Since you accepted and completed this task alone," it said, "you own 100% of this camp. Alone." Jokai and Gao Lei had been paid. They were staff. They had put in a friend and a great deal of pain, and they owned nothing, and both of them read that sentence off the tablet, and neither of them said a word. And I stood in front of 9 meters of my own private kingdom, and I did not move for a long time. Then I took a breath and I shouted at the sky, "I want to transfer ownership of this camp to the will of the earth." The sun went out. I am not exaggerating. The sky above that valley went black in about 2 seconds. The wind came up hard enough to lean on, and lightning started walking around the ridgeline with a sound underneath it that was not thunder. It was closer to something large being woken up angry. 3 warnings came, one after another, and each one was louder. "This camp will greatly assist your growth. Are you certain? Once ownership is transferred, it cannot be returned. Are you certain? Camps are extremely rare and extremely valuable. Are you certain?" There was fury in that voice. There was also, and I have thought about this for a long time, something underneath the fury that sounded a great deal like fear. "Confirmed," I said. "Transfer it." "Confirmed." Ownership of the camp is transferred to the will of the earth. One thunderclap, and then the clouds simply were not there anymore, as though the sky had never had an opinion at all. Jokai was looking at me like I had set fire to money. So let me explain, because I had spent 3 days deciding this, and it is the single best decision I have ever made. Last time, not one team, not one guild, not one government ever gave up a camp. Why would they? You hold it, you sell it, you leverage it. Everybody hoarded, which meant that for 10 years, on an entire planet, nobody ever built anything past the low tiers, because no individual group on Earth could ever afford to carry a settlement to the top of the ladder. And then, late, when we had been pushed back into a strip of land and were about 8 months from finishing as a species, the will of the Earth stopped asking and seized a camp by force. She had it at 9 stars in a few months. One 9-star capital on the whole planet, and it changed the war. It gave humanity air. Everything after that, every counteroffensive anybody ever managed, came out of that one city, and the country that ended up holding it walked back into being the most powerful nation on Earth on the strength of it. Every camp-holding force in the world spent the following year quietly kicking itself. So no, I did not give away a fortune. I bought one, at a price nobody else on the planet knew was a discount. The tablet glowed pale green and 3 characters wrote themselves across it. Nuwa Village. "Congratulations," said the system, and for the first time since the sky broke, that cold machine voice sounded warm. "You have made a wise choice. 8,000 luck points, on top of the 1,000 I already had. 9,000, and with it, a title. Child of Earth, Primary Plane Child. Luck up 3, 20% better odds of shrugging off bleeding, blinding, dizziness, and crippling. 15% attack, 15% defense, 3 free passes on failed missions, and 100 points of favorability with the will of the earth, which is a number I had not known existed until it appeared. Then she did something she had never done in the history of the world. She woke up early. She had gone back to sleep after her speech on night 1, and she was not due to speak again for a very long time, and instead every human mind on the planet got interrupted mid-sentence by a voice saying, "China has established the first human settlement. I call on all Earth chosen to come and live there. There, I will continue to protect you." A safety symbol appeared on the map of every living person on Earth. I got the reactions later from people who were in those rooms. In the United States, a very senior person asked, out loud, "Why China?" In Japan, somebody put their fist through a table and asked, "Why not us?" In India, a general pointed out with total sincerity that his country had also built a camp and that theirs was already a 2-star village, so why exactly were they not first? And in 1,000 basements across this country, people who had been eating dry noodles in the dark for 2 weeks looked at the map and said Linhai and started walking. I have really stirred up the nest now, I said, out loud, in an empty valley. Then a hut appeared next to the tablet. Thatched roof, wooden door, about the size of a garden shed, and a woman came out of it. I could not tell you how old she was. When I glanced at her, she was a striking woman in her 40s. When I looked directly at her, she was about 18. When I looked again, she was closer to 70, with the kind of face that has been kind for a very long time. Light blue dress. She never stopped smiling, and under all of it there was something with the weight of a mountain range in it. You may call me, she said, Henge. In truth, I am a wisp of the will of the earth's spirit. From now on, I am in charge of this camp. You may also call me the village chief. I will stick with Henge, I said. And then Henge, keeper of the first human settlement on Earth, chosen instrument of a planetary intelligence, gave me my first quest. 100 wood, 100 stone. I stared at her. To build the destiny shop, she said pleasantly. Fine. Where do I get an axe? The skill books are in the shop, she said. Woodcutting and mining. 300 destiny points each. 300, I said. That is exactly what the first mission paid. That is precisely, to the point, the amount of money the system handed every human being on this planet on night 1. Henge smiled at me. You are welcome, she said, not to buy them. Jokai and Gao Lei bought both. They came out with axes and picks and went off into the woods looking thrilled, and it took them 10 minutes to fell one tree, and then they had to sit down for half an hour. I used gathering. 30 seconds and 30 energy per tree, and the tree does not fall. It collapses inward into a neat glowing stack of cut timber, sorted by grade like it had been waiting years for somebody to ask. Cheating, they said, in unison, from the ground. I just got lucky, I said, and learned a good skill. Then Henge kept going. 300 iron ore, 500 granite, clay, sand, rope. She had a list, and the list had a list under it, and I said yes to all of it, because there was a mine in a ravine just inside the camp boundary, and inside the boundary nothing hostile can spawn, and I have never in my life been given a safe place to work. Dozens of missions, more than 30,000 destiny points, in about a week, from a village chief with a clipboard. I built the destiny shop with my own hands, then the inn, then the blacksmith, the tannery, the warehouse. Each one, the moment the last beam went in, staffed itself, a wisp of her spirit stepping out of the doorway wearing an apron and nodding at me like we had worked together for years. And my skills climbed the whole time. Gathering went to intermediate, swift thrust went to intermediate, and Lyra's cooking skill went from beginner to intermediate in 3 or 4 days, which even I found slightly ridiculous. Then the ground shook. Resource requirements met, said Henge. Nuwa village is promoted from 1 star to 2. Every building in that valley changed at once. Thatch pulled itself into tile, rough posts became beams, the huts squared themselves off into brick courtyards with proper doors, and the whole thing happened between one breath and the next, and I actually laughed out loud. Lin Chen, said Jokai, standing in the middle of it with an axe over his shoulder. You raised an entire camp by 1 star on your own. Then my third mission from the will of the earth arrived. It was a gathering mission, not killing. Gathering. She had watched a man clear a valley, hand her a kingdom, and then personally build a village out of rocks, and she had drawn her conclusion. She thinks very highly of me, I said. That is why she keeps giving me chores. Nuwa village ran out of things to dig up. That happens. A camp has a resource radius, and I had personally emptied ours in about 10 days. Meanwhile, 100 people had already moved in, which was going to become every survivor in Linhai eventually, and I needed to be somewhere else earning. So I spent 3,000 destiny points on a communicator. It is the single most underrated object of the first year. Every Earth chosen on the planet is on the same network, and the network is just a scroll of text, and the text is people. Buying silver quality one-handed axes will pay in crystals. Central Park, forming a group for 1-star killer bees, 4 slots. Selling location of confirmed chest field, serious offers. 1 listing stopped me. Cleaning up Xinfu village insectoids, 5 slots. 2-star minimum. SR level healing talent preferred. Xinfu village. In my first life, somebody leaked a post on a forum about a village outside Linhai with a dry well in it. There was something at the bottom of that well, 3-star and elite, and the important detail was that it could not get out. A team could stand around the rim and shoot it to death at their leisure, for free, and it dropped a gold-grade item. The only reason the post existed at all is that the team leader kept the drop and paid everyone else in consolation points, and one of them got angry enough to type. I called the number and told them I was at the peak of the 2nd star with an SR level melee talent. Both of those are lies, and I want to point out which direction I lied in. Downward. There is a thing that happens to people who announce an SSS talent in week 3, and it is not a promotion. The recruiter did not believe the strength anyway and set a test at the highway service station. There were about 60 people waiting when I got there, standing around the pumps, and 4 members of the squad up on a loading platform, and a young man with the beginnings of a mustache came down to meet me with a very friendly smile that had something else parked behind it. Chen Tao. Remember him? He becomes important in a way nobody expects. The whole assessment had been held for 20 minutes waiting for me, which the crowd had noticed. He has one black iron weapon, somebody said, loud enough to be heard, not one piece of armor. And they held the test for him? A man stepped into my path, full beard, soft breastplate, and a meow sword, which is a beautiful weapon and a genuinely serious choice. I have been standing here a long time on your account, he said. Have I not? And he swung at my head. I moved my wrist. The sword came apart in the air, both halves went past my ear, and his breastplate fell off him in 2 pieces and hit the concrete. He stood absolutely still. So did about 60 people. Then I told him what I had seen, because I was in a mood. You look large, I said, and you talk carelessly, so everybody assumes you are a strength build with a heavy sword. You are not. You are a speed type, agility primary, and your strength barely clears the 1-star line. My strength is 2-star, 1 entire tier above yours. Anywhere except a recruiting ground, that swing would already be over. Cold sweat came out on his forehead while I was talking, which is the correct response to being read out loud in public. Then, as I walked away, he shouted after me, I will remember you. My name is Ye Hai, and you should remember it too, because one day I am going to beat you. I had heard that name somewhere the first time round, and I could not place it, which bothered me for weeks. What I did place, immediately, was the personality. He looks rude and he sounds reckless, and underneath he is meticulous, and he will absolutely cheat if cheating is the correct play. The squad was called Wildfire. Captain Lin Chen, 30s, short hair, black iron chainmail, black iron dagger, and a silver shield, which on a 2-star in week 3 is an extremely loud statement. He offered me his left hand to shake, which I appreciated, Chen Tao with a mustache, and a brother and sister, Wu Mei with a longbow, and Wu Chen with 2 bronze daggers, all 2-star, several of them with individual attributes broken past it, all of them carrying that flat friendliness people develop when they have killed enough things that it stopped being an event. There were 2 ways to pass. 1. Make Lin Chen take a single step back. 2. Go into the service station, which was full, and come out with more insect crystals than anybody else. Read the second option again, because I want you to see what it does. It does not test you against monsters. It puts 60 desperate people into one building and tells them there is a fixed number of prizes. Whoever designed that was not hiring fighters. They were filtering for something else. A man with a one-handed hammer went at Lin Chen twice, the second time with a skill behind it, and Lin Chen did not move his feet at all. Several more tried. None of them moved him. I watched the technique instead of the man. His legs adjusted, then his waist, then his arms, in that order. Every time. And at the instant of contact, the shield tilted a few degrees to throw the force off the line. That shield was not his defense. That shield was his weapon, and the dagger was there to finish what the shield set up. I am here, I said, and stepped up. 3 thrusts. The first went through the center of the shield, not into, through. The second was faster than the first, and he got it, barely, and his back foot slid. The third one he never saw at all, and then the detonation went off against him and put him on the ground on his back 6 feet away. My health, he said, from down there, in a voice of real academic interest, has dropped by more than a third. It was closer to a half, through a silver shield. Any other member of that squad would have been dead on the spot, and every one of them worked that out at the same time. Then Chen Tao crouched over the shield and said, oh no, there was a dent in it, and running out of the dent, 4 hairline cracks. Lin Chen made a sound I have only otherwise heard from men losing family. He took the shield in both hands and turned it in the light and looked at those cracks like they were on his own face, and then he looked up at me with pure resentment, and then Chen Tao pulled a forging hammer out of nowhere. He was a blacksmith. In week 3, he laid the shield down, put a scrap of metal against the dent, tapped it twice, and white light ran across the surface and the shield came up new. The captain's wife, Wu Chen said, has been ruined by Lin Chen. Fix it properly, Lin Chen snapped. If it loses a single point of durability, you can forget your bonus for this mission. That is unfair, said Chen Tao, and I could hear him grinning. I did not break it. Why am I the one being shouted at? Then the service station went quiet. One man came out through the shattered doors, and he was red to the elbows, and he left prints on the concrete as he walked. No need to wait any longer, he said. There is nothing alive inside. He smiled at all of us with red on his teeth. Since I am the only one who came out, he said, I assume I passed. 60 people had gone in. Nobody said a word for several seconds, because everybody had done the same arithmetic at the same time. There were maybe 15 insectoids in that building. There had been 59 other applicants, and every one of them was a competitor for a fixed number of slots. A man like that is not dangerous as an enemy. As an enemy, you know what he is. Being his teammate is the dangerous version, and Lin Chen put out his hand first and said, "Welcome to Wildfire Squad. My name is Ye Kang," he said. Ye as in the first name in the old book, and Lei as in a pistol. There was a cut across his right palm, an ugly one that had been opened by a blade and had not closed. Wu Mei tossed him a packet of medicine powder. He caught it, thanked her, and put it in his pocket without using it. Then he turned to me and smiled, and it was a bad smile. "When we clear Xinfu village," he said, "do you have the nerve to compete with me, whoever kills more? Like the service station?" I said. He stopped. He genuinely stopped for about 2 full seconds. Then he started laughing like a man who has been alone with a joke for a long time and finally met somebody who gets it. "Yes," he said, "exactly like the service station." "Sure," I said. "I would be happy to oblige." 2 hours in an off-road vehicle got us to a town the army had sealed off. Xinfu village is famous among people who pay attention because everything in it is 2-star while the rest of the world is still 1, and everybody assumed there was a treasure in there causing it. There is not. The monsters in Xinfu village are not parasitized locals. They are things that came through the rift already finished and got warped on the way, and warped things start higher. Lin Chen handed each of us 3 silver signal balls the size of an egg. Crack one and it throws a flare visible for kilometers. Then he told us to split up, which told me everything about what this mission actually was. My first kill was a whip-tongue worm, 2 meters of bone spikes with a tongue 3 or 4 meters long that came out at me with a whistle. So I jumped. That is the whole trick. A tongue is a line, and the line retracts. And if you are in the air when it misses, you can put yourself on that line and ride it home. Swift thrust in mid-flight, 3 strikes through the neck, and the detonation nearly finished the job. It backed into the shadows with its head hanging, trying to close the wound. I stepped in and took the head off, and then the head lay on the ground and kept flicking its tongue around my ankles, trying to drag me down with it, which I found genuinely upsetting and have thought about since. Gathering pulled the tongue, which is the best whip material in the game, 10 team points. Then a cat insect demon dropped on me from a balcony, which is what they do. They are ambush specialists, and they kill people who never once saw them, and any 2-star in this country would have been in serious trouble. I put my sword up, and it landed on it, and then I put a hole the size of a soup bowl through the middle of it. Unlucky, I told it. You met me. Ye Kang was watching all of this from 2 streets away, and Ye Kang had noticed something I had not. There were cameras all over that town, small ones in gutters and window frames and street signs, and none of them were army issue. He had heard the rumor, and now he believed it. The Xinfu village cleanup was not a cleanup. It was a scouting ground, and there were 4 organizations watching it. Thunder Marshal Hall, Unit 104, the Tai Chi Alliance, and the Doomsday Arc. That is exactly why he had done what he did at the service station. He was not being cruel for fun. He was auditioning. He watched me handle 2 insectoids at once, and while I was doing it, a mature Zerg came along a wall behind me. Mature Zergs are the good ones. Sleeker, carapace that flows instead of plating, and in shadow they are effectively not there. It picked its moment perfectly, which was the exact instant my sword was committed. Got him, Ye Kang thought. A hand crossbow appeared in my left hand, silver bolts, 3 of them, straight through, and the whole thing took less than a second, and then swift thrust cut what was left into 3 pieces. How is he this strong? Ye Kang said out loud, to nobody, on a rooftop. How? He was honest with himself about it too, which is the frightening part of that man. He worked out that the 2 insectoids would have hurt him a little, that the mature Zerg would have cost him his trump card and left him unable to fight afterward, and that the ambush would simply have killed him. Meanwhile, in a room I did not see until much later, 2 men were watching a wall of screens, one in a military uniform from Unit 104, one large, from Thunder Marshal Hall. After the Will of the Earth woke up, the soldier was saying, almost every high-powered firearm on this planet stopped functioning properly. Everything with a barrel is on a clock now. In this world, the military is the institution losing power fastest, and we are the only ones who seem willing to say it out loud. The Thunderman laughed at him. Thunder had opened branches in a dozen cities in 1 month. Troubled times, he said. Breed heroes. They both laughed at the Doomsday Arc for trying to muscle into the new settlement, which they agreed was funny, since stealing territory from the Will of the Earth is a fast way to stop existing. Unit 104 had also tried, the soldier admitted, and had withdrawn with a bloody nose. Then my fight came up on a screen. A master, said the Thunderman, sitting forward. Iron Man, look at this. The soldier watched it twice and then said the thing that has bothered me ever since. Anyone who has trained for a decade, given good equipment and a couple of strong skill cards, could look like that. That is not what interests me. What interests me is that he never stopped tracking the whole street. Not once in the entire fight. That kind of awareness cannot be taught. It only comes from surviving a great many situations in which not having it would have been fatal. He is not fighting like a man who learned monsters last month, the soldier said. He is fighting like a man who is extremely familiar with how these things attack. Then he stood up and left the room to go and get more resources authorized by his superiors, and the Thunder Man watched him go and said, "That old fox is too cunning by half." That night, I found an intact house and cooked. Lyra's cooking skill on ordinary seasonings and monster meat gives you food with real attribute effects, and after a day in that town, I wanted soup. And a voice from inside the room said, "It smells wonderful, but do not cook it any longer or the meat will toughen." My perception covers 10 meters. It has covered 10 meters since the crystals. There was a person inside that room and I had not felt her at all. She dropped off the roof beam and landed without a sound. 12, maybe 13 years old, round cheeks, enormous eyes, 2 little braids, the general appearance of something out of a children's book, and she asked very politely whether she could have a bowl of soup. In a town where the weakest thing on the street is 2-star, she did not have a scratch on her. Her clothes were not even torn. "If we have met by chance," I said, "sit down and have soup with me." Which is how you talk to an adventurer of equal strength, not to a lost child, and I watched her notice that I had chosen the first one. "Han Jiang," she said, when I asked. And then, brightly, "Are you running for office too, big brother? Are you going to join Thunder or Unit 104? So the recruitment rumor was confirmed by a small girl with braids over soup. My communicator went. Lin Chen, saying the squad was pulling out for supplies and would be back tomorrow. I said I would stay. Han Jiang listened to my half of that conversation with her chin on her hands and filed the fact that these people were not my real teammates. And then, stupidly, sitting in the dark with a bowl in my hands, I thought about Gao Kai. He was one of the 2 or 3 real brothers I had in my first life. He gave me his own insect crystals more than once, which is not a favor, it is a piece of your own future handed over. He made enemies standing in front of me when I could not stand in front of myself, and on a relic mission, when I was too hurt to be useful, he volunteered to hold the rear so the rest of us could get out. He did not come out. "You went into that corridor because I could not," I said, in an empty room. I have never once been able to put that down. "Big brother," said Han Jiang, "why are you crying? Are you afraid the big organizations will not pick you?" I put the bowl down. "Han Jiang," I said, "I have no idea whether that is your real name, and since your teammates are all here anyway, call them in. What is the point of standing in the dark?" Her face changed. It is difficult to describe what it is like to watch something old and mean look out through the eyes of a child, and I do not intend to try. "When," she said, "did you find out?" "I did not feel you come in," I said. "You have stealth equipment, or a stealth skill, and it is a good one. But for the rest of them to believe they could get that close to me and not be noticed is an insult I am going to take personally." 6 of them, doors and windows. "It is very late," one of them said. "As long as we kill you, who is ever going to know it was us?" And then, over his shoulder, without looking at her, "Jiang, is the poison in?" "It went in long ago," she said. "Did you really need to ask me, you snake? Here is the thing. I opened several hundred chests at Resort Lake. I have 3 bottles of general antidote. I check my status bar every few minutes out of a habit that took me 2 years and 1 very bad week to build, and I had quietly swallowed one of them before I sat down again. They are called traitor teams. The mechanic that creates them is simple and disgusting. Kill a human being, and there is a chance something on their skill bar drops. Not their equipment, their techniques. And so a certain number of people worked out that the fastest way to grow strong is to hunt the only species that carries skills, and everybody else hates them the way you hate rats in a kitchen, and there is never a shortage of new ones because the arithmetic really does work. I went for the one in black iron plate first, the one they had been calling boss. "Is this kid slow?" somebody said. "His long sword cannot break through plate." The tip went through his chest and armor fragments went across the room. 2 more strikes, and then the detonation, and the system put up the words, "near death state." The one they called Viper, their poison specialist and my second target, broke and ran before I reached him. "Han Jiang," he was screaming as he went. "What kind of person did you pick?" I understood his logic perfectly. His poison had failed silently, so I obviously had a counter to poison, and their heaviest armor had folded in 3 seconds, so the situation had no flaw in it. I finished the boss and crouched down to loot him with my back to the other 4. "How arrogant," one of them said. "He is ignoring us." 2 of them came. A spear and a long knife, and I will give them this much. They were real partners. Each of them moved to cover the other without being asked, which you cannot fake. I caught the spear one-handed, put 3 crossbow bolts into the knife man for 1/3 of his health, and asked him a question. "Is that basic marksmanship? Since you are using basic marksmanship, I will use basic swordsmanship." Then I disarmed both of them and put the spearman through the throat. The one with the long knife dropped his weapon and came at me with his bare hands, screaming his friend's name. Your friendship, I said, honestly, is admirable, but people who hunt their own kind do not get to keep it. Hanjiang was gone, not fled, gone the way water is gone, and I never heard so much as a floorboard. Born for it, that one. I sat back down and finished my soup, because it was good soup and I had made it. The boss dropped astute warrior bracers. Bronze. 5 physical damage, 3 agility, 5% attack speed. The first piece of armor I had owned in either of my lives. So the rumors are true, I said, buckling them on. There is money in murder. No wonder people take the risk. And then I sat there in a dark house with 4 bodies in it and said the other half out loud because it needed saying somewhere. But there is no amount of profit that makes it acceptable to point a weapon at your own people. Do that, and what exactly is the difference between us and the things that came through the sky? I could not find the well. I searched that entire town courtyard by courtyard for most of a night. All I had ever heard was that it was in this village, which is the kind of detail that sounds sufficient right up until you are standing in the 11th identical alley at 2 in the morning. The last courtyard, the one where I had decided to give up, had a willow tree in it, or something that had been a willow tree. The trunk was full of scarlet holes, and each hole had 3 rings of small teeth in it, and the smell coming off it was the reason I had walked past that gate twice. It hit me with a branch that broke a boulder next to me without appearing to try. I sheared the branch off and it went 7 or 8 meters and cratered the ground where it landed, and the sap that came out of the stump smoked where it touched the flagstones. The whole tree went into convulsions, thrashing every limb it had at once, and I walked in under it and put swift thrust through the trunk and left a hole you could see the far wall through. Mutant willow heartwood, silver grade forging material, and behind where the tree had been standing there was a well, bluestone rim, cracked, mossy, with the remains of a rope on a rusted crank. 7 or 8 meters down there was a dark shape at the bottom that looked like a rock. I put a crossbow bolt into it. The bolt bounced. I put 3 more in, at different angles, and every one of them came off with a spark and no sound behind it. And then, from the bottom of the well, in perfectly fluent Mandarin, an old and tired voice said, "Adventurer, answer me one question. What is the meaning of life?" I went absolutely cold. This is the piece of knowledge that saved my life in that courtyard, and I want to give it to you properly. Invader creatures learn our languages. The ordinary ones manage 1 word, maybe 2, usually a threat or the name of a food. Fluent human speech with grammar in it and a question in it means the thing you are talking to is not what its rating says it is. A 3-star that talks might be 4-star, it might be 6, and I had been about to lean over the rim and shoot it for a gold drop because a forum post from a decade in the future told me it could not get out. I stood there in the dark and let that land because it was the correct lesson and I had earned it. Since the day I woke up on that train, I had been the smartest man in every room. I had known what was coming and what everything was worth and where every chest was buried, and somewhere in the middle of all that being right, I had put down the one thing that actually kept me alive for 10 years, which is the assumption that I do not know what this is. It was like being emptied over with cold water. So I answered him honestly, because he would have known. For a creature whose planet is being taken by aliens, I said, what meaning is there? Life has no meaning to me. If it has to have one, then I live to protect. Protect, said the well. Protect what? What I love, I said. What I care about. What I think is worth standing in front of. My friends, my brothers, my family, and my planet. There was a long silence down there. Not bad, he said. I am satisfied. This is your reward. And remember something for me. Not every creature that comes from somewhere else is your enemy. Something came up out of the dark. It was a single page. Dark gold, floating, turning slowly, and the writing on it was in a script that no human being on Earth would be able to read for another year, except one who had spent that year holding a torch for people who could, the page of guardianship. A fragment of the book of the universe. I said the title out loud, and the page flared, and every stone in that courtyard lit up gold, which, in a sealed town at 4 in the morning, was roughly the same as firing a signal flare and then blowing a trumpet. I got it into my coat and went over the wall, and I was still on top of the wall when something with 2 horns came through the courtyard gate behind me hard enough to take the gatepost with it. I looked back at the well on the way past. There was nothing in it. Dry soil, dead leaves, 7 meters of empty. I read the page properly when I was 3 streets away and behind a chimney. For every star level I gain, 10 points to every attribute, 5 resistance, 300 health, 25% physical defense. That is not equipment. That is a second talent. 2 skills came with it. Insight, which tells you what you are looking at. Star level, health, equipment, sometimes more. It fails often against anything 3 stars above you, and it can annoy the target into noticing you, which is a fun mechanic to discover in the field. And absolute defense, complete immunity to magic, 500 health for 10 seconds. and a shield that eats 55% of all incoming damage with 5,000 health of its own, lasting 10 minutes, and if you break the shield before it expires, you get 30% of your health back on top. 24-hour cooldown, limited to a child of the planet, dropped on death, and here is the inconvenient clause. It only functions from a backpack, which I did not have. A storage ring will not hold it. So the single most valuable object I owned had to ride around in my coat like a train ticket. I had never seen dark gold quality with my own eyes, not in 10 years. I had seen a man carrying a dark gold weapon once from about 80 meters and everybody I was with went quiet. 9 star levels at 10 points to every attribute per level. 70 free points per attribute by the top, 350 total before anything else I do. And I had heard of absolute defense before, once. There was a video that went around in year 4, one warrior charging alone into several dozen enemy mages and walking out of the middle of them without taking real damage, and everybody called it the mage killer, and nobody could tell you where the skill came from. It came from a well. Sitting behind that chimney, I made myself a promise, and this one I have kept. There are other pages, a book has a great many of them, and I am going to find every single fragment of the book of the universe on this planet if it takes the rest of my life. The gold light, meanwhile, had been visible from every rooftop in Shinfu village. Everything in that town came to look. Humans and monsters from all 4 quarters, all at once, in the dark, into the same 3 streets. What happened over the next few hours was heavy enough that the extermination mission hit its completion threshold a full day early, and the army moved in at dawn. I want to note one thing about that because it makes me uncomfortable in a useful way. If I had not been the one holding the page, I would have seen that gold light bloom in the dark, and I would have gone straight toward it at a run. Everybody who did is still there. The all clear came as an air raid siren 3 times, and then an announcement that the mission was over and all teams should proceed to the exit. Hundreds had gone into Shinfu village. I watched about a dozen come out. Some were being carried. 2 were never going to fight again. Lin Chen found me at the gate and asked carefully whether I had seen anything unusual in the night. I was asleep, I said. Then there was a lot of screaming outside, and I was so frightened that I stayed in the hut until this morning. He looked at me for a while. I was rather hoping, he said, to get something interesting out of you. The point totals went up on a board. Chen Tao, 67. Wu Chen, 58. Wu Mei, 71. Lin Chen, 86. Then me. I have 645, I said. 600 said Lin Chen. Were you killing monsters all night? Said Wu Chen in a small voice. Did you sleep at all? And then Chen Tao put both hands in the air and announced to the entire assembly area that as of today, Lin Chen was his idol. Ye Kong never came out. Everybody assumed he was dead, and everybody was relieved, and I did not believe it for 1 second. That man's strength was not what he showed at the service station, and a person who hides his trump cards that carefully does not spend them dying anonymously in a side street. Wildfire placed 3rd. 5,000 destiny points each and 3 skill cards, all of them basic, which I handed to the others. Then a middle-aged officer in uniform walked out of the command tent and across 200 meters of gravel in front of everybody and said one word. Lin Chen. Unit 104 seconds base had soldiers walking around with black iron crossbows, mass-produced, racked. Dozens of them, identical, which meant Unit 104 already had a blacksmith working for them in week 4 when professions do not unlock until 3 stars and the only ways to get one early are a chest, a neutral race, or a merchant from off-world. Somebody in that organization had been extremely lucky or extremely fast. They gave me a shower, which I had not had in 9 days, and a set of Special Forces fatigues, knife-resistant weave, and the weight distributed so cleverly that you can carry dozens of kilos in it all day and not feel robbed. Good lad, said the quartermaster, looking me over. You look like a proper soldier. There were 2 men in the conference room. Du Yuqi, commander of the 104th Independent Regiment, straight-backed, hands flat on the table. And a man with his feet up on that same table, eyes closed, chewing something. Lin Lei, master of the Thunder Martial Hall Linhai branch, and one of the 4 people who would end up running that city. Du Yuqi's offer was a soldier's offer, which is to say it was clear and it was decent. Professional training under real instructors, a complete black iron equipment set, permanent residency in the Linhai settlement with a house. I kept my face still. A house in a human settlement, in my experience, is a thing you own until the week the walls come down. I would rather sleep in the street in Nuwa village, and I meant that literally, because I had done it and the street was protected by a planet. Then he played his real card, and he had needed his superior's approval to play it. One of Unit 104's 2 annual places in the National Elite Special Training Program, under 30 places a year, for the entire country, out of a population that used to be measured in the hundreds of millions. Last time round, almost every person who finished that program ended up 9-star, and a meaningful number of them did not finish it, and everybody understood both halves of that sentence when they signed. I was tempted. I do not get tempted often, and I was. What stopped me is that the army is a door that locks behind you. I had a village, a blacksmith I had not hired yet, a page from a book that does not exist on this planet, and a list of about 40 things I needed to be somewhere else doing. So I turned my head and looked at Lin Lei. Something moved behind Du Yuqi's eyes and went away again. Lin Lei opened his and grinned. Thunder had owed Unit 104 a favor, he explained, so 104 had gotten to bid first. Good lad, he said. You just turned down military special training. Do you actually know what that is? I know exactly what it is, I said. He looked at me a bit longer after that. And do you really think, he said, that Thunder can match it? Here is why I already knew the answer, and Lin Lei did not know that I knew. Thunder Martial Hall is named after one man, Chen Guang. Old martial arts family, awakened an SSR talent on night 1 and built a technique called the 9-star Thunderblade out of nothing. In my first life, he was the first human being on this planet to reach 9 stars, 6 years. Everybody else was still arguing about 7. 3 years after that, he went past 9 stars entirely into whatever is up there and became the strongest living thing on Earth. Lin Lei laid out the offer. Senior apprentice status, 200,000 destiny points, 1 skill card of my choosing from the martial arts pavilion, 1 silver grade weapon, and Linhai Branch's single special recruit training place for this year, with the training conducted personally by Chen Guang. Compared to him, Lin Lei added, those special forces instructors are garbage. I stood up and said I would join Thunder Martial Hall. I heard later what Du Yuqi said after I left the room. That boy has an extraordinarily strong will, he said, and he does not behave like a man in his 20s. He behaves like an old fox. Lin Chen's people did not even ask me to stay in Wildfire. Little brother, Lin Chen told Chen Tao when Chen Tao started to. Brother Lin is a great Buddha. Our temple is too small. Nuwa village had become a level 3 village while I was gone. 2 upgrades in a matter of days, which is the ceiling before it becomes a town, and I came around the last bend in the road expecting to feel proud. There were 2 men in black hooded cloaks standing across the gate. When the apocalypse comes, one of them said, only the Ark can save humanity. Friend, this is a gathering place of the Doomsday Ark Alliance. To enter, you must become a member. I stood there for a second and let 10 years wash over me. Last time, the Doomsday Ark hunted me personally for a long time, and I spent a considerable stretch of it hunting their leadership back, and I got most of them. They had been taxing my front gate for days. The will of the earth had gone back to sleep, and everybody arriving was tired and frightened and did what they were told, and not one person had thought to complain to the management. I did not draw my sword. I said out loud, I request entry into Nuwa village. Application approved, said the system. You are free to enter. But somebody is preventing me from entering Nuwa village, conducting investigation, verifying. Your report is true. Those obstructing you will be punished by the will of the earth. 2 bolts of lightning came out of a clear sky. They did not die. That is the interesting part. They went down smoking with their health in the near-death band, and on top of that, halved recovery and 90% reduced attributes for a month, and that was for a first offense. The second one is not survivable. The crowd waiting at the gate went off like a kettle. You could just do that, somebody shouted. If I had known you could just do that, I would never have joined. And behind that, a woman crying and saying, if I had known, Xiaoyan would not have died. The 2 men in cloaks had faces like storm fronts, and one of them sent a runner. Inside the gate, the village had turned into a place. There was a gravel road wide enough for 2 cars. There were stone houses with proper roofs, a blacksmith, a tavern, a tailor, whole rows of residences. And along both sides of the road, people squatting behind squares of black cloth with their gear laid out on them, calling prices at everyone who walked past. That last part hit me somewhere I was not braced for, because that was me. Year 2, a black cloth exactly like those, sitting in the rain in somebody else's settlement selling a dead animal's teeth. Lin Lei's 100,000 destiny points landed in my account while I was standing there. Most people in that village had a few thousand and considered themselves comfortable. There was also an adventurers guild going up on the main square, which is a town-level building, in a level 3 village, which is not allowed. I asked Hengi about it and got a completely straight answer. It will remain under construction until the village becomes a town, at which point every town-level building will complete at once. So the will of the earth was cheating, at her own rules, for us. I bought a skill off a black cloth from a 2-handed swordsman named Hu Tao, whose team had been grinding a mountain for weeks and getting nothing but shells and teeth. Fine rain swordplay. Permanently mastered, 1-handed swords only. Continuous linked strikes, 10% attack speed, 15% self-defense, 5 block, 2 counterattack, 15 energy a second to keep running. I paid in materials. 5 bronze grade and 1 silver. These are in beautiful condition, Hu Tao said, turning them over. Not a scratch on any of them. You must have serious gathering skills. I smiled and said nothing, and then I gave him one piece of genuine advice as a tip because he had been honest with me on the price. Material prices are at the floor right now. Everybody wants weapons and nobody wants ingredients. The moment professions open properly, they go through the roof. Buy now. Then a man started kicking a boy in front of the blacksmiths. The man was a Doomsday Ark member, and he was well dressed for week 4. Bronze cloth armor, bronze staff, black iron cap, 2-star, a magic build. The boy was 17 or 18, in plain cloth, and he was not even 1-star. So many days, the man was saying, and not one piece of black iron equipment. You are a complete waste, and you still tell people you have an SSR forging talent. He tore the badge off the boy's chest. The boy asked for his tools back, not the badge. The tools, which were his own, and which had been his gift from the will of the earth on night 1. Your tools, said the man, do not cover half of what you have wasted in materials. And he kicked him again, and the boy went down on his hands with red on his mouth. Those Doomsday Ark people, Hu Tao said, spitting into the gutter, are just robbers with a slogan, but I had stopped listening 2 sentences earlier because that man had said SSR out loud, and there is no such thing as a useless SSR talent. There has never been one. Every single person carrying an SSR who lives long enough turns into something the rest of us look up at. I was already walking. I picked the boy up off the road and put a healing potion in his hand. He drank it, and then he explained his own uselessness to me without being asked, the way people do when they have been told something often enough. On the quests, he said, the others bring the monster down to almost nothing, and then they let me land the last hit. But they are never going to give me the insect crystals. So how am I supposed to get stronger? Then he told me his name. Lin Hao. I have told you about Jiang Xiaojuan, and you understand what she became. Let me now tell you that in my first life, the name Lin Hao was bigger than hers. The strongest logistics officer humanity produced. They called him the King of Logistics, which sounds like a joke about warehouses until you know what it meant, which was that one man could outsupply an army. And then, years later, when the mechanical life forms came and he got hold of a derelict machine base, people stopped joking entirely because one man against a nation stopped being a figure of speech. He rose in Zuxin City after the Doomsday Ark threw him out. He was picked up by a small, unknown team that took a chance on him, and inside a few years he had turned that team into something the size of Thunder Marshall Hall. And here he was, at 19, at the absolute lowest point of his life, sitting in the road with somebody's boot print on his shirt. His talent, when he showed me, was called Superior God of Forging. 3 lines. 1. He can forge every weapon and every piece of armor. Everyone else has to choose one branch and abandon the other, forever. 2. His forging tier is upgraded by 1. As an apprentice, he already has every skill a full blacksmith has. As a blacksmith, he will have every skill an expert has. All the way up. 3. 3% chance on any forging attempt to consume all of his own energy and mutate the item, which in practice means a silver grade item that comes out with gold grade stats. And then he told me the catch, and he told me first before agreeing to anything, and that is the whole reason I trusted him for the next several years. There is a hidden attribute, he said. Only I can see it. My forging success rate is 10%. He said it like a man confessing to a crime. 10%, I said. That is higher than I expected. Which was true. It was also the single most valuable thing I knew that day and did not say because the success rate is not fixed. It climbs with every forging tier. At Divine Craftsman it sits at 99. I offered him a deal. I supply every material he needs to level his craft, all of it, indefinitely. If I ever abandon him, I pay him 100,000 destiny points. He went white, then red. I watched a 19-year-old boy fight an entire war in his own face for about 15 seconds. Then he said, all right, as long as you will have me, I will hand you my life. The contract said I supply, he forges, the products are mine, and he takes 20% of the profit. He signed it in his own blood, and the parchment burned itself. Now, I am going to tell you the part he could not read. That contract cost me 30,000 destiny points, and it was a dark gold soul contract, which is not the sort of paper you use for a hiring agreement. The patterns running around the border of it were not decoration. They were written in the language of demons, and they set the penalty clauses. If I break the contract, I pay 100,000 destiny points. If he breaks it, his soul is destroyed. He was 19, and he was an ordinary person from an ordinary city, and there was no possible way for him to know that. I signed it anyway, with my eyes open. I am not asking you to like it. I have been betrayed by everyone I ever trusted in a life that no longer exists, and I decided on that road that I was never going to be in that position again. And the price of that decision is that a good boy signed something he could not read. Then I paid 3,000 destiny points to open him a high-grade forging workshop, plus 1,000 a day to keep it. He walked in and stopped in the doorway. Boss, he said, these tools give 5% additional success, on their own. The Doomsday Ark had given him a bare furnace and taken his own tools off him. I emptied a fistful of one-star crystals onto the workbench. First, I said, level yourself up. You are a person before you are a profession. He stared at those like they were a language he did not speak. In all his time with the Ark, he had never once been given a crystal, because a tool that stays weak is a tool that stays yours. Then I turned the storage ring over and emptied it onto the floor. Everything. Weeks of a lake and a swamp and a mine, ore and hide and bone and shell, until it was piled against the walls. So many materials, he said, and his voice did something. 50,000 destiny points on top of that, to spend as he saw fit. Boss, he said, do you really believe in me? Do you really think I can do it? I believe in you, I said. Your future has no ceiling on it, and I want to be clear about my own motives because I was not being kind, or not only. I had made a decision in that hotel elevator, and this was the shape of it. I know who becomes important. I know it before they do, so I am going to find them at the bottom, every one of them, my own alchemist, my own blacksmith, my own tailor, my own jeweler, and I am going to build something out of people the world has not noticed yet. Jiang Xiaojuan was the first, Lin Hao was the second, because one man cannot fight alone. I tried that. It took 10 years and it ended in a hole. Thunder Marshall Hall's settlement covered over 100 acres, and it was, I admit, impressive. Alloy walls, 8 or 9 meters high and 3 meters thick, towers every few meters with 2-meter searchlights. And around the outermost perimeter, a ring of iron spears, each one carrying a monster's head with the crystal cut out of it, standing over a deep layer of piled bodies. The smell carried for a kilometer, which is the point. Monsters will not approach it. My private assessment, which I kept private, was that this whole thing was temporary. The day Thunder finds a real upgradable dungeon, they abandon all of it. And I happen to remember several sites near Linhai that could become camps, which was a thought worth several 100,000 points and which I put away carefully. At the gate, a man the size of a doorway stuck out his hand and smiled at me. Yang Wen, captain of the 5th Patrol Squad. His hand was the size of a banana leaf, and it closed on mine like a pair of pliers, and then started twisting. I hear you were made a senior apprentice immediately, he said, still smiling, and that you got the only special training place at the Linhai branch this year. That place had been earmarked for his senior brother. Do you have a problem with that? I said. I have many opinions, he said. But none of them are mine right now. I am simply passing on my senior brother's greetings, and he put everything he had into the grip. I did not move my face. Then, I said, let me return my own greetings to you and your senior brother. Something in his hand went click. His squad, who could not see either of our faces, took it completely the wrong way. The captain is brutal, one of them said. He actually broke the new kid's hand. Look at him, said another. Soft as a pastry. What chance did he have? I withdrew my hand, put it in my pocket, and strolled off across the parade ground. Still putting on a brave face, somebody muttered behind me. Yang Wen stood there going purple with his teeth locked and his right hand shaking at his side. Captain, said one of his men, are we really letting him walk away? Hospital, said Yang Wen. Captain, that is generous. Are you getting medicine for him? All of you get out of my sight, said Yang Wen. I am going to the hospital for myself. They put on a welcome for me the next morning, which turned into something else. Lin Lei brought a delegation. Ding Shui, Vice Hall Master for Logistics, a woman in her 30s who introduced herself as Sister Ding, and who, if you looked past her face, carried herself better than anyone in that yard, and He Jinxing, Vice Hall Master for Combat. White hair, no lines in his face at all, and eyes that had been open a long time, decades of Baguazhang behind him. 3-star. That did surprise me. 3-star, this early, from a man who had built it on top of 40 years of real martial arts rather than crystals. Lin Lei suggested a friendly spar with the elite disciples. I said I would rather spar with He Jinxing. You could hear the disciples inhale. He Jinxing laughed out loud and said heroes really do come out of the young. They queued up instead. Ye Zhong came first. I shifted my weight and hit the back of his blade once, and his sword was on the flagstones and he was holding his wrist. I want to note that I held back on that. If I had not, 300% would have cut the sword in half and continued into the man behind it, which is a thing I have to think about now before every single ordinary movement I make. Then Chen Xiao, then Jiang Lei, then most of the rest of them, one after another, quick to step up and quicker to be finished. And then everybody stopped looking at me and looked at one man. Yan Hua, senior apprentice, plain black clothes, no visible high-grade equipment. And when I finally focused on him properly, I realized that he was by an enormous margin the best-looking person in that yard, and that my eyes had slid off him 4 separate times. That contradiction made my stomach turn over. I do not like things I cannot look at. He opened with a skill called Escape Attack and went gray at the edges, and 2 silver daggers appeared in his hands in the middle of the sprint. A Western assassin build inside a Chinese martial arts hall, wearing plain black. I answered with fine-range swordplay, and I finally got to see what I had paid for. It puts a curtain around you. Not a guard, a curtain, unbroken, and everything that comes at it goes ding and goes away. 2 silver daggers against a black iron sword, and the black iron sword refused to break. I watched him work that out. I watched his wrists swell up red from the impacts, and I watched him understand that he could not get through in front of every apprentice in the hall. So he used Desperate Strike, defense to 0, half an hour of helplessness afterward, and a killing blow aimed at my throat. In a sparring match, my face went cold, and something came off me that made the front row step back. The next 3 seconds went like this. I was going to kill him. Not disarm him. Not humiliate him. I have always believed that an eye is worth an eye, and a killing is worth a killing, and that temper is precisely why my first life was full of enemies, and I have not changed it, and I am not going to. He Jinxing got there first. He came off the steps, kicked the dagger out of Yanhua's wrist so hard it went spinning across the yard, and put a palm into the side of his own last disciple's neck and dropped him. That bastard used excessive force in a sparring match, he announced, picking him up. Against the rules of this hall. I am taking him to stand in a corner and think about it. He walked out without once looking at me, and everyone understood. Lin Lei covered the silence with something loud and let out a breath when I allowed it to be covered. I found out later what he was thinking. Beating a man and killing a man are entirely different, he said afterward, and Lin Chen had the strength to kill Yan Hua. His combat power is already at instructor level. With whatever he is hiding, he might stand against He Jinxing. I do not suppose, Lin Lei said to the yard, that anybody else wants to try Lin Chen. Nobody did. 2 of the instructors were also looking at their feet. Then Ding Shui took me to collect what I had been promised, and that walk taught me more about Thunder Marshal Hall than the spar did. The Armed Forces Department is a condemned-looking 2-story building with a peeling door. Inside, the walls are alloy. There are infrared scanners at ankle height. There are arrow ports glowing faint green in the dark. There are quicksand traps in the floor and spikes in the ceiling. I counted a dozen traps in a dozen meters, and I am certain I missed more. And 3 people looked at me from a mezzanine as I came in, and I had cold sweat down my back before I reached the counter. Retainers from the main branch, Ding Shui told me later, who do not take orders from anyone in this city. If this is what they build for the room where equipment lives, I thought. What does the room with the skill cards look like? I picked the Resilient Monkey Longsword, silver grade 32 to 46, plus 5 agility, 10% attack speed, 2 toughness. I picked it because it was boring. The good things are never the things on display. Then Lin Lei sponsored 50,000 contribution points for me personally, out of his own account, which I did not expect and have not forgotten. I turned all of it into a full black iron equipment set, and a full set at your own level is worth roughly half again your combat power, which nobody tells beginners, because beginners want swords. Then I went looking for a sword technique. The cheapest card in that hall cost 100,000 contribution points. I stood there in front of the case for a while with my mouth slightly open, and then I left. Ding Shui told me the branch's big plan over tea, which was either trust or a test. 10 kilometers east of Linhai, a county town had stopped being a county town and become a swamp. They were calling it Blackwater Swamp, and a scout with stealth skills had gotten deep enough into it to find a ruined village in the middle, full of monsters, flagged by the system as a dungeon. I knew that village, Sacrificial Village. The first time round the Doomsday Ark Alliance took it, and they used the altar at its center to open a channel to another invading race, boneless things with tentacles, and a slime layer that everybody eventually just called snot monsters. That single act made the Ark the most hated organization on this planet, hated by every human force there was, and it did not matter because Sacrificial Village sits inside a swamp, and they beat back attack after attack for years. They survived an extermination order from the Will of the Earth herself. In this life, the Doomsday Ark Alliance does not get Sacrificial Village. There was a second rumor about that swamp, and it interested me more. When Blackwater first appeared, there was a 3-star dragon in it. Then, an ancient castle full of undead surfaced at the swamp's edge, and death energy started spreading, and the dragon woke up angry. The fight leveled the castle. And then somebody very lucky came along and finished off a badly wounded dragon. I did not want the kill. A dragon of that grade drops 3 drops of its own essence, and drinking one rewrites what runs in your body into a black dragon's. That is a permanent change to what you are, not what you carry. Also worth writing down, because it cost people a great deal to learn. An undead is not killed by destroying its body. You can take one apart down to the last bone, and it will reassemble. You kill an undead by putting out its soul fire, and nothing else works. I spent a morning absorbing a dozen 2-star crystals in one sitting, which left a puddle under me and got me past 30 free points and pushed my constitution to 3-star. Everyone else needs 120 points in an attribute for that. I need 50, and I do it in batches on purpose, all at once, which is worse, much worse. I could take them one at a time over a week and barely notice. But when you take 12 at once, the pain goes on long enough that you stop fighting it and start watching it, and you can feel exactly where the energy goes and how fast, and after enough of those you know your own body the way a mechanic knows an engine. I stole that method off a man in my first life who did not know he was teaching me. I walked to Blackwater. Rental vehicles do not come back from that place, and my storage ring was full. 4 hours on foot with nothing to do gives you time to think about the future, so I thought about transport. Teleportation arrays, once the will of the earth stops sleeping through her own administration. And mounts, real ones. You cannot tame an adult monster worth having, but a cub or an unhatched egg is a different question, and some of them fly. Last time round I hunted down a 6-legged king crab from the mech clan, pulled its control chip, put my own in, and rode a 3-meter mechanical crab around a war zone for 8 months. More stylish than any car I ever wanted before the sky broke. The asphalt gave out under grass about an hour in. That whole area becomes the Horned Wilderness later, and there is a story there for another time. The 1-star insectoids I passed looked me up and down and left. 4 hours, and not one other human being. Blackwater Swamp starts as low bushes and puddles with black foam on them, and a thin mist that sits at ankle height. That mist kills an ordinary person inside about 4 steps and does nothing at all to anyone at 1 star or above, which is the kind of detail that makes a place like that a graveyard for exactly one type of visitor. I stepped on a skeleton in the second puddle, then a vine as thick as my arm came out of the water with barbs on it and black markings like flames running along its length. Black flame vine. Its trick is patience. A young one hides its second vine and never uses it, so you count 1, and you commit to fighting 1, and then there are 2. I put fine rain swordplay up and kept my eyes on the puddle instead of the vine, and the instant the surface rippled I went forward instead of back, and swift thrust blew the first vine in half at the base. The vines are not the animal. At the root of them, there is a disc-shaped reptile with no mind of its own that has fused itself into the plant and become the most dangerous part of it. Cut vines all day and they regrow. Kill the disc and everything stops. I put crossbow bolts into it while blocking with the sword until it flopped over. A gathering pulled 2 units of high-quality timber out of it, and 1 unit of high-quality timber counts for 10 units of ordinary building timber on a village requisition, which made me stand there in a swamp grinning about lumber. For the record, I once saw a black flame vine field that ran to the horizon, an entire dark green continent of them, moving slowly. 9 star powers go around it. I looked at it for about 2 seconds, and then I went the other way. The next thing was a swamp lizard beast, 3 meters, shaped like a monitor lizard with fist-sized growths over dark green hide and bone spikes down the spine. Its claws and teeth carry a venom that slows your attack speed and your movement, which makes it the single most hated monster among people who fight up close. I used insight on it, which was a novelty. Blackwater lizard beast, 3 star. 780 health, swift thrust, with the detonation driven off inside the body instead of on the surface. Critical, done. Gathering it dropped something the size of my palm that I had never held before, a treasure chest of fate, and it opened itself in the air in front of me. A shattered ruby, which sockets into equipment for 50 health and can be synthesized upward, and gems are hard currency in every settlement in the world. And a mage job card, which to a swordsman is a beautifully printed coaster. Then I made a mistake that I want to explain properly, because it is a rule, and I broke it knowingly. If you kill too much in one area, the area answers. Something bigger gets called in specifically to hunt the hunter. In a game, that is a compliment. Here it is usually the last compliment you receive. The whole swamp started roaring at once, and every living thing in it began running in the same direction, which was away. Giant lizard beast, 3 star elite, 3,200 health, 5 meters, red eyes, coming at me like a piece of heavy equipment that had developed opinions. Its roar was a physical wave. It stopped me mid-stride, mid-run, and put me face down in a puddle, and I have not been stopped by a sound since I was 21 and standing at a window. Then poison mist, and my health started ticking down. Then a tongue, bright red, that split the mud where I had been. Then the tail, which I got my sword horizontal against and still took 300 damage and 7 or 8 meters of air. If I had not pushed Constitution to 3 star that morning, it would have been 500, and there is no version of this story after that. A third of my health in 10 seconds. I drank the antidote at a dead run and said, out loud, if I had known, I would have taken agility to 3 star first. So I ran through the undead. They were there, in the dead ground on the swamp's north edge, and it was not a plan. It was a direction. A skeleton soldier put an arrow at me. I sheared both its legs off without stopping and kept going, and the legless thing propped itself up on its arms and went on aiming at me. Then the giant lizard beast came through and stepped on it. And it ended up hanging off the beast's foreleg like a doll, hammering at the leg with its own bone longbow until the beast stopped, tore it off, and put the skull in its teeth. Cracks went across that skull like a windscreen. Then it came apart, and a purple flame flared inside the beast's mouth and went out, which is when the rest of them came over the rise. More than 100 skeletons in ranks, with skeleton mages behind, and at the head of it, mounted, a skeleton warlord in armor with a two-handed greatsword and purple fire in its skull. This is a repulsive planet, it was saying, to nobody. The stench of living things is suffocating. I long for the silence of the Death Star, where my heart is at peace. A swamp lizard beast wandered into its path. Mutant beast, said the warlord, I can smell you from 8 feet. Sooner or later, we will come for your homeworld too. But first, let us kill this weakling. 1-star skeletons in disciplined formation took apart a 2-star lizard, which should not be possible and which is entirely about the formation. Then the mages put a cloud over what was left, and then the necromancy. Death is only the beginning, said the warlord. The end of life is a rebirth in another sense. Rise again, my warrior, embrace death and be immortal. Black runes swarmed the corpse. Green flame burned out the eyes and sat in the sockets. A purple light came up inside the skull. It stood up as a 3-star. Indeed, said the warlord, inspecting it. You carry a trace of black dragon blood in you. From today, you are my mount. Then it added, and this is the sentence that told me what I was dealing with. Your flesh smells foul, and I do not want to look at rotting meat. And the lizard shook itself until nothing was left on the bone but the bone. Much prettier, said the warlord. Then it turned its head and looked directly at me, standing in the open, 30 meters away. He carries no soul fire, it said. He did not kill our companion. Our purpose today is revenge. Let him go. Sooner or later, it added, he will be one of us. And then the giant lizard beast came out of the bushes behind me at full speed, and the skeleton warlord looked past me with what I can only describe as delight. A powerful enemy, it said. I will make it a companion. I got into a bush and ate roast meat. My cooking had reached intermediate, which meant a piece of grilled meat restored more health than a potion did, with the small drawback that you cannot chew during a fight. So I sat in the reeds with my back against a stump and had lunch, while the two things that had both wanted me dead went to work on each other. Arrows came off the elite's hide like thrown gravel. Its tail put whole rows of skeletons into the air. The poison mist took a dozen at a stroke and dissolved them where they stood, and some of the ones whose skulls survived pulled themselves back together out of their neighbors' bones and rejoined the line, which is a thing I would like to never see again. Conserve the 3 mages, the warlord ordered. The rest of you spend everything you have, then fall back and recharge. Slow spells mostly slid off a 3-star elite. Then it went berserk, which drops defense and resistance, and while it was in that state, they landed Soul Tear and Shadow Orb and Death's Howl one after another, and I watched the warlord realize about 4 seconds too late that it should have saved everything for that window. Then it opened the beast's spine with the greatsword for nearly 500 damage and got swatted 10 meters through the air like a struck ball. The elite was at 10%, skin gone in patches, bones showing along one flank. Your life is ending, the warlord said, getting up. But the end of life is not the end. Embrace the dark and live forever. I did not wait for it to finish the sentence. Swift thrust, from behind, at a range of about 4 meters. Foolish human, it said, without turning around. I can smell living things at 300 meters. And it blocked the first strike. The second one is faster than the first. It landed between its brows in a skull made of something like polished jade that should not have taken a mark, and left a dent with cracks running out of it. How, it said, is that possible? The third one went in a finger deep and made a hole like a third eye socket, and I could see the purple fire moving behind it. Go to hell, I said, and the skull came apart into pieces the size of my palm. The soul fire stayed where it was, burning in the air, and it spoke to me directly. Who exactly are you? Somebody who kills alien invaders, I said, and cut the flame in half. 3 clusters of death energy came at me from the mages. Absolute defense. Golden light came up around me, and all 3 detonated against it and did nothing at all. And I walked into 3 skeleton mages who had spent their death energy and found out that a mage with an empty tank is worse than an ordinary skeleton, because at least an ordinary skeleton expects to be hit. Then there was one thing left standing in that clearing, and it could not stand. The giant lizard beast tried anyway. It got its front legs under itself, and its back end did not come. And it went down in the mud and gave one short roar and closed its eyes and waited. Something in my chest turned over. I put my sword against its forehead. Submit to me, I said. Be my partner in a fight, and I may let you live. Understand what I was actually doing there, because it was not mercy and it was not sentiment. You almost never tame an adult monster. Cubs, yes. Eggs, absolutely. But an adult of that grade has intelligence close to ours and knows exactly what the contract means, and its ceiling is fixed forever the moment it accepts. It cost me nothing to ask. If it said no, I looted the corpse. There was a very long silence, and then, faintly, arriving inside my own chest rather than my ears, it said, I do. A silver-white rune burned itself into the skin between its brows. That one was free. The Will of the Earth pays for your first capture. Everyone after it costs a 10,000 point combat partner contract, which is why nobody has pets in year 1. I could feel its life sitting in my hand like a held bird, so I poured one healing potion over the worst of the damage and put another down its throat, which brought it up to a third. Then I emptied every piece of cooked food in my ring into it, one after another, until it was whole. It got up. It looked at me with an expression I could read perfectly well, which was that it was furious and had thought about the alternatives and did not enjoy the conclusion. Then it walked over and put its head down under my hand. "Let us go," I said. "This might be the best thing that ever happened to you. You may even break through a realm you could never have reached alone." It growled, low, and pushed its head into my palm. The mages dropped magic bones and a corruption card, necromancer only, which I could not use. And the skeleton warlord dropped a job card, swordsman. I had been applying for job cards all over that swamp for a week and getting mage, priest, ranger, everything except the one thing my entire body was built for. Use. Combat class acquired. Swordsman. Grants basic swordsmanship, which I already had at intermediate, so the system shrugged and upgraded it to advanced instead. Plus 15 strength, 10 agility, 5 spirit. A third onto my strength in one card. In my first life, my class was warrior. Just warrior. The default. The one they give you when nobody offers you anything better. I died trying to advance out of it at 6 star on the promotion quest for Sword and Shield Guardian, ambushed on the road to it, and I ran into an abyss and stayed there until I ran out of everything. I got on the lizard's back and it did not throw me, which I counted as progress. A giant lizard beast glides over swampland about 3 times faster than I can run, and every ordinary lizard in that place cleared out of the way as we came through, which never stopped being funny. We passed a 6-person team working a 2-star lizard, 1 3-star, 5 2 stars, competent. Both sides kept a polite distance and pretended to be busy, because monster stealing is as much a thing here as it ever was in any game. Their captain took a claw in the chest because he was staring at me. "A lizard beast," he said from the ground. "He has a lizard beast as a pet. That is 10,000 points for one contract," somebody else said, "and they can fail." I asked whether they had seen a village. They had not. But there was a cave at the foot of the cliffs, they said. So deep you cannot see the end of it, with roaring inside. I thanked them and rode off. I think about that team sometimes. Somewhere down the line they are going to hear a story about Lin Chen, and one of them is going to sit up very slowly and say, "Wait." I set the beast to follow mode, which shrinks it to about knee height. It shook its head the entire time and growled complaints at me, and I patted it, which made it worse. The mine was 2 meters wide and 3 high, cut into black rock, and the air coming out of it was cold in a way that felt personal. There was a sound riding on that air that was either something roaring a long way off or a man shouting himself hoarse. That mine is not from here. It is a piece of shattered space from somewhere else in the universe that drifted into ours and fused with it, and the creatures inside it are not Earth creatures yet, although give it a century. Whoever mined it before it arrived left oil lamps on the walls, still full, still where they set them down. The first thing that attacked me had a human torso, 2 enormous arms, and 4 spider legs, and it threw a rock at me, a rock-swallowing beast. They eat ore to grow, and they throw stone like artillery, and the one it missed with punched a crater 1/2 meter deep into the wall next to my head. Get one of the high-tier ones, and it becomes immune to physical damage entirely. This one was 1 star, which means devastating at range and completely helpless the moment you close the distance. When it died, its body turned to stone and split apart, leaving a beast crystal in the rubble. Deeper in, I heard mining, an actual pickaxe, in rhythm, in the silence, 1/2 kilometer underground. I should mention that I was a miner for a long time last time, years. And miners are the one group of people you never have to be afraid of meeting out in the wild, on the simple grounds that nobody who wanted to fight anybody chose that job, unless you find a rare gem and then insist on showing it to people, in which case all bets are off. "Hey," I called out. "Working late?" The swing did not change. Same rhythm, same spot. At 10 meters it stopped, lifted the pickaxe, and turned around. Gray skin hanging off the arms, and a noise out of it like a laugh with no air behind it, and a right leg it dragged. "A zombie," I said. "No, not a zombie. An undead miner. They were people, near enough. A human-shaped race who lived in that piece of space and mined it, ordinary working men, and whatever happened when the fragment tore loose left them unable to die and unable to stop. So they mine, forever. All of them, in the dark, by instinct, and they have been doing it since before our planet had a name. Some people go to enormous trouble to capture a few and put them to work. I did not have a capture contract, so it was going to be the other thing. This one was 3 star, and the first clash nearly took my sword out of my hand. Hide like a shell, a pickaxe swung by something that has been swinging one for 1,000 years and no interest whatsoever in defense, so I did not trade with it. Fine range swordplay, circling, chipping, swift thrust whenever it overcommitted. It went down eventually and dropped black iron ore at quality 21, mithril at 23, and fine gold at 25. That one corpse was a fifth of my entire collection mission. Gathering also pulled its pickaxe out as bronze grade, which is a thing that only happens with the skill. Pick a tool up with your hands off a corpse and it is common junk. 5% mining chance, 2% quality, 1500 points on the open market, and useless to a man who does not need a pickaxe. Then I did the thing I had heard as a joke. I used gathering on the exact patch of wall the dead miner had been working. The rock cracked open and dropped star iron. Quality 21. Star iron goes into nearly every top-grade weapon that exists. One piece of it counts for 50 ordinary ores on a collection mission and sells for about 10 times that. There is high-quality ore wherever the dead miners are digging. Somebody told me that around a fire in year 3 and I laughed at him because I was a miner and I knew better. I stayed down there for days. The mission completed and I stood and watched several thousand points of beautiful ore evaporate into the air as the system took delivery, which physically hurt. The passages ran like a spiderweb and I would not go deeper without map lighting. The giant lizard beast, knee-high and bored out of its mind in a corridor 3 men wide, yawned at me continuously. Then the passage widened and something roared far ahead, and the beast started jumping and snarling because it had been insulted. Half an hour later, the tunnel opened into an underground plaza. My lizard shot out into it, snapped back to full size, and roared with the pure relief of a large animal that has been in a hallway for a week. Something answered it furiously, chains, dragging, then a shape, 4 meters of it, barbed black carapace over 4 legs with a bare torso above, and thick iron chain wrapped around both arms. A rock-swallowing beast, 3-star, elite, 2 upgrades over the standard model. It condensed its own stone in its palm instead of digging for it, which removes the pause everyone relies on, and the chains meant that closing distance, the answer to every one of these things, was now the worst idea in the room. Intruder, it said, die, and it put a rock the size of a head into my lizard. Then it ignored me completely. That is not an exaggeration. It decided the beast was the opponent, and I was scenery, and it never revised that opinion, and it is the reason both of us walked out of there. Chains opened welts along the lizard's flanks. Claws and teeth and poison mist answered. The noise in that plaza was extraordinary, and I walked around behind it and put swift thrust into its back. Then again. Every single time it turned to deal with me, 400 kilos of extremely annoyed reptile hit it from the side and hissed poison over its head. It died at the lizard's feet, and I stood there feeling extremely good about an impulsive decision. A 3-star beast crystal only works on someone already at 3 stars. Anyone below that who tries it turns into a bomb, and I have seen the aftermath of somebody trying it, and it is exactly as advertised. I took 23 free points, and agility went to 3-star, constitution and agility at 3, strength, spirit, and perception still at 2. The lizard lay down and started licking wounds it was going to have to heal by itself, since my potions were 2nd grade and would not have covered a tenth of it, and it had already eaten every scrap of cooked food I owned. And then I used gathering on the elite's body, and among the ore there was one stone the size of my fist that was throwing off light in about 9 colors at once. Insight, 5 elements ore. This item may be used to forge a natal flying sword blank. I sat down in the rubble, the 3rd line of my talent, the thing that makes a sword immortal instead of a man with a good sword. It had been sitting at the bottom of my own panel since night 1, and I had no more idea how to use it than I did on the day I read it. I called Lin Hao. He led with good news because that boy always leads with good news. He had forged a black iron mutated shield. 1 piece out of enough material for 100 attempts, with stats 1/3 above its own grade and a passive on it that made it sturdier still. The 3% had landed, but on flying swords. Boss, I have heard that forging experts can make flying swords. I have never once heard how a natal flying sword is made. I told him to auction the shield and promised him another load of high-grade ore. Then I called Lin Lei, who shouted into my ear the way he always did. Told me an expedition into the Blackwater dungeon was being organized in a few days. Told me to go and find somewhere called Prayer Village in the meantime. And on the flying sword said, Natal flying sword? Never heard of it. I will look into it. It is nothing. Thunder Marshall Hall is a large and powerful family. What is there that we cannot find out? I sat in an underground plaza, turning that ore over and over in my fingers with a bitter smile on my face, saying to myself, how does a man forge a natal flying sword that is actually his own? And the ore moved in my hand. A needle of scorching heat went up the inside of my arm, along the meridian, and buried itself below my navel. Then a second one, freezing. I set the lizard to guard the plaza, sat down cross-legged, and absorbed a piece of ore exactly the way I would absorb an insect crystal, scorching. Then cool, then sharp, then something green and alive, then something old and heavy, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, arriving one after another and gathering below my navel into a sphere the size of a fingernail, turning slowly, and the stone in my hand went dull and cracked and finally came apart into powder that blew away between my fingers. So that is a natal flying sword. I pointed at the plaza wall. A line of white light left my fingertip and punched a pit into solid rock that I could not see the bottom of. A thought brought it back, into my hand, into me. It is not like carrying a weapon. It is like having another arm that happens to be made of light and lives under your navel. Although, and the system was very clear about this, it cannot be called a flying sword yet. It is a sword embryo. It has to eat an enormous quantity of the essence of the 5 elements before it becomes the real thing, and in the embryo state, it is fragile. And if the sword embryo is damaged, I take the injury myself, directly. Even so, that little unfinished thing hit harder than a silver longsword. Then I looked around at the walls of an alien mine that had been drifting through space for longer than my species has had language. The essence of the 5 elements is hard to find, I said out loud. But this is a mine. What ore is there that we cannot find here? And I emptied the entire storage ring onto the floor and started feeding it. The first thing I gave it was an ice crystal ore, which is a prized freezing material that any blacksmith on Earth would have wept over. It went to dust in under 10 minutes. The rest of the ore went the same way as the ice crystal, all of it. Every piece I had gathered in a week underground, tens of thousands of destiny points of material that I had specifically been saving to push Lin Hao's forging proficiency, fed piece by piece into a sphere the size of a fingernail sitting under my navel. It ate the lot in under an hour, and at the end of that hour, the sphere had changed shape. It was now a teardrop. That was the entire result, from a sphere to a teardrop. Then, 2 3-star rock-swallowing beasts came into the plaza, saw the elite in pieces on the floor, and stopped. One of them blinked several times, which I did not know they could do, apparently checking whether it was really seeing what it was seeing. Then both of them started saying, "Death, death, death," and came at me. I sent the lizard at one and kept the other for myself. Then I put 2 fingers together, the way you would if you were pretending your hand was a sword, and flicked them forward. A white afterimage came off my fingertips. It was over 10 meters long, and it had the shape of a narrow longsword, and it went in through the left shoulder of a 3-star monster and came out at the base of its right leg and buried itself in the stone floor beyond. The rock-swallowing beast slid apart into 2 pieces, and that, I said out loud, in an empty plaza, was a basic attack. Not a skill, no energy cost worth mentioning. A flick of 2 fingers and a 3-star monster instantly in 2 parts. I called the lizard off the one it had pinned. It came over, looked at the 2 halves, and then looked at me, and I have spent enough time with animals to know exactly what was in that look. I heard voices in the tunnel a day later. A team, complaining about a 3-star that threw rocks, and somebody saying, "Do not worry, Brother Yang's fireball will handle it." I turned around. Chen Jianhua. He was in a Doomsday Ark hooded robe now. Beside him, still with the 90% attribute reduction hanging off them, were the 2 men who had been taxing my gate because the Ark's leadership sent punished members out to farm monsters and shorten their sentences. 6 of them. A captain called Su Tao, 3-star, twin swords, an agile build. An archer. A healer called Du Chen, Jianhua, and the 2 from the gate. "Kid," said one of the gatemen, "you tricked us last time, and here we are again." Surprised? And I know what Chen Jianhua was thinking at that exact moment, because he said it out loud to himself, and there was nobody else it could have been for. There are 6 of us, and the captain is 3-star. If I perform well here, I will definitely make full member. He knew what throwing that fireball meant. He knew there was nothing on the other side of it. He looked at a man he had lived 2 doors down from for 2 years, and he threw it anyway, for a membership badge. The lizard went at Su Tao and took a third of him off in the first exchange. Jianhua's fireballs kept landing on the lizard over and over until Su Tao screamed at him to hit the master instead of the pet. I put 3 strikes into one of the gatemen and left him at near death. Then I pointed my left hand at the archer. The sword embryo went through his forehead and out the back of his skull, turned in the air, and came back down through him again on the way home. And then the man I had left at near death came apart from the inside as the delayed detonation went off. 2, in one breath. A fireball took me in the back for a third of my health. I turned around and looked at Chen Jianhua, and I did not say anything, and whatever was on my face made the healer break. "Demon!" Du Chen was screaming, running. "Devil! He is a devil!" The sword turned a corner in the air. It opened his back, and then it took him while a healing spell was still forming in his palm. The last gateman died beside his friend's body, and his friend's eyes were open, and his head had tipped over toward him, and I have wondered since whether the last thing that man saw was a question. "We are from the Doomsday Ark Alliance," said Su Tao, backing up with both swords out. "Kill us, and the Alliance will put you on a list. Why not call this off?" I laughed at him, and it was not a nice laugh, and it was not really aimed at him. In my first life, a Doomsday Arc squad leader hunted me for 4 months. When I finally got a chance to make it stop, I paid him a gold quality item, which at the time was more than everything else I owned put together, and we shook hands on it. He ambushed me 27 days later. Lin, said a voice. Lin Chen. Chen Zhenhua had his hands up. I am Chen Zhenhua. We are neighbors. We live in the same building. Have you forgotten? I bought you a meal last time. Do you remember? I bought you a meal. I pointed my left hand at him. Cut. He ran. I want to give him that much. He did not beg twice. He turned and ran, and a man cannot outrun a flying sword, and I do not believe he thought he could. It took him from behind, at the neck, and the system registered it as a critical, and his health went from full to nothing between one step and the next. He lay on his side on the floor of an alien mine with tears coming out of his eyes, and he said, "If I had known, I would have." He did not finish it. I stood there and waited to feel something enormous. 10 years. Every hardship the first time round had a little door on the front of it with this man's name written on the frame, and I had been carrying him around since I woke up on that train. What I actually felt was relief. Quiet, ordinary relief, like putting down something heavy you have been holding so long you forgot your arm was tired. The lizard bit Su Tao across the head and shook him, and then swatted him into a stone pillar hard enough that the pillar came down on top of him, and the only part of him still visible afterward was one arm. He dropped the hunting ring. Silver. 3 agility, 2 stamina, and a 15% chance to ignore armor entirely. You only get 1 ring per hand, so it went on the left, next to the storage ring. And the sword embryo came back into me noticeably faster than it had gone out. There was something in it when it arrived. Something light. Something that felt, if I am honest, quite a lot like a dog that has enjoyed itself. I told myself I imagined that. Blackwater Swamp was crowded when I came out of the mine. Everybody in the province was hunting for Sacrificial Village by then. A man in plate armor with a silver knight's shield hailed me, and then his face went the color of paper and he shouted, "Run, brother! There is a monster behind you!" The giant lizard beast had come out to full size behind my shoulder and was looking at him with an expression of complete innocence. "Do not be afraid," I said. "That is my pet." "You have a 3-star pet," he said, in the voice of a man revising his day. Ye Shoujun, a lone wolf who had been circling that swamp for 3 days, looking for a village. I told him about the mine, because he had shouted a warning at a stranger instead of running, and that buys you something from me. Then 5 people came out of the bushes at speed with a swamp alligator beast behind them, 5 meters of 3-star elite, and instead of running toward me, which would have dumped the whole thing in my lap and let them get away, they changed direction to go around me. Nobody does that. In my first life, almost nobody ever did that. I put the lizard on it and joined in. Flying sword and swift thrust together, which I had not tried before. 3 strikes so close that they left 3 overlapping afterimages, and the detonation flipped 5 meters of alligator onto its back so the lizard could open it up. Then the alligator bit down on the sword light itself. Its teeth loosened in its head and it started bleeding out of the mouth, and at the same instant I coughed and lost 1/3 of my health, standing 8 meters away and touching nothing. That is the price. That thing is not a weapon I carry. It is the root of everything I am going to become. And when it is hurt, I am hurt, directly, with no armor in between. What came back down the connection was exhaustion, and something that felt a great deal like being told off. So I pulled it in, fed it my own energy until it settled, and then I fought the way I should have fought from the start. Never close, never trade, circle, and let 400 kilos of poison-breathing reptile do the unpleasant work, and take the tail off at the root when it finally overcommitted. For the record on that contract, since I had a moment to read it properly, if the pet dies, I lose what the contract cost me. If I die, the pet is destroyed at the level of its soul, no matter how strong it has become by then. It is not a partnership. That is what it is. The 5 of them did not leave. They came over and offered to heal my lizard, and their healer put 150 into it instantly, and then a green channel that ran another 500 over time. Lin Fan, Xiao Kai, He Bing, and 2 more. All 5 of them had SR-level talents. Last time round, these people founded the famous independent squad outside Linhai. 5 members, no affiliation, every one of them individually strong enough to be somebody's captain, and they refused every organization that ever asked. They were figures I looked up at from a very long way down, and any one of them could have finished me without putting a drink down. And this afternoon, they had been running from a monster I had just killed on my own. In your past lives, I thought, watching them work on my pet, you were up there under the stars, and I was an ant looking up. In this one, you should probably get used to looking the other way. Lin Fan warned me off Blackwater Lake on my way out. It is full of 3-star monsters, he said. We only just got out of there. which is exactly where I was going, so I waved and walked toward it. He told his team afterward, and one of them repeated it to me years later, that a man that strong was worth healing a lizard for, and that maybe they could recruit me down the line. If I had heard him say it, I would have told him not to bother. I am never handing my life to anybody's team again. Blackwater Lake looked dead. The surface of it was black the way ink is black, with no light coming back off it at all, and in the middle there was an island that was not really an island. It was a ring of peaks standing in the water like a wall somebody had built around something. There were dozens of alligator beasts on the shore, and underneath the surface something much larger was moving. I needed that shore clear to get into the water, so I sent the giant lizard beast in first. I knew what that was. Let me not dress it up. An elite has a very good chance of dying if enough ordinary monsters of its own tier surround it, and there were dozens. I watched it go down the bank with its head up, and I thought, 1 3-star elite pet in exchange for sacrificial village is a price worth paying, and I slid into the black water behind it while it was still roaring. There was a moment where I did not enjoy myself very much. Under the surface it was completely dark, and the bottom was covered in fist-sized rocks. I stepped on one that was soft, and it turned out to be a lake clam, 2-star, wearing a shell harder than same-tier insect armor. It took me an embarrassingly long time to open, and inside it there was a blue pearl, which raises forging and alchemy success by 2%, and which almost nobody on Earth has ever seen. Then a blade of compressed water carved a groove in the rock wall next to my head. 10 meters away in the black, there was a shadow, and the shadow was 20 meters long. An eastern dragon's head, no horns. 3-star, and Lord level, which is the rank above elite and is the thing that fought an entire castle of undead and won. Just looking at it from that distance made every muscle in my back want to be somewhere else, and I have stood in front of 6-star creatures. It was not interested in me. It was swimming toward the noise on the shore, toward the fight I had started, and then the notification came up. Your combat partner has died. It did not last very long at all. I got to the base of the peaks and started climbing, cutting handholds where there were none, and about 15 meters up a rock the size of my fist came away in my hand. Behind it there was a hole, and inside the hole there was gold light. That is a treasure trove, not a chest. A trove is loose, unpackaged treasure tucked under a rock or in a hollow tree or behind a loose brick, and there is no glow to guide you to it and no way to look for them systematically. You find them by being the sort of person who grabs a rock that comes loose and then looks at the hole instead of the drop. Inside was a skill card called the Sword Cannon. Passive. Converts your energy into sword essence true chi at 10-1. Every sword skill fueled by it does 50% more damage and gets 30% more effect, plus a chance at armor penetration, at rip, and at execute. Let me explain what a conversion card actually is, since almost nobody had one that early. Everybody starts with the same blue energy bar. Generic fuel, and every class eventually has to find a card that converts that fuel into its own specific kind. Mana for mages, battle aura for warriors, internal energy for the martial artists, divine power for priests. Until you do, you are running an engine on the wrong grade of petrol. Sword Essence True Chi is not one of the common ones, it is one of the high-end conversions. 3000 energy became just over 300, and those 300 hit harder than the 3000 ever had. If I had held a card like that at the peak of 6-star, I said, out loud, in a hole in a rock, I would not have died in that abyss. Using it was not pleasant. Dense text poured into my head all at once, more than I could read, and when it stopped, I felt like a man who had been cultivating for several years and had just remembered all of it. Then the energy started moving through my meridians, and it went through them like a small knife being scraped along the inside of a pipe, and every full circuit condensed exactly 1 silver droplet. I coughed a fine mist that vaporized before it hit the rock. The blue bar went silver and dropped to 1/10 of its length. And when I stood up, I felt like a sword that has just been sharpened and is being drawn. I pointed at a neighboring peak to test it. A 6-foot blade of light left my hand and took the top off that peak. Not cracked it. Took the summit apart into rubble that went down the far slope for 30 seconds, 10 times what I had before. And then something happened that frightened me more than the dragon had. Standing on that ridge with a silver bar and a mountaintop in pieces, I genuinely wanted to go back down to the lake and fight the dragon. Not as a plan, as an appetite. That is what happens when power arrives faster than the mind that has to hold it. There is a version of me that keeps going up that curve and stops being a person and becomes a thing that only knows how to look for the next fight, and every single one of them ends the same way. I caught it, I stood there and made myself catch it, and I came out of that in a cold sweat. Then I had to get down. The outer face of those peaks is climbable. The inner face is not. It is smooth all the way round, like the inside of a well, and the drop is not survivable by anything sensible. So I jumped and dragged my silver longsword down the rock to break. 30 meters of that, and the sword started crying, this thin ringing noise, and cracks opened along the spine. 10 more meters and it snapped, and I was falling with 20 centimeters of blade in my fist. The embryo caught me 3 times. 3 breaking pulses, each one eating a third of my true ki. And about 1 second above the ground, out of true ki and out of options, I had an idea. Swift thrust, straight forward, into nothing. The technique yanked me along its own line and turned a fall into a lunge, and I hit the floor of that valley running and lost exactly 0 health. I stood up holding the stump of the only silver-grade longsword I have ever owned. Now let me tell you what Sacrificial Village actually is, because I had come a long way for it. It is a demi-plane, like Nua Village, but its value is not the land. At the center of Sacrificial Village, there is an altar, and that altar is a passage to another world, and it is the only such passage the will of the earth can use before she grows strong enough to make her own. In my first life, the Doomsday Ark took that altar and used it to open the door from the wrong side. What came through was an invitation to an invasion, and it turned the Ark into the most hated organization on this planet and cost my country its standing for years. I came around the last ruined wall expecting a guardian. What I found was a waist-high broken fence, 3 collapsed thatched huts, an abandoned vegetable patch with something still growing in it, a stone altar about 3 meters across, and a tablet with 4 characters on it, worn past reading. Nothing else. Nothing alive at all. There is really no guardian, I said. I said it twice. The system sounded surprised as well, and I do not think I imagined that. Inspection complete. There are no occupants in this village. Do you wish to occupy it? I kept this one. Nua Village is going to be the first capital city on this planet, and handing over a second camp would have been a decoration on something already decided, and in any case, my actual objective was never to own Sacrificial Village. It was to make sure the Doomsday Ark never did. Even if I left it abandoned and empty forever, that was 100 times better than the alternative. Occupy, I said. A pale blue wave went out from the altar and rolled across the village, then the plain, then up the ring of mountains and over the top of them. Sacrificial Village has been occupied. Current owner, Lin Chen, Level 1 Village. To reach Level 2, I would need a village office, 10 residences, a blacksmith, a destiny shop, 100 residents, and 10,000 destiny points. I read that list twice and got a headache. Then I went and looked at the altar properly. It was not Chinese and it was not modern. White granite, carved in something like an 18th century European style, under about 1,000 years of dust and dead leaves, and the writing around the rim was a script I did not know at all, something in the general family of very old Hebrew. I put my hand on it. You own 100% of this altar and may activate all of its functions. Warning. Activating this altar will lead to unknown dangers. It said that 3 times. Do not activate, I said. The light dimmed. And then the entire altar shook itself hard once, and every scrap of soil and every dead leaf and 1,000 years of dust came off it and lay on the ground around it in a ring, and it stood there white and clean as if it had been finished that morning. That is what it does when I decline. And on the top platform, revealed by that, was a single page, the sacrifice title page, the second fragment of the Book of the Universe. 5 points to every attribute per star level, 5 resistance, 300 energy, 25% spell defense, and 1 skill, Sacrifice Art. You give up an item of black iron grade or better, and the altar opens a call to creatures across the universe of matching value, and if one of them consents, you may summon it to your plane. The stronger it is, the shorter it stays. There was a line of warning text under it that I read 4 times and then wrote down. Some cosmic creatures are skilled in the use of language to charm. I put it in the backpack next to the page of guardianship, and both of them lit up dark gold at once and stayed lit for several seconds. And I have never been able to describe the feeling except to say that it was like watching 2 people recognize each other across a room. Then I mapped the whole village, and under the little pond on the east side, the one whose water was completely clear where the lake outside was ink, I found a passage. It ran under the mountains and out into Blackwater Lake. The pond had a name already, Sweetwater Lake, and that passage, not the cliff I had nearly died coming down, was the actual front door. My communicator went while I was still standing on the altar. Lin lay, at a volume that made me hold it away from my ear. Get over here fast, we are fighting those frauds from the Doomsday Ark. He gave me coordinates. 10 minutes away, if I went out through the water passage. I would like to record that this was an awkward moment. Thunder Marshal Hall had sent me into Blackwater Swamp to find Sacrificial Village for them. I had found it about 40 minutes ago and become its village chief. I set the portal permissions on my way out and swam into the black, and the dragon was waiting in the passage mouth. I backed off 10 meters and got ready to spend everything I had. It did not attack. So I looked at it properly for the first time from below, which is the correct angle for a thing like that. 20 meters long and 3 meters around, scales the size of wash basins with a metallic sheen on them, 3 toes on each foot and claws like curved daggers, a thin mist that turned slowly around it in the water. and on its head, where a full dragon has horns, 2 bumps about the size of my fist. I used insight, which was brave of me. Blackwater Jiaolong beast. Status: friendly. Friendly. I had met that thing twice in one day. The first time it was on its way to eat my pet. The second time it was reading as friendly, and exactly one thing had changed in between, which is that I had become the village chief. Every buildable village has a guardian. Nuwa Village's guardian was the hive in the woods, and I had come into Sacrificial Village over the top of a mountain, down the inside of a well, on a silver longsword I destroyed doing it, which meant I had walked in the back window and never met the thing standing at the front door. I swam up and put my hand on it. Cold, hard, absolutely enormous. It grunted, shrugged its shoulder to get me off, went and coiled at the entrance and closed its eyes with the general air of a cat being asked to be photographed. I found out much later from somebody who saw it from the shore that when I swam away, it opened its eyes and watched my back the whole way, and that its mouth curled up at the corners into something that looked disturbingly like a human smile. So now I understood my first life completely. Death, Ancient Castle, and this dragon fought each other to the death. The Ark walked in afterward and took the wounded dragon, the black dragon essence, and the village, all 3, off the table. This time, the castle dies first, and I no longer wanted 3 drops of anything. I wanted to raise this hornless one into an actual black dragon. Lin Lei fights the way he talks. 2 meters of man in metal armor with a spiked club the size of a fence post, hitting things so hard that the things came apart, moving through a crowd like a tyrannosaurus that has been told about grudges. An assassin tried him with stealth so sloppy that I could see the distortion from 40 meters, and Lin Lei's club rolled the 2% shatter proc and took the man's entire left arm off at the shoulder. "Hey, grandson," Lin Lei shouted at him, delighted. 2%. My weapon procs 2%. Can you believe your luck? The one-armed man did not make a sound. He drank a potion and came back at him. I will give the Doomsday Ark that much. Their people do not run easily. 50 Thunder Elites were fighting several times their number. There was a conjured storm cloud dropping lightning into groups of a dozen. There was an axeman of about 2 meters whose whirlwind slash scattered people like bowling pins. And every single Thunderman on that shore was surrounded and being worn down by arithmetic. Their leader wore a black robe with the hood up and carried a bone staff burning with green fire, and Lin Lei was calling him Big Dog Eyes, which turned out to be more accurate than an insult should be. "Hall Master Lin," he said, "withdraw your people now, and I might let you leave. Promise me Thunder Marshal Hall will never come near Blackwater Lake again, and I will release all of you." He was not being merciful. Wiping out 50 Thunder Elites would have brought Thunder's headquarters down on the Ark, and he did not want that bill. Lin Lei stood there going red, sweating, looking back over his shoulder at his own people who were gritting their teeth and looking at the ground. He started to say. Flying sword. Slash. A 6-foot blade of light went through that crowd at chest height. Several men at full health dropped straight to near death from the shockwave alone, without being touched. Flying sword, spin, at waist height, through the ones who had ducked the first one. Then I put swift thrust into a full plate defensive warrior, the kind of man an entire squad forms up behind, and his plate handled it like cardboard, and the detonation went off inside it. Then fine range swordplay, straight through the middle of them, which from the outside apparently looks like a silver snake going through a crowd. Reinforcements, somebody screamed, and the Doomsday Ark line came apart. What I did not mention at the time is that those few attacks had emptied my true Kui almost completely. "Master," I said, strolling up to Lin Lei with my hands loose. "Quite a party." "You brat," he said. "Where have you been?" Their leader pushed his hood back, which I appreciated, because I wanted to see him. There was no flesh on that head, skin directly over bone, and a left eye that was ordinary, and a right eye a full size larger than it should have been with a brown-red pupil in it. Then he played his trump card, Evil Spirit Impact. The green fire on his staff erupted 2 meters into the air, and a phantom skeleton soldier came out of it at me, and I felt it hit my soul rather than my body. One figure, and for a second, I was standing in the middle of a battlefield with the noise of 1,000 of them around me. Absolute defense. The bone knife came down and rang off golden light like a hammer off a bell. The skeleton stood there for a moment looking in at me through the shield with its empty sockets, and there was something in the way it held its head that I can only describe as regret. Then, it came apart. "It withstood my evil spirit attack," said the black-robed man, in a voice that had gone thin. "That skill damages the soul directly. Almost nothing on this planet at that time could resist it, which meant it had worked every single time he had ever used it, on everyone. It is only polite to reciprocate," I said, "so now you get to try mine." A fingernail of light came off my hand and opened out into 6 feet of blade. He threw up 3 bone shields, one behind another. "Those are comparable to silver quality shields," he shouted, and I could hear relief in it. "However strong you are, you cannot possibly break through." The swordlight went through all 3 of them the way a hot knife goes through butter, cut his bone staff in half, put out the green flame with a sound like a bottle opening, burned out every protective item on his body that had a trigger condition, and threw him 4 meters with a chest wound worth half his health. Then I quietly asked Lin Lei to pull back. He was so busy staring at where the sword light had gone that I had to say it twice. We withdrew toward Blackwater Lake, and the Doomsday Ark watched us go and did not follow, because they had just watched 3 silver-grade shields fail at once, and nobody wanted to be the man who tested it again. Lin Chen, Lin Lei said. Once we were in the reeds, I did not know. I did not know you were like this. I may have to hand you the branch. Here is the truth of that dignified withdrawal. I was empty, completely. I can control the flying sword out to about 10 meters comfortably, and past that the cost climbs like a wall, and I had spent everything on one theatrical strike. 3 moves and I was done, like a man in an old story who only ever had 3 axe swings in him. Then I sent Lin Lei an invitation. Lin Chen, village chief of Sacrificial Village, invites you to become a resident. The village chief, Lin Lei said, of Sacrificial Village. He said it in the voice people use for ghosts. Every major force in the province had been dragging that swamp like a net for 2 weeks. The Doomsday Ark had camped on the lake for days, and one man had walked over the mountains and taken it in an afternoon, and then come to help him with a sword fight. I made him deputy village chief so that he could enroll the other 49 himself, and then I put my mouth next to his ear and told him what we were going to do. The Ark's scouts reported that we had retreated into the lake, and their leader did not believe the obvious reading for 1 second. They did not jump in to drown themselves, he said. Lin Lei had already softened. He was about to accept my terms. And then that young man arrived and the entire posture changed. Could it be, he said, that they have found the entrance to Sacrificial Village? His organization had known the village was somewhere on that island for days. The scout who found it had sold that information to 3 other factions as well, because scouts have to eat. Get after them, he said. Sacrificial Village is ours. Several hundred men went into the black water. At the portal, he put his hand on the stone and got the same menu I had. This is the entrance to Sacrificial Village. Only residents may pass freely. 1. Abandon entry. 2. Force entry. 3. Declare war and seize control. Option 3. For a high priest acting without consulting his archbishop is a personal death sentence regardless of the outcome. Force our way in, he said. The gate turned from white to red. Forced entry will incur the hostility of Sacrificial Village. Force your way in, he roared. And behind several hundred men in a lightless lake, something roared back. The black dragon had come around them in a wide circle while they were reading the menu. It was between them and the surface, and both of its eyes were lit like lanterns, and insight was not necessary to read the expression on it, which was excitement. 3-star, somebody screamed. Lord Monster, run! Everything they had rebuilt in the last 20 minutes evaporated at once. Arrows of ice came out of the dark and went through the men who were swimming. Then the dragon roared, and the roar was visible in the water, an expanding ring, and everybody inside it stopped moving, and enormous damage numbers came up over them, and some of them simply stopped being there. Then white crystals spread out from its body across the water, and everything they touched froze, and several hundred men became lumps of ice floating in a black lake in the dark. And the dragon swam from one to the next with its jaws open. I am not going to describe that further. The dragon ate for a while. That is all you need. After 20-odd of them, the rest of the ice shattered at once, and the survivors clawed for the shore without even trying to clear their frozen status. Their leader stopped in the water and turned around. Impossible, he was saying. Impossible. It is mine. It should be mine. And then, and I want you to hear this exactly as he said it, if I cannot have it, none of you can either. He put both hands flat on the portal. I declare war, he shouted, on behalf of the Doomsday Ark Alliance. Up until that instant the dragon had been playing with them, the way a big animal plays with something small. The moment he said the word war, it stopped playing. It came at him faster than it had moved all night, took him out of the water in its jaws, and shook him the way a terrier shakes a rat. And then it went on hunting the pieces until there were none left worth hunting. Inside, 50 Thunder Elites surfaced in Sweetwater Lake, coughing. I almost drowned, said somebody, hanging on the bank. The passage is 15 minutes underwater with no air pocket in it. Most of them were only alive because 3-star bodies do not need to breathe as often as ours used to. Lin Chen, you absolute brat, Lin Lei said, lying on his back in the shallows. Why did you not mention how far it was? My mistake, I said. I am new to being a village chief. I am still learning the property. Which was true, and which was also me covering for the fact that I had completely forgotten, and also for the fact that I had just discovered from the village menu that the chief can drain or flood that passage at will. I put that away for later. It became important. Then the notifications started stacking up in my vision, and only in mine. The Blackwater Jiaolong beast, guardian beast of the village, has killed Earth-chosen Chen Jiang. You have gained 2 combat merit points. Then another name. Then another. Then a column of them, scrolling faster than I could read. In 10 years of my first life, I killed at least 100 people, in wars and ambushes, and a few things I do not discuss. And I never once earned a single point of combat merit, because I had never owned a place worth defending. And then the formal event landed. Wu Shen, representing the Doomsday Ark Alliance, has declared war on Sacrificial Village. Select the commencement time. 30 minutes, 6 hours, or 3 days. Duration, 3 hours. The attacker wins by capturing the village chief's office. 30 minutes, I said without hesitating, because gathering an army takes time, and I already had 50 elites standing inside my walls. Elsewhere, at the same moment, the Doomsday Ark's other 2 high priests, both bishops and the archbishop himself, received the identical notification, and none of them had the faintest idea what it meant. They had been searching for that village for a fortnight, and now they were formally at war with it. And then the second piece of news reached them, which is that High Priest Wu Shen was dead. The dragon killed over 300 of them in that passage, 1,100 combat merit points, and 2,000 more for the war itself, and I had not personally lifted my sword once. Lin Lei enrolled 100 Thunder Fighters as residents inside the hour, and then he came and found me with his hands behind his back. Lin Chen, he said, a level 1 village holds too few people. We have over 500, then let us upgrade it, I said. And his face did something complicated, and I watched him work out in real time exactly what he had walked into. Upgrading a camp is a bottomless hole. It eats resources at a rate that makes an organization sweat, and every single one of those resources would be thunders, poured into a village owned 100% by a young man who had joined them 3 weeks ago. So he asked me straight, which I respected. Are you willing to sell Sacrificial Village? Name any price. I will not haggle with you. I thought about it for a long time. I want you to know that I liked Lin Lei. He sponsored 50,000 contribution points out of his own account for a stranger and never mentioned it again. If it had been an ordinary village, I would have handed him the deed for free. I am sorry, I said. Ownership of Sacrificial Village stays 100% in my hands, because of the altar, because there is a door in the middle of that village that opens onto other worlds, and there is exactly one organization I trust with a door like that, and she is not a person. If I die, it goes to the will of the earth. It does not go to anybody with a surname. How could you possibly develop it alone, he said. Even if this place stays a level 1 village forever, I said, it stays mine. You cannot protect it by yourself. And I smiled at him, because there was a dragon coiled at the front gate and there was nothing within 200 kilometers of Linhai that could get past it. The war never came. The Doomsday Ark's leadership never organized anything at all, because a dying man's declaration of war is not a strategy, and they still did not know where the village was. 2 hours later, Sacrificial Village won by default. 2,000 more merit points. Then Thunder's senior people came through the water. He Jinxing came up out of Sweetwater Lake with his white hair flat to his head and did not bother to wipe his face. Hall Master Lin, he said, what is going on here? And when Lin Lei explained it, he said loudly, without once turning to look at me, is Lin Chen not a member of Thunder Martial Hall? Why has he not transferred ownership to you? Do you understand how headquarters will react if the Linhai branch is the first to hold a camp? I nearly laughed out of pure temper. Everything you offered me, I said, was the price of joining Thunder Martial Hall. What does any of it have to do with Sacrificial Village? I took this place myself, alone, with nothing of yours. Does joining a martial arts school mean that any treasure I ever find belongs to the school the moment the school wants it? Lin Lei said nothing. Ding Shui said nothing. And their silence was the entire answer, and everybody standing in that valley heard it. Thunder's own written rules say that a member's chance finds are his own. Everybody knew the rule. The trouble is that Sacrificial Village is worth so far beyond what a rule about a few pieces of equipment was ever written to cover, and if it went up to headquarters, the Linhai branch would end up with nothing but a commendation, so I stripped them. The village chief of Sacrificial Village has removed you from the position of deputy village chief. You will be expelled in 5 seconds, 100 times in a row. If you are so capable, I said, come and take it. He Jinxing actually raised his hand. White light took every Thunderman in that valley and put them out through the portal at the bottom of Blackwater Lake. I heard from somebody who was down there what happened next. Do you really think we would not dare declare war? One of the headquarters men was saying, treading water. He is one person. We have over 100. One of us could finish him. And the 40 or 50 men whose lives I had saved that morning said absolutely nothing. Then the hairs went up on the back of He Jinxing's neck, and he turned around slowly in black water, and the dragon was there. Swamp Dragon, somebody said. That is a 3-star lord. Lord level, said another. No wonder he was happy to lead the Doomsday Ark down here. And a third one, quietly, said the sentence that ended the conversation. It is not up to us anymore whether we do what we like. It is up to whether Lin Chen wants us alive. 100 men backed away from a shape in the dark without turning their backs on it, and every single one of them still remembers what that was like. I stood in my own empty village afterward and said out loud that even if I trained myself for another 10 years, I would still be exactly this person, and I could not change it. It was precisely this inability to bend even slightly, that made my first life as miserable as it was and nearly killed me on 4 separate occasions. Too late to regret it now. The village office needed 100 stone, 150 timber, and 1,000 destiny points, none of which I had because I had spent everything and my ring was empty and there was no one to gather with. And then I noticed a line of light gray text under the requirements, so faint it was almost part of the background. Construction may alternatively require 200 war merit points. Rebuild, I said. Bricks and logs came out of the air. An invisible pair of hands assembled them in front of me in about 40 seconds, and there was a house standing where there had been a patch of weeds. I never knew you could do that, I said. 2 months of work for a team of dozens, paid for out of what a dragon did to a crowd in a tunnel. The entire level 1 building set cost me 800 merits. The upgrade to level 2 was better than the buildings. The village grew, the flat land around it grew, Sweetwater Lake widened and filled itself with fish, and the ring of mountains got taller. That had been keeping me up. A wall you can climb is a suggestion, and I had personally climbed that wall a few days earlier. Now it was growing with the settlement. Level 2 to level 3 cost 2,100 merits. 3 to township costs 5,000, and looking at that number, I understood that a real siege, an actual defended camp battle, is the only thing that generates that kind of income. I thought 3,000 merits would take me a long way, I said, to nobody. It bought me 2 ranks. At level 3, the highest peak in that ring stood over 260 meters, sheer, and nobody was climbing it without specialist equipment. Then I found the Guardian Beast's Nest, which is a level 3 building and the only one on the entire list that eats ore. 150 stone, 200 wood, 100 bronze ore, 120 tin. All of which I had because those are exactly the low-grade ores my sword embryo had turned its nose up at, plus 160 merits. A platform in a cave opened in the sheer rock face directly above Sweetwater Lake. And the dragon came out of that lake like something being fired, went up 200 meters of vertical rock, landed on the platform, and roared. Whatever a dragon's presence is, it came off that ledge and rolled down over the whole valley, and I stood in the middle of my own village with the hair up on my arms and grinned like an idiot. From up there, it can watch Sweetwater Lake, which is the true entrance, and it can see anybody coming over the mountains, which is the false one. I thought about bringing Lin Hao out here and decided against it. There is nobody in that valley for a 19-year-old to talk to, and there are 3-star monsters outside the door. Let him stay in Nuwa Village. I drained the passage on my way out, which I could now do at will, and went hunting the undead. And halfway across the swamp, the entire sky turned silver. A single bolt of lightning from the eastern horizon to the western one, and it did not go out. It hung there, motionless, branching and branching again like a tree laid on its side across the whole sky for about 11 seconds. Another race, I said. The beast demon race. They are not the strongest thing that ever came here. They are not close. They are the ones that hurt us most, and by a distance, and I include the Void Zerg who killed several 100 million people in their first week, because the beast demons do not fight us. They wake things up. They can walk up to any animal on this planet and switch its mind on. Some of the ones they wake call themselves beast demons and go with them. And some of them stand up, look around, and say that Earth is their homeworld too, and call themselves the demon race, and the will of the Earth grants them exactly the same rights as us. That is the day humanity stopped being the only thinking species on this planet. Not conquered, outvoted. Last time there were 10 demon gods by the end. I met one of them. She was a 3-tailed cat demon called Du Xiaolin, and we met in a secret realm because we both wanted the same object, and were both prepared to fight over it. And then something considerably worse than either of us came around the corner, and we had to stop. We were friends for 2 years. She died pulling something off me. I was on the ground and the scorpion demon had me, and she went in and got its attention instead, and the last thing I saw of her was her hanging off that tail looking at me. She is out there somewhere right now, I said, out loud in a swamp, on 4 legs with no idea at all what she is going to be. The undead field beyond the swamp is a cemetery of a size that does not make sense. Broken tombstones and fallen ones, over black ground, out to the horizon in 3 directions. And there is something under every single stone. Until it comes out, you have no way of knowing whether the tombstone you are standing on has an ordinary skeleton soldier under it or a death knight. There is a skeletal mammoth wandering around in there, 3-star elite, 4,300 health, and I gave it a very wide berth. Undead drop no crystals at all, which sounds terrible until you learn that they drop a treasure chest of fate roughly every 3 or 4 kills, and those chests hold silver and gold 3-star equipment. I got the first gold weapon of either of my lives out there, Blade of Greed. 132 to 165 damage, 8 strength, 7 agility, 11 constitution, lifesteal, and a 15% chance to proc a free strike. Completely the wrong shape for me, and I did not care even slightly, and I sat down on a tombstone and looked at it for a while. Later, I found the right shape. Mist Rain. Sword. Gold. 132 to 151. 12 agility, 10 spirit, crit, armor penetration, 12% attack speed, and a chance on hit to fill 3 meters around me with fog that cuts the target's attack speed by a quarter. That one, I said, is going to get along very well with fine rain swordplay. And then a girl came running through the graveyard screaming for help with about 40 undead behind her. She was not as tall as my waist, black cloth armor, and she was carrying a silver scythe twice her own height, which she had not dropped despite the fact that it was clearly slowing her down. She tripped over a bone. A skeletal arm came up out of the ground and got her ankle. She smashed it apart herself with the scythe without stopping. I saw the herbs scattered around where she fell and made a guess that she was an apothecary, which meant she was worth more to me than anything in that cemetery, and I charged in shouting, "Do not be afraid, I am coming," with a great deal of fine-range swordplay for effect, and she finished a chant. A 3-meter two-headed skeletal dog came up out of the ground beside her, 3-star, elite. It went through the pursuing undead like a car through a fence, swept the rest away, and then ate their soul fires one after another. And then it turned both of its heads and looked at me with 4 green flames and appeared extremely interested. Her own strength was 1 star. All of her summons are 3-star elites and their master is 1 star, I said, standing there with my sword up and my mouth open. This is not scientific. Little White, she said, come back. And the horror lay down and wagged a bone tail. Big brother, she said, bowing properly with both hands together. My name is Song Xuan. Thank you for saving me. I did not go any closer because there was a 3-meter skeletal dog looking at me, and she noticed that. That is the whole scene. That is why I am telling you about it. She watched a grown man with a gold sword decide not to come near her because of what she keeps, and something in her face folded up and put itself away, and she did not say anything about it. She put a small blue bottle down on the ground where I could reach it, gathered her herbs back into her bag, pulled her hood up, and walked off, and about 6 steps out she went semi-transparent. She had been the invisible thing collecting materials near me for the last hour. I had felt somebody and dismissed it. I picked up the bottle. Blazing Lin potion. Perfect quality. Stuns every undead within 3 meters for 3 seconds, and then does 150 damage a second for 15 seconds. Perfect quality is not something an apothecary decides to make. Even an expert cannot produce it on demand. It happens occasionally, and you keep it. That little girl was chased across a graveyard by 40 undead, I said, standing there holding it, and she did not use this. And then she gave it to me. If I get the chance, I said, I am giving this back to her. While I was in that graveyard, Thunder Marshal Hall was having a meeting about me. 3rd floor conference room. He jinxing at the head of the table with a face like weather. Hallmaster Lin, he said, you recruited the boy. Say something. If Deputy Master, he had not tried to take ownership by force in the first 10 seconds, said Lin Lei, without warmth. None of this would have happened. He jinxing came out of his chair and hit the table. Was I doing it for myself? This settlement we built with our own hands looks safe. Do you know how many of our people die every single day holding it? If we had a camp. He was not wrong. That is the thing about he jinxing that I have never been able to put down. Then Ding Shui spoke, and she was calm, which was worse for them. This has already gone through the whole community, she said. People are saying we are vampires. They are saying that a disciple who finds something valuable had better hide it, because if the school hears about it, the school will take it. Morale is on the floor and recruitment has stopped. And her face went red while she said it, because she had thought exactly what he jinxing had thought on the day, and she would not have said one word about any of it if it had worked. There was an old white-haired man from headquarters sitting to one side smoking who had not spoken. He said one sentence and the room went quiet. Then he pulled them. Lin Lei said, I abstain. Ding Shui said, declaring war is the simplest option available and also the most disastrous. Once it starts, every disciple we have will be watching to see whether the school eats one of its own. And even if we take Sacrificial Village, we will have set a precedent that we then have to live under. One of the headquarters men sat with his arms crossed and his eyes shut and said, call me if there is fighting. I do not involve myself in decisions. The other one laughed. Fight? Look at the world we are in. A safe camp that can be developed is worth more than anything else on this table. We can always have more disciples at a branch. What exactly are we afraid of? Ding Zhui did the arithmetic in her head and did not say it out loud. Every building in that settlement, every disciple in it, was hers and Lin Lei's and He Jinxing's, built over 8 weeks with their own hands and their own dead. The men from headquarters were carrying a suitcase each. If it worked, they would report the victory. If it did not, they would go home. The old man closed his eyes and thought about it for a while, and then opened them. Fight, he said. Lin Lei and Ding Shui looked at each other for about half a second and then looked away, and He Jinxing's whole face came up like a sunrise. I found out about all of that later. At the time I was busy meeting a graveyard ghoul. 3-star peak, 1740 health, 2 meters of hunched forward mass with arms that reach the ground, bone spurs an inch long coming out through the skin, and 2 red points where the eyes should be. My flying sword was doing 100 and change per pass, which is nothing. Its claw crit me for over 600. I got behind it and split the right shoulder blade open, which killed the arm. Then its other claw went into my neck and injected corpse poison, which cut my movement and attack speed by a quarter, my defense by 15%, and started taking 300 health off me every 10 seconds for the next half minute. I drank the antidote in the middle of a fight, which is not something you get to do twice. Then the gold short sword proxed its fog and slowed the thing down, and for a few seconds in the middle of all that I felt the sword in my hand stop being an object I was holding, and then it went berserk and shoulder charged me into a tombstone for 400, and the tombstone shattered, which woke the thing underneath it, and 2 graves over, the ground moved. So I burned a black iron longsword on sacrifice art for the first time in my life, standing between 2 graveyard ghouls with a third arriving. A list scrolled in front of me. Archmage Moore's Battle Servant. A peak 2-star sword and shield warrior, responds to your call. A native of the Broken Martial Planet, peak 1-star swordsman. The Royal Guards of the Kingdom of Dylan, 3-star sword dancers, respond as a group, about a dozen entries, and I sorted by strength, and the top line said 4-star. How, I said out loud, does a 4-star creature get interested in a 1-star black iron sword? There was no time to be clever about it. Call. A little girl walked out of the portal. She was wearing a robe that cost more than my village. Porcelain skin, sapphire eyes, high straight nose, lips with a faint purple in them, and long pointed ears. Wow, she said, looking around at a black graveyard under a black sky. Is this Earth? The environment here is genuinely terrible. The delight on her face curdled into disappointment while I watched. You are the one who summoned me, she said. Yes, I said. Yes. Before we get to know one another properly, could you possibly deal with those? What filthy creatures, she said. No wonder the environment is like this. 2 seconds of chanting, rings of pale blue ice blades erupted out of the ground in concentric circles across half that graveyard. All 3 ghouls went from full health to nothing in the time it takes to say it, and then froze solid, still standing, still in the exact postures they had been running in. There, she said, clapping the dust off her hands like a woman who has taken the bins out. She could have done that with 2 frost arrows. She spent an enormous amount of mana on an area spell because she felt like it. 1 minute and 30 seconds remain on the summoning duration, said the system. She frowned at the horizon. I thought Earth was supposed to be a beautiful planet, she said. It turns out to be a graveyard. This is really very disappointing. And she walked back into the portal. I stood in a ring of blue icicles between 3 frozen statues and thought about my life. Even at 6-star, in my first life, I would not have lasted long against that magic. And there was the lesson, and it is worth more than the loot was. The sacrifice does not summon somebody who wants your item. It summons somebody who is interested. She was not interested in a black iron longsword. She wanted to see what Earth looked like. Lin Hao called me 2 days later, and he was so excited that I had to ask him twice. Boss, he said, I am officially a blacksmith, not an apprentice, a blacksmith. He had been frozen out of every quest for 2 months, told he was worthless in front of crowds, kicked in the road and thrown away, and the very first person he thought to call was me, which I am not going to pretend did not do something to me. My success rate has gone up another 5%, he said, and boss, my breakthrough piece mutated. It is a gold grade 1-star longsword with the stats of a 2-star gold weapon. Then he said the sentence that changed my finances forever. Boss, there are a few plots of land and some houses for sale in Nuwa Village. Sorry, Nuwa Town. I was thinking we might buy one and open a weapons shop. I put my hand over my face. The first time round I was a man who woke up every morning genuinely uncertain about the evening. Property was something other people had. The concept of buying real estate inside a camp had never once entered my head in 10 years. Nuwa Town is going to become the first capital city on this planet. And right now, there must be a dozen powerful organizations standing at the edge of that decision with their hands in their pockets, waiting. Your reminder, I said, came at exactly the right time. Behind me in the cemetery, quietly, a brand new tombstone pushed itself up out of the black soil and aged 400 years in about 6 seconds, and something underneath it started growling. I did not hear it. I was already walking. Nuwa Town had a wall over 2 meters high now, brick and stone, and houses inside it that deserved the word luxurious. The streets were full of 2 kinds of people, 1-star hunters with gear, walking fast, talking loudly, and ordinary people, thin, sitting where they could, with the specific expression of somebody who has run out of ideas. Lin Hao was pacing outside the blacksmith's when I got there, and he was not celebrating. "Boss," he said, "when my success rate comes out, they will let me go. I know they will. And then, with real venom, if it were not for this talent and all the resources it eats, I would already be a forging expert by now. Keep the gold sword," I told him, "not to sell, to carry." At the auction house, I found what I expected, which was herbs and low ore and almost nothing above black iron. I bought over 10,000 points of forging material for Lin Hao and listed my own pile. A 2-star bronze gauntlet sold at fixed price before I finished posting the rest. By the time I reached the 3rd page, a heavy-set boy at the terminal next to me was shouting into his communicator, "Xiao Yu, get to the auction house. 2-star and 3-star gear just went up, and there is silver and gold in there. 20,000 destiny points in 10 minutes. That is not because I am clever. It is because nobody else on this planet was killing 3-star elites alone, and the teams that could were consuming everything they dropped internally." Then a new listing appeared while I was standing there. Heavenly Crystal Ore, Quality 87, chance to raise a forged item's grade by 1. Attribute, 5 elements, starting bid 1,000, buy it now for 6,000. In my first life, ore of that class started at 100,000, never exceeded quality 30, and never once in 10 years carried the words 5 elements. I hit buy it now so fast I think I bruised the terminal. Behind me somebody swore, a man in leather armor, a thief build, saying, "Damn it, that thing was a treasure, I sold it for 6,000, what a loss." And then he started going along the row looking at faces. I stood there reading the listings with the expression of a man who does not know what money is until he gave up and followed somebody else out. The town office had 2 spirits at the door in armor with halberds, and they saluted me as I came up the steps. Those are the will of the Earth's own people. They have simple consciousness, no more than that, and one day there will be entire armies of them. They cap at 9-star, because a thing without real consciousness cannot go past it, which is the whole reason she needs us at all. Chief Steward Lin Kai showed me a model of the town on a table, and 2/3 of it was green. Green means for sale. I asked him why 2/3 of a town that everybody wants to live in is unsold. Because, he said, when a town is upgraded to district level, there is a monster siege. During the siege, the town's entrance defenses are suspended and any creature at all may come and go freely. Everybody knew, nobody was buying. Prices anyway. A 600 square meter 2-story building at the center, 500,000 destiny points. A fertile field at the edge, 700,000. The cheapest remote lot, 100,000 and change. I had 120,000 to my name and had just spent a quarter of it. Then there was white light beside the steward's elbow, and Hengi was standing there. "You gave your campsite away for free," she said, in that voice that always sounds like it is smiling. "That was very well done. If you would like to buy houses and land here, then up to 10 of them are yours at no charge. Anything beyond 10, you may have at half price." Lin Kai's eyes went completely round, and he pulled a piece of his own beard out. "Is that real?" he said. "Chief Steward Su," said Henga pleasantly, "please handle this properly." And she came apart into white light. Lin Kai's manor underwent a total renovation. He personally walked me around that model for 40 minutes and picked out the 10 best positions in the town with his own finger, and I did not have to argue about a single one of them. 10 properties in Nuwa Town, that day, for nothing. In the world I grew up in, that would have been 10 villas in the capital. I turned 104 square meters at the central crossroads into a blacksmith shop with 3 forging workshops in it, upgradable to top tier when I could afford it. Then the system asked whether I wanted to hire a clerk and showed me a list of its own people, graded white, green, blue, purple, and gold. And underneath that list, in gray, almost invisible, there was a second tab. Earth Chosen Seeking Employment, dozens of times more names on it. A white-grade system clerk costs 800 destiny points a month. Most of the human beings on that second page were asking for tens of points. Some were asking for a dozen. A significant number had written, in the box where the salary goes, food and lodging. I sat there scrolling through that for a while. Then I found a name I knew. Zhang Hong, 36, physical ability, average, employment history, executive director of the Limei International Group, 8 years. I knew that company. Everybody knew that company. It went from 2 million in registered capital to a listed multinational inside a decade. And last time round, in a bar in year 6, I stood next to a man who was boasting about knowing somebody. He said there was a woman called Zhang Hong who had been a director at Limei before the sky broke and who was now the logistics manager for one of the big guilds in Xijing, running dozens of shops and personally underwriting the entire organization. Xijing is over 300 kilometers from here. I could not construct any version of events in which an ordinary woman with no combat ability crosses 300 kilometers of that. I should go and look, I said. The slum was a meadow at the edge of town where everybody below 1 star lived, under blankets and plastic sheeting and pieces of somebody's fence. The smell was the smell of a place with no drainage. There was a little girl of about 3 sitting outside one of the shelters sucking her fingers. Mama, she said. I am hungry. May, said a voice from inside. Sweetheart, when Mama finds a job, Mama will buy you food. Then a man in chainmail came out of the next tent along with a supply pack and threw it in. Water and food, the standard issue. 5 destiny points in the destiny shop, the sort of thing a working hunter spends without noticing. He looked at the little girl, who was clean, and who was extremely pretty, and who thanked him with both hands the way you teach a child to. Thank you so much, said her mother, coming out, and she bowed, and there were tears on her face that were not about the food, and then he actually looked at her, and stopped. There is a scar down the left side of that woman's face. It starts near the eye, and it goes to the jaw, and it is deep enough that you can see it is deep. He gave a small wry smile, said nothing at all, and walked away. The little girl ate that bread very slowly, in small polite bites, the way somebody had taught her at a table that no longer exists, and her mother sat down behind her and closed her eyes. Then the town's hiring system spoke into the air above them. Ms. Zheng Hong, your resume has been selected. She went into that shelter and came out 5 minutes later dressed as an executive. I have no idea where she had kept it. She walked into town holding her daughter's hand with her chin level. My first question at the interview was not about her career. That, I said, was made by an insectoid's bone arm. She stopped completely. Yes, she said, after a moment. We escaped from Linhai City. There were a great many of them on the road. That is the entire sentence she gave me, and I did not ask for more, and here is what was underneath it, which I learned much later from somebody else. Her husband was on that road too. He is the reason she and the child got off it, and if the child had not been there, she would not have bothered getting up. Then I said my second sentence. This shop is yours to manage from now on. Do it well. She smiled at me in the specific way that a professional smiles at an amateur, and I could see her thinking, this young man has clearly never hired anybody in his life. What she could not see was that this was a test with a very large prize attached. Pass, and she gets the other 9 properties. Pass those, and eventually, she gets a village. If it works out, I said, you will be my chief logistics manager. Do not disappoint me. Then she switched on. I have watched a lot of people fight. I have not often watched anything as impressive as Zhang Hong going from unemployed to operational in 90 seconds. Renovation schedule, signage, positioning, what we advertise and where, what we do not sell at any price. Which of the town's blacksmiths were unhappy and could be recruited? She was 3 minutes into a monologue when I interrupted. How much? I said, in destiny points. At least 30,000. And then her whole face changed because she looked at the young man in front of her and reconsidered and started walking it backward. Although, she said, perhaps 20,000, perhaps 8,000 would do at first if we, here is 30,000, I said, please take it. She took it in a sort of daze and watched the number land in her account and did not say anything for a moment. Buy yourself a communicator first, I said, and I bought the house next door to this shop. You and your daughter should stay in it for now. On the clerks, she advised me to hire the single gold NPC with the trade skill and nothing else because the wages were insane. I hired both gold clerks. Sales staff at that grade are irreversible resources, I said. They are cheap today and they will not be cheap in 6 months. Keep them. And she understood immediately and then went past me. In that case, she said, buy the purples as well, all of them, and the blues. 9 purple clerks cost 20,000 destiny points a month before the blues. I walked out of that building with less than 20,000 to my name and a payroll. She asked what to call the shop and I thought about it for a while. Miracle, I said. Being sent back is a miracle. Everything I have is downstream of a miracle, and I kept my own name off the ownership documents entirely because I have quite a lot of enemies now, and every single one of them can read. I want to be honest about one thing, because it would be easy to let that story sit there and sound better than it is. There are far too many people in the apocalypse who need saving, and I am not a saint, and I did not walk into that slum out of pity. I walked in because I heard a name in a bar 6 years from now. And I have to tell you that in the world I came from, I would trust one of the will of the earth's simple-minded NPCs before I would trust a human heart, because a heart can change on a Tuesday. Behind me, as I left, the little girl asked whether her mother was going to work for that older brother now. Yes, May, said Zhang Hong. He is our benefactor. The first customers came in that afternoon complaining that the place did not even stock bronze. And then from behind the counter, somebody said, silver, gold. Lin Lei called me 2 days later, and he sounded like a man who had not slept. Lin Chen, he said, about what happened. You saved our whole elite team, and we... The past is the past, I said. Hall Master Lin, is there something else? There was a silence long enough that I checked the connection. Thunder Marshal Hall, he said, is planning to declare war on Sacrificial Village. And then, quieter. Watch yourself. He hung up and sat there with his eyes closed, and he told me years afterward that it was the worst mistake of his life, and that he had known it while it was happening. 3 meters into the next bush, somebody said, "Hey buddy, got any hemostatic medicine?" He was in the undergrowth and I could smell him from where I stood. Lin Chen, 3-star peak, thief, 165 health out of 1880, and flagged as severely injured, and the only reason he had broken his own stealth is that he physically could not move. I did not go over. I threw him roast meat. He ate it and then sat up straighter and stared at me. He had a cooking skill of his own, it turned out, and his food restored nothing at all, and nobody had ever told him that cooked food with real effects existed. "Thank you, brother," he said. "Without that, I would have left my 100-and-something pounds out here." "Where did that happen?" I asked. "This morning," he said. "I found an ancient castle by the Xiaoji River." He had gone in because he was curious. He had woken up what lives there. "The place is full of 3-star elites," he said, "but there are also very good things inside." And he threw 3 stones over the grass at me. 1 red, 2 pale blue. Power gem, 6 strength, spirit gem, 6 spirit. Attribute gems are worth more than their numbers, and here is why. Insect crystals, beast crystals, demon crystals, all of them are locked to your tier. Absorb 1 above your level, and you do not level up. You detonate. Attribute gems work from 1 star to 9 star, with no restriction at all. Production is effectively nothing. The auction houses see one occasionally, and the price is obscene, and the buyers are 8-star powers, because 8 and 9-star monsters are too dangerous to farm even for them. I had heard of them. I had never seen one. "The undead in that castle dropped them," said Lin Chen. "There are hidden compartments in there too, and chests. And then the offer, which was both a lure and a payment. How about we explore it together," he said. "Each takes what he needs, and we split the gems down the middle." The cemetery had healed itself while I was away. Every tombstone I had broken was standing again, and the death energy over that ground was noticeably thicker than it had been 3 days earlier. "Under every stone here is an undead," Lin Chen said helpfully, walking beside me. "The further in you go, the worse they get. I have run into 4-star skeletal bull warriors in the deep part. Invisibility does not work on those. They smell living things. Death Ancient Castle is a black mountain that was not there before, standing on dead ground, with nothing growing on it. Halfway up its face there is a castle of black marble in an old European style, and it is exactly the same color as the rock behind it, and you can look directly at that mountain for a full minute without seeing it. From the foot of the mountain to the castle gate runs a road paved with bones. At the top of that road, 2 undead guards, 3-star elites, both of them. I stepped onto the road and it cracked under my boot, and then I was in the abyss, not remembering it. In it. The cold going into my body under the ribs, and the noise the thing made. And the long, slow business afterward of being taken apart in the dark until there was nothing on that stone floor but pale bones lying in a heap, just like the ones I was standing on, just like the ones people walk over. My eyes went out of focus, and my steps got heavy, and I kept climbing. Lin Chen stopped at the bottom and watched me go up alone. Somewhere in the middle of it, a thought got through, and the thought was, what is wrong with me? Was I not reborn? And everything went black. "No," I said, "into the dark. No. How could I end up like this?" And the darkness broke apart like a mirror hit with a hammer. I was standing under 20 meters from the guards, with a sword in my hand I did not remember drawing. "You have passed the test of the Bone Road Death Illusion. Your spirit attribute has increased by 10 points. Lin Chen came up the road behind me looking honestly shaken. "You walked in that for a long time," he said, "and you broke out of it just before the gate. How many points did you get?" "You knew about it," I said. "Why did you not warn me?" "Because warning you makes it worse," he said. "If you know it is coming and brace for it, the illusion comes back stronger and more convincing, and it is harder to break." That is exactly what my 2 teammates did. They knew, they prepared, neither of them woke up, and they walked straight up to the gate, and the guards were waiting. He got 10 meters in and 2 points. Another 7 or 8 meters, and I would have been inside the guard's reach, walking, dreaming, with my hands down. Getting in was Lin Chen's specialty, and this was the part where he showed me his value. Misdirection, which pulls a monster's attention completely for 3 seconds, plus sprint, which he had maxed to 45% movement speed. He threw a pebble down the slope. Both guards went to look at it, and he was through the gate before either of them turned back. I have no speed skill and no misdirection. That was his polite way of finding out what I actually had. So I burned a gold-grade bone whip on sacrifice art. The whip was a spine of linked segments that clattered when you swung it. Almost nobody uses a whip. And this one was worse than that, because it was a melee weapon whose stat line boosted magic damage, which is a combination that means it is a beautiful, expensive, perfectly useless object, which makes it excellent sacrifice material. The list was a disappointment. 1 star, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 3-star peak. Nothing on that list could hold 2 3-star elites for the 20 seconds I needed. And then, With about 5 seconds left on the timer, a new line appeared at the top. 6-star. Mechanical engineer. I took it before I finished reading it. Out of the portal stepped a creature with pointed ears that was not quite half a meter tall. Hello, it said. I am Kaelun. I am an earthling. I bowed, which felt ridiculous and was correct, because I was a 3-star addressing a 6-star. Oh, he said, waving a hand. The Earth Spirit clan follows only the sacred laws of cosmic trade. I wonder what I will be giving up this time. The job, I said, is those 2 guards. His terms were the whip in advance, plus everything the 2 guards dropped. I hesitated, because paying a 6-star in advance and then relying on him to work is not a business model. He examined that whip inch by inch, turning it over in fingers the size of matchsticks. It really does suit me, he said. Then he snapped his fingers. A thin line of lightning cracked in the air 2 meters away and opened a rift, and through the rift I could see the space behind it moving in a way that space should not. Do not get close, he said conversationally. Spatial turbulence. Your body would be torn apart and distributed across several planes. Even a god could not be resurrected from that. And out of it leapt a bronze cheetah 2 meters long, silver claws, silver teeth, and every surface covered in mounting points for equipment, and at every twist of its waist it made a sound like a machine shop. This is my war golem, he said fondly. It was originally my finest work. Unfortunately, during production, there was a small accident. The spine that supports the entire body was made from a defective material. He wanted the whip for its vertebrae. The materials in your weapon are excellent, he added, but whoever forged it into a weapon must have been an idiot. Then he sat down on a rock and started rebuilding the spine of a war machine while I stood there watching the summoning timer. Master, I said, roughly how long? What is the rush? Said Kaelun without looking up. My war golem is a work of art. It is not a cheap product from some small craftsman's workshop. 50-odd seconds. Then he threw it at the 2 elite guards and narrated the entire performance like a proud engineer at a trade show. Movement is smooth. Transitions flow properly. Drive shaft extends and retracts freely. Motion prediction is functioning. He even ordered it to stand still and take a hit on purpose to test the frame, and it slid 2 meters sideways, leaving 4 gouges in the stone, and he made a satisfied noise. Then he told it to load. Meteors of silver light came out of the rift and docked onto its head, its sides, its back, and its tail, and a plate of red light settled over one eye. It borrows from the mech clan's weapon system, he said. Increases my war golem's output by more than 3 times. Unfortunately, the aesthetics are horrible and do not suit the earth spirits at all. 1 volley. The armor of 2 3-star elites came apart, and then the elites did, and afterward the ground in front of that gate was covered in charred fragments about the size of a fist. Kaelun climbed onto the cheetah's back and stood up on it with both fists in the air, cheering, and the timer hit 0. A portal opened behind him and pulled, and he went backward through the air with both arms out toward me, going transparent, shouting, "My spoils of war." And he was gone. Now here is the joke, and I want to give the universe credit for it. He was not Earth-chosen. Nothing he killed dropped anything at all while he was standing on this planet. The instant he left, 2 treasure chests of fate appeared on the guard's remains. It is not that I broke my word, I said, walking over to them. It is that you did not want it. Dark gold light came up out of the first one. The immortal undead halberd, unique, 2-handed. 285 to 312 damage, 18 strength, 12 stamina, 8 agility, 8 perception, armor penetration, and a chance on strike to summon up to 10 low-grade undead with 500 health each, every one of which heals the wielder for 150 when it falls. I had never owned dark gold. I had never held it. The second chest had a scroll of temptation for the undead. Stops an undead creature completely for 10 seconds, then has a high chance of converting it into your own summon. On failure, it does 3,000 true damage to you. I walked in through the castle gate carrying a dark gold halberd like a man who had earned it. Lin Chen looked at the halberd, then at the fragments outside, then at me. You are one of them, he said. You are an undead creature. You are just wearing a person. Song Xuan followed us in, and neither of us noticed. I know that now because she told me. She came up the bone road behind us, delighted with the whole place, saying to herself that the death energy here was wonderful and there must be materials everywhere. And at the gate, she found the fragments of 2 3-star elites lying in the dust. What a waste, she said out loud, to nobody, scolding the air, just like that big brother, leaving good undead material lying around. Mama always said wasting things is shameful, although if people did not waste them, where would I get enough material for my babies? Then she drew a 6-pointed circle in the air with one finger, and every fragment on that ground came home to it like a flock of swallows, and black powder rained down out of it and pressed itself into a crystal the size of a fist. Ever since I met that big brother, she said, I keep getting stronger. I wonder when I will see him again. And then, quietly, everybody else hates my babies. He did not seem to hate them. She was wrong about that, and I have thought about it more than she will ever know. The corridor inside the castle had no visible end, and both walls were carved from floor to ceiling with reliefs. The subject matter was always the same, living things being killed, and then the same living things standing up again, whole, immortal, with their arms raised. Somebody in that castle believed they were doing a favor. Lin Chen had found every trap in that corridor the previous morning by the simple method of walking into all of them. See that patch, he said, pointing at the floor. That is mine. There is a hammer in the ceiling here that fills the whole passage. It took me from full health to almost nothing before I had gone 40 steps. He was a thief who could not disarm a trap or pick a lock. And he was not embarrassed about it, because the skill cards for those things simply do not exist in any Destiny shop or auction house in this country. I happen to know where disarm trap drops. It is on a continent I cannot reach, and reaching it requires a teleportation array, and a teleportation array requires a camp at city level, and at that moment there was not a city level camp anywhere on Earth. I filed it. I have a very long list. The hall was 100 square meters with rooms all around the edge and a spiral staircase going up. In the middle of it, on a low plinth, there was a 3-meter statue of an angel carved out of white jade. A woman with a face that had made up its mind about something. Sword raised over her head. Shield forward. Wings out behind her with the feathers all in disorder and one wing wrong, hanging lower than it should, hurt. Whoever made that was a genuine master, and the reason I say so is that it did not look like a sculpture of a person. It looked like a person. And walking around that statue, 20-odd of them, were iron-skinned zombies. 3-star elites, 4,800 health each. Dark skin, blue faces, rags, wandering with no purpose and snarling at each other whenever two of them collided. In my first life, I helped hunt one iron-skinned zombie with a pickup group. It cost us 6 deaths, 1 zombie. There were 23, and this is where Lin Chen, who could not pick a lock, turned out to be worth a great deal more than a lock. He used misdirection on one of them. 3 seconds of complete attention on a noise across the hall. The zombie walked toward the sound, found nothing, and stood there with all of that anger built up and nowhere at all to put it. And then another zombie bumped into it. They tore each other apart, both of them, while we stood in the doorway and watched. Amazing, I said. You did that on purpose? I did not know it did that, said Lin Chen, still holding his hand up. So we did it again. 3 or 4 misdirections on one target to build the temper, then wait for a collision, and it was exactly like putting a small flame down next to something that should not have a flame near it. It took hours. Hours of it, in complete silence, with the two of us pressed against a doorframe, and by the end, Lin Chen's energy was gone entirely, and I was feeding him cooked food out of my ring to keep him casting, which he found humiliating and also very useful. It turned out the whole reason he had wanted to team up with me in the first place was the cooking, because a man who feeds you is a part-time healer. When the last one went down, he lay face first on the flagstones, soaked through, and did not move for several minutes. Even a 3-star peak expert gets tired after several hours of that kind of concentration. And I want that on the record, because Lin Chen does not get many lines in this story, and he earned that one. I spent those hours looking at the statue, a castle full of undead, I said, and there is an angel standing in the middle of it. That is not how anything is decorated. And this castle is not even from this planet. How does an angel end up in a hall on a dead world? And more than that, somebody who wants an angel as an ornament carves it standing still. That statue was in the middle of a fight. Song Xuan watched the whole thing from a side passage and never got bored once. She told me later she was mostly annoyed about how much good material Lin Chen was walking past, and that when he started looting, she pulled a face at his back and said, "Bad man." Big Brother did not pick up a single thing. She was not entirely right about that either, but I appreciated the loyalty. Every unlocked room in that castle was worthless. Rotted books that came apart into ash if you looked at them hard, and Lin Chen knocking on bricks with his knuckles out of pure professional optimism. 3 rooms were locked. Neither of us had lockpicking, so I raised the gold short sword and hit the lock until it fell off, and then I kicked the door in. Lin Chen stood there with his mouth open. He genuinely had not known you were allowed to do that. The first room was weapons. Racks of them, mostly long-handled and heavy, 20 or 30 pieces of which only 5 were real equipment, 3 silver and 2 gold. We split it. 1 gold each, and both silver daggers went to him because they were a matched pair, and he was a dual wielder, and because he had cleared that hall almost single-handed while I stood in a doorway thinking about statues. Sword or shield, he asked, holding up the 2 gold pieces. The sword, I said. Obviously the sword. He took the gold shield instantly, and objectively, he took the more valuable item, and I did not care at all, because what I picked up was called Elven Hymn. Gold, one-handed, 289 to 296 damage. 15 agility, 10 strength, 10 spirit, penetration, prestige, 20% additional damage against undead, and a proc called Isabella's Heroic Overture, which raises my energy regeneration by a third and my attack speed by 15% and gives 30% defense and 10% courage to me and to every ally within 10 meters. The second room was a dozen intermediate healing and energy potions. The third room had 7 or 8 forging blueprints and 6 attribute gems. I took 3 blueprints for Lin Hao and 3 gems for myself, and those 3 gems pushed both my strength and my spirit over the 3-star threshold, which left perception, and only perception, and I have never in my life been so annoyed by a single number. "Let us keep going," said Lin Chen cheerfully, pocketing his shield. "Maybe we will be 4-star soon. 3-star costs 120 points in an attribute, 4-star costs 300. I did not correct him. Then he went up the spiral stairs alone under stealth to scout, saying, "In the apocalypse the bold get rich and the timid starve." And I walked over to the angel. Up close I had to look up at her, and I put my hand flat on the base of the statue. It was smooth, and it was warm. "Brave adventurer, heiress of the Zillan clan begs your help." The Zillan clan are one of the few races in this part of the universe that are close to us. Genuinely close in the way that matters. And they have another name on Earth, which I did not learn until year 4 of my first life, which is that people here have been calling them the Angel Clan for several thousand years. They came down a very long time ago. They left again, for reasons nobody has ever explained to me. And a substantial amount of what 1/2 of this planet believes about the sky is, as it turns out, closely related to that visit. "Is this statue a living person?" I said. The task was simple to state. Go to the 2nd floor and kill the master of the castle, Baron Lucius, 3-star, Lord Class, which lined my 2 lives up perfectly, because in the first one, this Baron and the Black Dragon in Blackwater Lake fought each other to the death, and afterward, the will of the earth quietly absorbed both territories. I said yes, not out of chivalry. Thunder Marshal Hall was coming for my village, and 1 3-star Lord Guardian is not enough, and everything above me in that castle was a way of getting stronger before the war started. A beam of white light came down over me and took my exhaustion away entirely, like a full night's sleep arriving in 3 seconds. Angel's Blessing. 1,000 additional health, 30% better regeneration, 20% on top of that, and a passive that absorbs 3 fatal attacks. 3 hours. "Brave adventurer," she said, and she sounded tired in a way that a statue should not be able to sound. "I will wait here for news of your victory." And then, as I turned to go, I sense that your strength is close to a breakthrough. Under my feet there is a paving brick carved with rose petals. Lift it. Underneath it were 3 attribute gems, and they were not strength gems or spirit gems. They were 10 free points each. Free, as in they go wherever you send them. I put one into perception. A warm current came up out of my dantian and went out through every part of me at once, and when it settled, I was at peak 3-star with all 5 attributes level. Only when the body is at its peak and every attribute is balanced does it give you everything it has. I have believed that since a stolen room above a dead resort, and that was the night it finally paid. Then I remembered the heavenly crystal ore, quality 87, 5 elements attribute, bought at auction for 6,000 points off a man who thought he was clever. I took it out and offered it to the sword embryo. The embryo shivered like a fish that has smelled something in the water and went straight into it, and then it slowed down and started scraping at it very carefully, in small passes, obviously unwilling to swallow something that good all at once. It ate an ore several times its own size and nothing happened. I was still being disappointed about that when it rang. Ding. 1 clear note with a long tail on it, as though somebody had struck it with an iron hammer that was not there. And it resonated inside my own body hard enough to make me want to be sick. Then ding 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 over and over faster, and the thing was tumbling and spinning under my navel, and the sound was rolling out of me in waves, and tiny sparks were going off around it like the end of a fireworks display. And the fingernail sphere became a teardrop of silver, and the silver was not dull. I do not have a good word for what happened to it. The closest I can get is that up until that hour it had been a very impressive object, and afterward there was something in it that was not an object anymore, and then it got hungry. A suction came off it that nearly tore the gold longsword out of my hand, and a voice went up inside my chest, thin and small and absolutely relentless, like a child who has decided that now is the time. "Hungry, hungry." There was a sob in it. "My little ancestor," I said, holding elven him away from my own stomach with both hands. "You cannot eat this. This is the only gold longsword I own." I dug out the spare gold short sword instead. Then I looked at it. And then I put the short sword away and took out the dark gold immortal undead halberd, which I had owned for approximately 4 hours and had not yet swung at anything. The teardrop came out and hung between the 2 of them, swaying left, then right, deciding. It took the dark gold. 2 meters of unique grade polearm went into a fist of silver light that slowly, over about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, turned dark gold. And the sound that came out of that light was not the ringing from before, it had joy in it. When the light faded, there was a sword hanging in the middle of it, 3 inches long, with the color of dark gold running through the blade like weather. What a treasure, I said, and I said it out loud in an empty hall. The forging fed me too. My body and whatever sits underneath it both came out of that better than they went in. And then the little thing circled once and went into me and came out again through my right hand as a full 3-foot dark gold sword and knocked my other long sword aside to take the palm for itself. Then I found out the price. As an embryo, I could fly it freely out to 10 meters. Forged, the range is 3. Past 3 meters, the true Kui goes out of me the way water goes out of a broken dam, and I stopped the test immediately with cold sweat on my back. I am controlling this thing on a thread of attention, I said. That is object control. That is not sword control. Real sword control, the kind in the stories where a man takes a head from 1,000 miles away without leaving his chair, is a different skill entirely. And where, I said to nobody, does a man find a card for that? Then Lin Chen's head came down the stairs. It bounced twice on the stone, rolled, and stopped, face up. There was no fear on it at all. What was on it was confusion. Something happened on the second floor of that castle that killed a 3-star peak thief in stealth, without a sound, and without giving him time to understand what it was. I stood there and looked at him for a while. I can die, I said, but I cannot go back down. Without a sword heart that goes forward through everything, what exactly am I forging? And then, going up the stairs, because I am not made of stone either, I have already died once, so there is that. The top of the stairs was full of light. Warm light, sunlight, honestly, coming through a window that could not be there, and standing in it was the impression of somebody kind. "Why did you come up?" said a woman's voice. "Should your companion's death not have been enough of a warning? Go back, turn around and walk away and you get to live." I opened my mouth to answer. 2 blades of black light came at my throat faster than my eyes could follow, and both of them detonated against gold. That is exactly how Lin Chen died. The illusion at the head of the stairs, and then 2 blades and a 3-star peak thief never even got his hands up. Angel's blessing, 3 fatal blocks down to 1. The study was larger than the hall below it. One entire wall was books, floor to ceiling, real ones. And in the middle of the room, half built, was an altar, almost identical to the one in Sacrificial Village. Sitting beside it at a desk was a man. He looked completely ordinary and completely human. Medium build, gold-rimmed glasses, fair skin, a small neat mustache, the general air of a professor who is popular with his students. He looked up from what he was reading, saw me, and smiled with what I can only describe as pity. Insight. Lucius. Lord of 3-star. 8,600 health. High-ranking vampire. Title. Baron. A dimensional passage, I said, looking at the altar. A void-folding array, he said, pleased to be asked. Some call it a wormhole, although you are correct that the function is the same as the passage you are thinking of, which told me his entire plan. Not a summoning, not a raid. A permanent road from a dead world to this one, so that they could come here at their leisure and take the whole thing. And then he said, "You are already dead." A black blade 3 meters long arrived at the side of my head out of nothing. My last golden block shattered. And on his desk, a small black stone statue crumbled into rubble. "You destroyed one of my precious defensive items," he said, with real pain in his voice. "You tricked me again," I said. He waved a hand and his own desk turned into a fireball and then into ash on the floor, which I took as an opening statement. Then he explained why the angel downstairs was still standing after all these years, and I want you to hear it in his words. "I thought the feathered girl had given up," he said. "I did not expect she was still holding on to one last thread of hope and pinning it on a small creature like you. It seems that killing you is the only way to make her despair properly and fall. And then," he said, "I will have a fallen angel working for me." His weapon was a great axe on a thin silver chain, and he spun it until the air around it howled. The first exchange threw me backward across the room, but I threw the sword on the way, and a plane hit off that dark gold blade took over 200, and then I came back around behind him with swift thrust for 212, 143, 98, and then a crimson 500 as the detonation went off. Over 1,000 damage in the opening exchange, from a 3-star against a lord. "Little bug," he said. The chain snapped the axe back and it grazed my scalp on the way past and took 325 health with it. A clean hit would have been 1,500. Then fine rain swordplay, and I want to record that for about 90 seconds I was winning. His health was going down faster than mine, and I could not work out why. Because he had not used a single skill. His attack speed was ordinary for a peak 3-star. This was a lord-class creature fighting a man 3 tiers below him and losing, and nothing about that was correct. "Little bug," he said in a different voice. "Now you have annoyed me." The axe sped up. My flying sword blocked it and went into the wall, and the impact chipped a notch in the axe blade the size of a pea, and I was extremely pleased about that for a second and a half. Then I heard bone grinding. 2 black skeletal wings came out through his shoulder blades and opened all the way, and his presence climbed from Lord to something with Elite written under it. He threw the axe. Not a skill, he just threw it. It went through the wall of the study, and the falling rubble alone cost me 200. We are going to die if this continues, I said. And then I remembered the bottle. I had been carrying it since the graveyard, and I had told myself out loud that I was going to give it back to her, and I took it out and looked at it for about a quarter of a second. I am sorry, I said, and I threw it. The blazing Lin potion went off against his chest. White light filled that entire study, and the Baron Lucius screamed and put both hands over his eyes and stopped moving. 3 seconds. I put everything I owned into those 3 seconds. Everything, in the correct order, with no defense at all. 1,300 health. He came back with the burn still eating him at 150 a second. And he did something that told me how angry he was, which is that he dropped the axe entirely and started punching. 7 or 8 seconds later, his health hit 0, and he burst into flame from the inside and went to ash on his own floor. I sat down. Then I lay down flat with about 800 health left and let my chest do whatever it wanted for a moment. "Big brother," said a voice from the stairs. "Look out. Fear comes from ignorance," said the ash. "Death is not an ending." The pile stood up. What came out of it was a humanoid shape made entirely of something thick and dark red that ran off it as it moved, and the heat that came off that shape threw me across the floor and cost me another 500. "Curacao, Fia, Gaeta." A clear little voice from the doorway, and a 5-meter skeletal giant came up out of the flagstones and stood over me with its arms out. "Big brother," said Song Xuan, "do not be afraid. I am here to help you." She had followed us up the bone road, through a hall of 23 iron-skinned zombies, past a headless thief on a staircase, into a room with a lord-class vampire in it, to help. And the potion I had just used to kill him the first time was hers. If I had known he came back, I could have finished him at 2,000 health with the sword, and kept that bottle for exactly this. Everything I know is worth something, and the one thing I did not know cost me the fight. She put a vial into my hand, ruby bright. Super healing potion. 60% of maximum health instantly, and then 200 a second for 30 seconds. Last time I heard about those at 6-star, I never held one. Most people I knew were drinking second-grade potions and being grateful. I hesitated, because one bottle of that is somebody's life, and then I drank it. "What a waste," I said, wiping my mouth. "That mouthful cost 50 or 60,000 destiny points." Then I looked up at what was standing where the ash had been. Red cloak. No flesh at all now, only thin skin stretched over bone. Black bone wings, fully out, and a presence that was not pretending anymore, the actual weight of a 3-star lord, the same thing I had felt in the water off a 20-meter dragon. Insight, 12,110 health out of 12,550. Race, changed. High-ranking vampire, now undead vampire. He had gained 4,000 maximum health by dying, and he had changed species doing it. My flying sword hit him for 38. Swift thrust did 89, 75, 64, 98. Song Shan's necromancy did 1, then 1, then 1. "Oh dear," she said, and slapped her own forehead and stuck her tongue out. "All of my skills are death magic. He is death. They do not work at all." Her 3-headed hound lost a head to a bolt of red lightning. Her giant was swarmed. "Servants of death," said the Baron, spreading his arms. "Spirits of the red. Minions, come." Pools opened in the floor, and crimson humanoids climbed out of them, and a new line appeared on my status bar. Undead Blood Clan's Suction. 1% of your health every 10 seconds. Rate increases as your health falls. "This room is his territory now," I said. "We leave. Now." Song Xuan was peak 3-star with 2 elite pets, and neither of them was going to last 3 minutes. And she looked up at me and said, big brother," and there was something in her face I did not like at all. She was only in that castle because of me. So I turned around and took her hand. "Do not be afraid," I said. "Stay next to me and everything will be fine. We are going through together in a minute." "Yes," she said. The stairs down were blocked with fallen stone and the second floor had gone entirely red, so we went up. 3 or 4 meters from the Baron, I tore the scroll of temptation and threw it, and golden light closed over him, and a 3-star lord stood in the middle of his own study with confusion on his face and his bone wings flapping without being told to. 10 seconds. There was a chance, on that scroll, that a 3-star lord would have become mine. I had thought about it for exactly as long as it took to decide that I was not going to stand still in that room and gamble my life on a percentage. She called both pets back and we ran. Behind us, something roared the word reptile at nobody, and we went through the portal at the far end of the 3rd floor with our eyes shut. We came out standing in a wilderness that went to the horizon in every direction. Pebbles, dead grass, an overcast sky with no sun in it and no movement at all, and a silence so complete that I could hear Song Shan's boots settling. The scroll had failed, which I confirmed by checking the Baron's health when we left, because 3,000 true damage is 3,000 true damage, and it had put him under 10,000. And he did not follow us. He could not, or he would not, and I have never found out which. Song Shen got out a teleport scroll, and it lay dull and dead in her hand. This is a closed plane, she said, a broken one. And then we heard hooves, skeleton knights, on skeletal warhorses, no armor on either, 1 long sword each. 3-star elite, 5,600 health, and under special abilities, 1 line, lethal strike, ignores defense, kills outright. The trigger rate on that is very low. It does not matter that the trigger rate is low. You cannot armor against it, and you cannot heal through it, and 1 unlucky roll ends you regardless of how good your week has been. The only way to fight those things is to put something else in front of them that you can afford to lose. Song Xuan, I said, I need you to spend one of your pet slots capturing one of those. She bit her lip, because that meant giving up one of her babies. Then she said, all right. So I copied Lin Chen. I could not misdirect, but I could bounce a crossbow bolt off a rock 18 meters from the pack, and one knight would come to look, and then I would stand behind a 5-meter skeletal giant and let it eat every single swing while I worked. The first one dropped a horse token. Summons the skeleton knight's own warhorse, gold quality, speed 280, with war stomp, which does 300 odd damage and stuns everything within 3 meters for 2 seconds, and gallop, which is 70% more speed for 15 seconds. Ordinary mounts have no skills at all. Ordinary mounts are a horse. I handed it straight to her. Take it, I said. You are a necromancer riding a skeleton horse. That is not a mount, that is a career statement, and there are dozens more of them out there. We will get another. She refused. Then she accepted. Then she beamed at it for about 4 minutes. Her first capture attempt failed, a gray rope of runes holding a knight for 3 seconds before it roared and cut itself out of them. The second one took, and then a second horse token dropped, and I kept that one. Now we both have mounts, she said, and she was more pleased about that than I was, by a distance. There was a silver chest sitting beside the knight's patrol route, and what was in it was attribute gems, only attribute gems. 3 strength, 4 agility, 1 constitution, all 5 varieties, more than a dozen at once. In 10 years of my first life, I saw a single item type flood a chest exactly once, and it was a bronze chest with a dozen bronze longswords in it, and I was so happy about it that I sat down. We swept that plane for a day and a half, dozens of 3-star elites, a dozen and more pieces of 3-star equipment, mostly silver, 3 bronze, 1 gold, 3 forging blueprints, 1 of them plain and 2 of them gold grade with 3 uses each, 2 potion recipes, and more gems, blueprints to Lin Hao, recipes to Song Xuan, everything else split. She proposed the division herself, unprompted, before I could say anything. From now on, she said, the remains of the undead belong to me, and everything they drop belongs to Big Brother. That deal is so lopsided in my favor that I refused it. Let us see what it is first, I said, and then we will divide it according to what each of us actually needs. Her giant died, and her hound died, and both were replaced with half-health skeleton knights, and by the end she had taken over opening the chests entirely because she had discovered that she liked doing it. Big Brother, she called, on the second day. A building blueprint fell out. Steel fence. Upgradable. 300 defense. 20,000 health. Maybe attached to a castle gate or built freestanding across any entrance. I smiled in a way that I have been told is not reassuring, and I put it away. Thunder Marshall Hall was coming, and the passage under Sweetwater Lake has a mouth. 3 hours in, we found a temple. Thick pillars carved from top to bottom in necromantic script, and 2 Death Knight statues at the door, 3 meters each. Inside, 1 room, completely empty except for an altar in the center. On the altar, there was a black crystal with too many faces to count, over 1 meter across and 3 meters high, and there was black energy coming off it in slow waves, like heat. Insight. Necromancer's energy altar. Attribute, corrupts the surrounding environment, converting it into a plague-ridden land of death energy, and supplies that land with the energy to continuously expand. Health, 100,000. That is the heart of Death Ancient Castle. Everything out there, the cemetery that healed itself in 3 days, the black ground spreading further every week, the fact that everything we killed got back up somewhere else, all of it comes out of that crystal. Break it, and the land of the dead stops growing and stops resurrecting, permanently. I sent a half-health skeleton knight in to test the room. Its first swing landed on the altar for 300. On the second swing, there was a flash of snow-white light, and the knight and the horse were both in 2 pieces on the floor. 3,000 health, 1 strike. Insight. Death Knight. Shadow. Shadow creature, 3-star lord, 11,000 health. Effects, shadow body, lethal strike. It only becomes visible in the instant it draws, so we did the only thing available, which was arithmetic. I hit the altar from the doorway and then summoned the warhorse and rode. The Death Knight came after me. While it was out chasing me across open ground, Songshuan's 2 knights went in and chopped at the altar. When it turned back for them, I came in and unloaded everything. Flying sword, swift thrust, both stages of fine-range swordplay, and I was doing more damage per pass than both of her knights put together. We took it from 100,000 to 50,000 without a single point of damage taken, and then the Death Knight worked it out and stopped leaving the temple. This one has gotten smarter, I said, which is a sentence you never want to say. New plan. Everybody inside, split up, and nobody ever more than 2 meters from a door. My flying sword went straight through the Death Knight and did nothing at all, which is what shadow body means, and it closed to 4 or 5 meters, which is 1 charge from a mounted knight before I got out. Songshuan's capture spell bounced. It is telling me, she said, bewildered, that the target is not an undead creature. Then one of her knights rolled a lethal strike on the altar. 10,000 damage in 1 swing, out of a half-health minion, off a random proc, and I burst out laughing in the middle of a fight and had to lean on a pillar, and then she solved the whole problem. Big brother, she called across the room. It is a shadow creature. It is not undead. My death magic works on it. Baron Lucius had resisted her because he was death itself. This thing resists shadow, and shadow is not death. Songshuan, I said, slow it, weaken it, everything you have all at once, and do not stop. Slowed, weakened, and bleeding, a 3-star lord cannot catch a knight on a horse and cannot break a wall of 2 of them. And it stood in the middle of its own temple and roared at us. You despicable cowards, it said, which was the first time it spoke, and honestly, fair enough. The altar hit 0, and the temple came down. The black crystal broke into mist with a sound inside it that I can only describe as mourning, and the Death Knight twisted itself into a gray shadow and dived into the wreckage of the altar as it fell. Then the whole wilderness shook, rifts opened in the air in a dozen places at once, and the plain broke apart around us the way a glass ball breaks, and both of us landed on our backs at the foot of a mountain at the bottom of the Bone Road. We did it, said Songshuan, sitting up with grass in her hair. That land of the dead, I said, will never spread again. Which is when the castle exploded. You 2 vile little insects, said Baron Lucius, coming up out of his own ruins on black bone wings. Both of you died today. We ran for the horses. He could not sustain real flight. He glided, which made him just slightly slower than a gold-quality mount, which is the worst possible speed for a pursuer to be. And on the way, whenever anything 3-star got in his path, he sheared through it with a wing and left the pieces behind him, which meant that every monster in Blackwater Swamp joined the back of the line. We towed a parade across that swamp. Leveling parties looked up at us with envy and then read the second half of the picture and started screaming. You cannot escape, he called. I sent Songshuan a village invitation while we were swimming, and she accepted it without hesitating, which I have thought about since, because she had known me for 4 days and one of them had involved a lord-class vampire. We went through the portal into the drained passage. Every monster behind us stopped at the shore and roared at the water. Only the Baron came in, and he came in smiling. The undead have the least to fear from water, he said, walking down the tunnel, and I have memorized your scent. Even if you leave this planet, I will find you. I tore the steel fence blueprint at the mouth of the passage. An illusory frame appeared, went solid, and became alloy steel bars as thick as my arm, with chains to raise and lower it. 300 defense, 20,000 health. It came down. We surfaced in Sweetwater Lake, and up on the cliff, the dragon uncoiled halfway out of its nest and stared down at the water for a long moment. Then it snorted at me and went back inside, which was a little humiliating and also not the point. Whether we survive the next 10 minutes, I told Songshuan, is entirely up to the guardian beast of this territory. The system put up a notice. The undead force Baron Lucius has declared war on your territory and has forcibly entered it. Your war merits will be doubled upon defeating it. And underneath that, the detail that decided everything. Forcing entry rather than declaring a start time carries a penalty of 30% to all of the intruder's attributes while inside the territory. The fence lasted under 3 minutes, 756, 890, 1,300. He went through 20,000 health of alloy steel like a man opening a letter, and then he came up out of Sweetwater Lake laughing. The dragon had left its nest the moment the first blow landed. Get out of my way, you reptile, said the Baron. Freezing breath went across that lake, and 2 3-star lords hit each other in mid-air over my village. Big brother, said Songshuan, with both knights up in front of us. Can the guardian beast win? No problem, I said. Both of them are lords. But Baron Lucius lost his energy source this morning, and he is standing on ground that has taken 30% off him for trespassing. In my first life, this dragon fought that castle's entire undead host at full strength, and won, and was left wrecked enough for a passing stranger to finish. This time, it fought one wounded Baron at 70%. It took a wound across the belly 3 feet long, and it emptied him. Death is not the end, said the Baron from the shallows. The power of the Scourge of the Dead is. His hand came up toward me, went as high as it could, shook, and dropped. Gray flame took him. And then the ruins of Death Ancient Castle, 10 kilometers away, blew apart, and something came out of them. Eris walked out of that rubble in close-fitting armor with a sword and a shield and 2 wings that were entirely white and entirely undamaged. This is an alien planet, she said, to a sky that did not answer. Far too far from the Zealand system, I cannot cross that distance under my own power, and the will of this world has only just awakened, so there will be no interstellar teleportation array here for a long time. She looked up for a while, then she sighed, and turned, and flew towards Sacrificial Village. The Baron dropped a building blueprint. Undead graveyard, upgradable, buries the dead, 15 points of resident satisfaction and environment. And in the hidden text underneath, 3 more lines. Generates 1 undead warrior daily, up to a maximum of 1,000. 10% healing per hour for undead, and the undead buried within grow stronger over time. There was a note at the bottom advising me to keep it away from the city center, because otherwise unpredictable disasters may occur. I love that building, and I love it precisely because nobody can complain about it. Every settlement on Earth needs somewhere to bury people. The warriors it raises stay in the ground and frighten nobody, and it is a hospital. This building is wonderful, said Song Xuan, reading over my elbow. My babies finally have somewhere to heal. War merits. 2,000 for the win, doubled to 4,000 for the forced entry. That is more than enough to take a level 3 village up to a level 1 township, and population caps that go 100, 300, 600, 1,200. I spent over 3,000 of it in one sitting. The island grew by several hundred meters in every direction. The ring of mountains went past 300 meters. Wasteland zoned itself for crops. Sweetwater Lake stopped being a pond and became an actual lake with a shoreline. And in a shaded corner near the foot of the tallest peak, as far from anything as I could put it, a graveyard, my last resort, and on any ordinary day, a place where a small girl's monsters go to get better. Her 2 knights were lying in it within the hour. Song Xuan, I said, you can come and go here whenever you want. Consider this a supply point. I owed her a bottle. This was the closest thing to it I had. She did not say anything for a moment. She just stood in the middle of a village she was allowed to walk around in and looked at all of it. Zhang Hong called that evening, and her voice was very level, which is how I learned she was frightened. Nua Town has issued a city defense mission, she said. In 3 days, the entrance portal fails, and a horde attacks. Do you think we should move some assets out? She was not asking about assets. Pull Lin Hao out, I said. Hand the shops to the NPCs, they cannot die permanently. And then she gave me her report, because she is who she is, and I want you to hear the numbers. Nua Village had become Nua Town, and my 10 free properties had gone from a few 100,000 destiny points each to over 2 million each, and were still climbing. The blacksmith was level 3. Lin Hao was an expert-level blacksmith. 16 junior blacksmiths had signed with us, and she projected 50. The field outside town had 10 planters on it with accelerated growth, which turned 6 months of crop into 3. The auction house had cleared 67,000 destiny points in a week. And she added, people keep bringing us things nobody knows what to do with, including these coins. I have been buying them at 350 points each. I do not know why. It felt correct. Cosmic gold coins. On this planet, they are close to worthless, because Earth trades with nobody and the will of the Earth keeps the rate suppressed for reasons of her own. Out in the actual interstellar economy, they should be running above 1 to 1,000. I know that because I once spent an evening getting a wandering merchant drunk. Best money I ever spent. Anything under 1 to 500, I said. Buy every single one you can find. Then she said, Boss, you told us you would come and collect us. The town will be attacked in 3 days, I said. Boss, are you really that confident? And I said quietly, because you do not shout this sort of thing. The actual owner of Nua Town is the will of the Earth. There was a long silence on that line, while a woman with no combat ability, a scar down her face, and a 3-year-old daughter decided whether to bet her life on one sentence from a young man she had known for 11 days. In that case, she said, I would like to gamble. I am not leaving. However, boss, I still need you to take my daughter somewhere safe. She wanted the defense mission's rewards because the rewards would make her strong, and she had done the arithmetic and decided that being weak was the thing that had nearly killed her family already. I sat there for a second, genuinely surprised that anybody would trust me that far. Then I added something of my own, because I had been thinking about it since the interview. That injury on your face has gone too long untreated, I said. Ordinary healing potions cannot repair it now, but it is not permanent. There is a whole class of potion that can undo it completely. Almost nobody on this planet knows that class exists. Now you do. There was another silence, a different one. She put her fingers on the scar without meaning to, and thought about somebody who is not here. Mei Mei and Lin Hao came to Sacrificial Village, and within about 90 seconds of arriving, a 3-year-old and a necromancer were running around my village holding hands. Songxuan has not been inside a camp since the day she awakened her talent, not once. Every settlement she ever tried to enter took one look at what walks behind her and closed the gate. She spent that afternoon wandering around my valley laughing at absolutely nothing, like an ordinary child with a small girl attached to her hand. I enrolled all 3 of them as residents so they could buy town portal scrolls, which meant that even if Nuwa Town fell, Zhenghong had somewhere to come back to, and Eris was waiting for me outside the town gate, standing in the middle of a dozen dead insect soldiers. "Brave adventurer," she said. Finally. Another few days in that castle, and she would have gone over. That is what the Baron was waiting for, and she knew it. "Whatever else is true," she said, "you saved me. Eris is willing to follow you and become your follower." And she went down on one knee, in armor, with her wings folded, in a field outside a town, and the system asked me a formal question. "Willing," I said. A thread of gold wove itself into a complicated rune and burned onto her forehead. Eris, 23, peak 4-star, class, 2-winged war angel, 4,200 health, 3,800 energy, and every single one of her 5 attributes at B, talent 1, Holy Spirit body. Immune to 35% of all energy damage, 300 defense, 50% recovery. Talent 2, Holy Spirit's blessing. Below 10% health, she becomes a statue that cannot be targeted at all. Currently on cooldown for 12 months because she used it a very long time ago in a hall full of undead and has been standing in it ever since. Skills. Blade of Radiance, 1,000 damage plus 80% of her spirit as holy damage. Divine Shield, absorbs 80% of incoming damage for 15 seconds. And Holy Spirit Possession, which raises every attribute of one ally by 60%, their damage by 200%, and makes them immune to every damage over time effect on this planet for the duration. Peak 4-star. I am 3. If she and I ever have a serious disagreement, I lose. Riding back toward Nuwa Town, I picked up 3 Doomsday Arc elites on the road. "Chen Xin, that is Lin Chen," one of them said, loud enough for me to hear from 40 meters. "That is the one with 50,000 destiny points on his head," which was news to me. The one called Chen Xin had been at Blackwater Lake and said flatly, "We cannot beat him." The other 2 talked him into it in about 11 seconds by pointing out what the Alliance would do to them if it got out that they had walked away, and a thief called Crimson went into stealth. I felt the needle go into the back of my head. 10 years of ambushes. It is the same sensation every single time, and it has never once been wrong. So I did not run. I summoned the warhorse next to me and stood still. She closed to 3 meters for an opener at 120% damage, and the skeletal horse reared and put War Stomp into the ground. She froze, mid-lunge, still in the stabbing posture, and the stun shimmered her out of stealth so that she was standing there in the open holding a knife at nothing. I put one thrust through her throat for over 2,000, half her health in one strike. Digitized bodies do not die instantly from a hit to the head or the throat or the heart anymore, which is what being Earth-chosen gets you, but those places still multiply your critical rate and critical damage enormously, and my talent triples what comes out the other end. "Someone from the Doomsday Arc," I said, looking at the badge on her collar. 3 more strikes had her at near death, and then a gold-quality item on her belt flashed, restored her to full, and teleported her 100 meters away. "Keep attacking," she screamed, "from over there. He is worth 50,000. The captain is coming. Do not let him leave." And then she came back in. For the record, the first time round, I first got on the wrong side of the Doomsday Arc at 4-star, 3 years into the apocalypse. This time, it took me under a year, at 3-star. Some things do not change just because you were sent back. The fight after that was not close. I sent the flying sword out to hunt on its own, while my body held 2 melee fighters with fine-range swordplay, and while I was doing that, the skeletal warhorse finished Crimson on its own initiative, which the other 2 had absolutely not budgeted for. A mount that kills people is not a mount. The mage laid down an ice path, and I walked across it on a faint golden light, because absolute defense was still running. His fireball did nothing. His blazing arrow did nothing. I jumped his last spell, sent the sword ahead of me, and it went around his neck for 1,000 and then came back through him 3 times. Which left Chen Xin alone, backing away with a random teleport scroll in his hand. "Do you think you can just leave?" I said. "A random scroll teleports you within 1 kilometer, he said, reasonably. "We are standing in an open field. There is nothing here. Do you think I would not be found?" He had done the sum himself. 1,000 meters is a minute on foot and about 12 seconds on a horse. "You really will not let me go," he said. "Sign an oath contract," I said, "and you live." He knew exactly what that was, and he preferred dying, and I respected the decision right up until the horizon behind him filled with people. 200 or 300 Doomsday Arc coming at a run. His whole face lit up and his hand went into his pocket. Unrepentant, I said, and dropped him to near death. And then I reached into that pocket myself and took out what he had been going for, which was a gold-grade burst scroll, 1500 explosive damage in a 3-meter radius. Then I threw the flying sword at the charge. A crack 10 meters long opened across that field and split the formation into 2 halves, and a dozen men at the front went straight to near death, and everybody else scattered sideways into the grass and left them lying there. So I tossed the burst scroll into the pile. There was a crater afterward about 3 meters across. Over 100 of them left standing in that field, watching. I summoned my horse. I got on it, unhurried. I looked at all of them, drew one finger across my own throat, and rode away at a walk. The truth of that is short. That last attack emptied my sword essence true chi completely. If any 20 of those people had come at me together, I would have killed maybe 4 more before it was over. I almost died out there, I said, once I was over the ridge and my hands had started shaking. And I have now made a permanent enemy of the Doomsday Ark Alliance. Although, I said, pulling 140 men out of a fight with a facial expression does make a man feel a bit like Zhuge Tao. Miracle Blacksmith Shop was full when I got there, not busy. Full, with a queue, and the stock arranged in sections, weapons on one wall, helmets, body armor, gauntlets, everything labeled in the manner of somebody who has run a shop before and considers amateurs a personal insult. Jiang Hong was 1 star now. She had spent the defense mission preparations getting there. Your own equipment brought in tens of thousands, she reported. I recruited a dozen junior blacksmiths. We are clearing about 8,000 destiny points a day, and rising, and defensive gear is selling faster than we can stock it, for obvious reasons. You did very well, I said. Although perhaps you could have done better. Her face fell so fast that I had to hurry. A blacksmith shop does not reflect what you can do, I said. So I am increasing your workload. I own 10 properties in this town. You are taking all of them. Then I asked her about her talent, and this is the part that made me sit down on a crate. Absolute trade potential, SR grade. 1. Every transaction yields an additional 10% profit. 2. When appraising an item, there is a chance that the item mutates. Lin Hao has an SSR talent that mutates things while he is forging them, at enormous cost in materials and hours and failures. Jiang Hong mutates things by looking at them. From a certain angle, I said out loud, your talent is better than an SSR. It had never worked once, of course. She had assumed appraisal came with the talent, the way people do, and had spent months quietly concluding that her gift was decorative. She needed the appraisal skill card. 15,000 destiny points in the destiny shop, which she could not possibly have afforded on a wage of nothing plus lodging, and which I bought without breaking stride. She cast it on a gold weapon, white flash. Nothing happened, and then she made a noise I have never heard a professional adult make. It is working, she said. Boss, it is working. A normal appraisal costs 10 energy, that one cost 50, and my talent has a cooldown now, 5 minutes, no mutation, but the machine had switched on, and both of us worked out the implication at the same moment, and hers was faster. She can appraise the same item forever. If it does not mutate in 10 attempts, she does 100. If 100 fails, 1,000. 5 minutes at a time, every day, for years. However small the chance is, it is not zero, and she has nothing but time and an infinite supply of stubbornness. Then she pulled up the town map and pointed at the field outside the walls and started telling me about herbs and a planter and yield curves. Handle it as you see fit, I said. My problem had not gone away. Thunder Marshal Hall could come any day, and 1 3-star Lord Guardian is 1 throat, and 1,000 men can cut 1 throat. So I went looking through 10 years of memory for something usable, and what came up was a rumor about fish eggs. There was a man near Linhai who used to sell them off a blanket on the beach. Pet eggs, dredged out of the shallows, and almost all of them hatched into garbage. Sea fish, crabs, shrimp, the occasional turtle, none of it above 3 stars. But one buyer hatched a 3-star elite sea turtle, and then, in front of a crowd on that beach, he took it to near death, broke the pet contract, and killed it himself. It dropped a treasure chest of fate with a unique shield in it. After that, everybody around Linhai knew about the eggs. And I remembered one other line from that story, which is that somebody once hatched a 3-star elite piranha, 3 or 4 of those in Sweetwater Lake, and nothing swims through my front door ever again. While I am on the subject of things I remember, here is one that still makes me want to put my head through a wall. In year 5 of my first life, the Will of the Earth posted a temporary mission to destroy a 5-star Zerg hive. The reward was so small that every serious guild in the country read it and moved on. A 300-member outfit called Forbidden Ground took it because they had nothing better on. Inside that hive was an egg-laying chamber, and the chamber was full of unhatched peak 4-star insect eggs. Killing an egg takes no skill whatsoever. Over 200 4-star members of that guild went to 5-star in a single afternoon. 4-star is 300 attribute points. 5-star is 750. That hive is in Guanglin City, which is a very long way away, and I cannot get there without a teleportation array, and a teleportation array requires a city. I have a list. It gets longer. The man on the beach was kiting a peak 2-star lobster monster with pincers bigger than its own body. He was doing about a dozen points a shot, and he had been at it for half an hour, holding it off with vine traps and ice traps and mud, never once letting it inside 8 meters. And when it finally went down, he sat straight down on the sand, and his hands would not stop. That is what fighting looks like for a ranged class with no team. It is like walking a wire a very long way up. One lapse in concentration in 30 minutes, and there is no second attempt. Insight. Chao Chen, 3-star, hunter. In my first life, this is the man who sold the fish eggs, and later on, he was not a hunter anymore. He was an ocean hunter, which is a thing you have to be told about to believe. He had caught exactly 1 egg that morning, his first ever, and he wanted money so badly that he raised his own price in the middle of his own sentence. 100, he said. No, 300 destiny points. How about 300? I paid it and opened it in front of him. A 1-star black iron tuna. Months of growth before it would even be worth cooking. I threw the baby into the sea. Is this all you can hunt? I said. Eggs like that one? Which was cruel and calculated, and it worked exactly as designed because his jaw came up and he said the sentence I had walked down that beach to buy. I know a place where you can hunt high-level sea monsters, he said, and that place drops high-quality eggs. But do you have the nerve? Half of everything, sworn on the will of the earth. Pale gold light came up between us and put a rune on each of our foreheads, and here is the edge that made the whole plan work, which I did not mention to him. A 3-star elite fish egg has an image inside it, a blurred picture of the creature it will become, the size of a fingernail, and it only appears for an instant when the light goes through the shell at the correct angle, and only elite eggs do it at all. Nobody without a decade of very specific experience can see that, which is how I knew I could pick out a piranha from a bucket. Cao Chen walked away from the sea, 10 kilometers inland into forest, along a path so narrow and so overgrown that I lost it 3 times, and then the trees opened out and there was a valley full of water. I put a finger in it and tasted it. Salt. I think the bottom of this valley connects to the ocean, he said. Most of what lives in here is 3-star. Some of it is 4. Every fish monster in that water was fat-bellied and none of them came near the surface. Then he showed me his trick, and I will admit it was better than anything I had. He had found a silver chest in these woods with a potion recipe in it, and he had learned to brew a lure. He widened the channel between a ditch and the lake with his boot, and sprinkled a white powder along it that smelled faintly clean and then faintly of fat, and the lake boiled. Fish monsters came over the top of each other to reach a ditch less than a meter square that would strand anything longer than 2 meters, and they went in anyway. 3-star, 3-star, 3-star peak. Holy, 4 stars. The winner was 7 or 8 meters of blue-scaled monster that displaced half the ditch getting into it, and then lay there gulping drugged water in a state of complete bliss while everything else fought over the splash. Like a crowd of addicts, said Cao Chen quietly, at a very unfortunate moment for me because I had just shot it. You lured a 4-star, he said. You actually lured a 4-star. He went white. Then he drew his bow anyway and said, if you are willing to die, I am willing to bury you. I know what he was actually thinking. He is ranged. He will never be the one holding the thing. If I held it, he was safe. If I dropped, he had a head start. That is not cowardice. That is a man who has been alone for a long time. My sword rang off 4-star scales like a hammer off a bridge. It put a jet of water out of its mouth that drilled half a meter into a rock face. So I harried the head with the flying sword over and over on the same spot until one scale the size of a bucket cracked and fell off. You broke through the defense of a 4-star, Cao Chen said in a strange voice. Then fine rain swordplay, everywhere, until the armor came off in patches, and when it opened its mouth to do something enormous with a blue-black pattern rising on its skull, I put swift thrust straight down its throat. 3 critical hits in the thousands and a detonation that flipped 7 meters of fish onto its back. His bow hand was shaking when I came back up the bank. 2.5 days in that valley. About 100 fish monsters and about 160 eggs, and my basic swordsmanship, the technique I built for free on a sofa on the first night of the apocalypse with a black iron sword and no card, hit maximum. 30% sword damage and 30% draw speed permanently. Cao Chen re-equipped himself completely out of his half. A 3-star silver longbow, a full hunter's set, a rapid fire skill card, and somewhere in the second day, his eyes started going to my pack instead of the water. I spent the rest of that hunt with half my attention behind me, never once putting my sword down, and using nothing but fine rain swordplay and conventional swift thrust so that he would never see what I actually had. The haul was better than I deserved. 3 ironclad alligator dragon turtle eggs, 3-star elite, each of which hatches into something over 10 meters long. A 3-star elite mutated sea shark. 2 3-star elite stegosaurus. 1 3-star elite long-necked dragonfish. Every ordinary egg went to Cao Chen, all of it, without argument. And in the last chest of the last day, dark gold light. Flying sword technique, beginner, active, permanently mastered. 1. You may attack any target within 30 meters, with 30% more attack speed, 25% more damage, and 40% less energy cost. 2. You may fly on the sword, 50 energy per second, speed, 800, 3 meters to 30, tenfold in one card. And at full energy, I could stay in the air about 30 seconds, at a speed no mount on this planet can touch, including the flying mounts that do not exist yet. I was still reading it when I felt the needle again. Cao Chen raised the bow behind me, then lowered it, then raised it, and then the skeletal warhorse came up out of the ground beside me, and I got into the saddle and turned around and looked at him. He was soaked through. He could not get the arrow up. I must have been out of my mind just now, he said. Thankfully, I came to my senses. I had known since the previous morning. There is a specific feeling you get when somebody behind you is looking at you like that, and it is exactly like standing in a thorn bush. As for Cao Chen, I said, riding away, we can only wish him well. Watching somebody hunt and hunting are two entirely different activities. The war notification came while I was still on the road. Thunder Marshal Hall has declared war on Sacrificial Village. I tore a return scroll and came out standing on my own altar. Please select a start time, 30 minutes, 2 hours, or 6 hours. 30 minutes, I said. 30 minutes is plenty. On the other side of Blackwater Lake, at the same moment, somebody said exactly the same words. He Jinxing, with 1,300 elite disciples behind him. Every fighter the Linhai branch had. He had been watching my island for days. He had counted the number of people going in and out, which was approximately none, and had concluded that the population of Sacrificial Village was under 5. 1,300 men, he said, to take a village with fewer than 5 people in it. And then he said the part that tells you everything about him. Once we take this camp, I will be its owner. And then Lin Lei and Ding Shui will both have to step aside. That idiot Lin Lei did not even want to lead the attack. He handed it to me for free. I spent my 30 minutes at the edge of Sweetwater Lake, throwing eggs into it. The first one hatched into a turtle that fit in my palm and made a roaring noise about the size of a kitten's. 90 seconds later, something 4 or 5 meters long came up out of the water. Then 7 or 8. A head like a dragon crossed with a tiger, 2 half-foot protrusions on the skull, 2 fangs curving up out of the jaw like daggers, and a long neck plated in dark brown scales the size of my hand. It looked like a 2-story building had decided to go for a walk. The ground moved under it. The dragon leaned out of its nest 200 meters up and roared at it. The dragon turtle roared back. A 3-star elite, on its first day of being alive, refusing to bow to a 3-star lord. I waved it into the water before we found out how that ended, and the dragon shut up and did not go back inside, and watched. I hatched the other 2. By the time the clock ran down, all 3 of them had built nests along both sides of the underwater passage, 1 on the left, 2 on the right, in about a meter of silt. And I went and sat on the shore of my own lake with my hands on my knees. 3, 2, 1, war begins. Attack, said he, jinxing. And 1,300 people went into Blackwater Lake, each of them wearing an oxygen tank good for 30 minutes. That is what all their preparation had been. Not weapons, not scouting. Somebody in the Linhai branch had spent 2 weeks sourcing 1,300 oxygen tanks, and when I found that out afterward, I actually admired it. 3 assassins swept the passage for traps and waved the column through. Master, one of them called back, there is an iron fence. He jinxing came forward and read it. 300 defense, 23,000 health. Break it, he said. His own punch, with pale blue light over heavy gauntlets, took 300 and change off it. He could have killed an ordinary adult with that punch. But the passage is only wide enough for 4 or 5 men to reach the fence at once, underwater, in the dark, with nowhere to surface. They got halfway through it. Master, somebody said, we are running low on air. And then damage numbers started floating up over the heads of about a third of that column, because a man holding his breath past the limit takes damage, and a digitized body is very precise about that. Take turns, he jinxing shouted. Conserve your energy. Use skills, not swings. Continue. He shoved to the front himself and put everything he had into the last of it, and the fence came apart. Charge, he said. And for about 11 seconds he felt relief, and a bright future, and the specific pleasure of a man whose plan is working. Then something took him around the waist. He turned and hit it, and the number that came up was 31. His expression changed completely, because he knew exactly what his own punch was worth. 3-star elites, he said. The alligator dragon turtle had bitten down on him and had no intention of letting go, and the other 2 were already inside the column. And this is the part that ended it. It was not the turtles. It was that 1,300 men at the absolute end of their air could not organize. They did not form up. They did not fight. Every instinct any of them had left was pointing at the surface, so they abandoned the fence they had just spent 25 minutes breaking and clawed for the light, and 3 elite guardians took them from behind while they climbed, with their defense falling the whole way as they suffocated. The water in Sweetwater Lake went dark. I sat cross-legged on my own shore with a 3-inch dark gold sword circling me slowly like a fish in a bowl, and I picked off the swimmers one at a time. Flying sword, slash. No, said a man, breaking the surface at 9 meters with a quarter of his health left, and then he did not say anything else. Why are there guardian beasts? He Jinxing was roaring, down in the dark. Why are there guardian beasts? He is a boxer, and he had dark gold gauntlets on both hands, and he cracked a turtle's skull hard enough to make it release him, and its claw took over 700 off him on the way past. I cannot fight these things in the water, he said. All around him men were going to the bottom of that passage the way dumplings go into a pot. Hundreds of them died before a single one of them ever laid eyes on sacrificial village. The survivors came out onto my shore coughing water. Kill the village chief, he Jinxing shouted, hauling himself up the bank. Kill him and the guardian beasts stop. Which is true, incidentally. It is also the sort of thing a man says when he has wanted somebody dead for a while and has finally been handed a tactical justification. He split them properly, and I want to give him that. Ye Gong and Chen Yang to take a team at me. Zhang Lei, Gao Yang, and Duan Zhang to hold the turtles. Teams 2 through 6 to kill the turtles. His own honest assessment, which he made out loud, was that 1,000 organized men can hunt 3 3-star elites, but not while besieging a camp. 300 men charged me at once. Absolute defense ate the entire opening volley. Every spell, every arrow, every skill, all of it, off one golden shell. And then I let the flying sword go. At full speed, it trails a wisp of smoke behind it. And it went through the front rank of that charge like something alive, and dozens of men were lying at 0 on my grass watching me walk past them. And then I let go of the dragon. It came off that cliff face like something fired from a bow. A 3-star lord, somebody screamed. A lord-class guardian beast. That is impossible. They had never seen it. Thunder had watched my island for a week and assumed the turtles were the guardians, and the only surprise they had budgeted for was that there were 3. Dragon Breath took dozens at once in green fire, and every one of them had their resistance on the floor from suffocating in a tunnel, so the poison landed clean and kept landing. Zhang Lei and Gao Yang died so fast that all that was left of either of them was a broken shield. One of the turtles, at half health, reared up and put out a shockwave that flattened everyone within 20 meters, and then spat something crimson into the crowd like a shell out of a gun. Halfway through that, he Jinxing's communicator went off. Jinxing, said a voice from headquarters. Has the camp been taken? There was a room full of people at the other end of that call, and what came out of the speaker was screaming. 3 3-star elite guardian beasts, said he Jinxing, and 1 3-star lord-class guardian beast, and more than half of the 1,300 elite disciples I brought are dead or wounded. Can you still take it? Yes, he said. He is one man. He is alone. A camp this size. Is he not afraid of choking on it? And he threw the communicator into the water and went at the dragon. In that conference room in Linhai, Lin Lei said nothing. Ding Shui said nothing. And one man stood up and said, those 1,300 are the entire strength of this branch, and if we lose them, the next time monsters come here we will not hold, and this has to be reported to Xi Jing. Wait, said the old man, we will discuss it when the results come in. He Jinxing looked back over his shoulder once, near the end. Over 300 men had gone at me. Fewer than 100 were standing, and every single spellcaster in that group was dead. Even I would be near death against 300 elite disciples focusing fire, he thought. Why is he this strong? Then a claw the size of a car came through the front of his armor. The dragon landed on him, put one forefoot on his chest, and lowered its head until both lantern eyes were about a meter from his face. He hit the foreleg, single digits. So this, he said, is Lord class. With he Jinxing down, men started throwing themselves into Sweetwater Lake to get out, and 4 guardians hunted everything in that water that moved. And then a middle-aged man with a shrewd face went down on both knees on my grass, put his hands over his head, and shouted, "We surrender." And all around him, people simply stopped fighting and stood there. Unnecessary killing is meaningless, I said, and told the beast to herd everyone who was not swinging into one place and to deal with anyone who was. Over 400 left, almost all melee, because the guardians had gone for the low defense ranged first, deliberately, without being told. Surrender or die, I said, and then I told them the actual terms. And I am going to say them exactly as I said them, because I have never pretended otherwise. Swear the binding oath, and I will spare your lives. Refuse, and you do not leave this valley. Impossible, roared a big man near the front. We are compatriots. We are all Chinese. The flying sword took him, and the dragon took what was left, and nobody else raised that particular objection. The first man to swear it went down on one knee and spoke the words, and gold light wove itself into a rune the size of a fingernail and burned onto his forehead in the shape of an ancient character that means exactly what you think it means. He screamed once. Then he stood up and walked around behind me with his eyes fixed on nothing. 70 or 80 of them would rather die than swear it. I granted their request. I ended that afternoon with 378 three-star-bound men standing in rows in my valley. This is what war is. The winner takes everything and the loser loses everything, including the thing underneath. I am not going to argue with anyone about that paragraph. I have been on the other end of it, in a swamp, eating scum off the water, and nobody offered me an oath. The siege of Sacrificial Village has ended. Thunder Marshal Hall has failed. You have won the war and earned 8,400 war merits. In a conference room in Linhai, an old man's fist put cracks through a black marble table. 1,300, he said. 1,300 men could not take one small village. He jinxing betrayed our trust, said somebody else. Lin Lei said nothing at all, and Ding Shui said nothing at all, and neither of them was in any position to say anything ever again. I repaired the fence, spent the merits, took the camp up another level, and got on my horse for Nuwa Town. 10 miles out, the ground pitched under the hooves like an earthquake. An enormous presence rose off the horizon in front of me, and underneath it, carried on the wind across 10 miles of open country, I heard several thousand monsters crying out at once. Then it stopped. The gate of Nuwa Town was not a gate of light anymore. It was a city gate 7 or 8 meters wide and over 10 meters high, with raised railings as thick as my leg, a tower on either side, and giant crossbows on both towers with bolts the width of my arm gleaming darkly, pointed outward. The passage behind it was lamplit and wide enough for 4 carriages side by side. If that passage had been that wide when I was doing missions in here, I said out loud, riding through it, I could never have blocked the doorway and killed them one at a time. The town beyond it was more than 10 times the size it had been 3 days ago. Armored soldiers were carting monster bodies to decomposition points in long lines, and in among them, survivors were wandering around covered in it, some of them sitting down where they stood, some of them sobbing, and one man near the gate laughing like something had come loose. Zhang Hong found me in the square. She was 1 star, and she was filthy, and her voice was completely flat. It is over, she said. It was worse than they told us. They were everywhere. A great many people died. More than a dozen of our own shop staff are gone. They got into the mayor's office. The campstone was down to half health. Everyone in this town had already accepted it. And then a mysterious force killed every single monster inside the walls at once. I had guessed the ending, and not one detail of the process. If she had not stepped in at the end, I said, this camp would have fallen. Surviving a siege like that one does not depend on how strong you are. It depends on whether somebody is watching. And then, while we were standing there, the town started building itself. Arrow towers came up out of every free meter of ground in that valley. The walls thickened and grew. First tier district, then second, then third, one after another with no pause between them. Buildings getting taller and stranger and more beautiful. Functions appearing that had not existed on this planet an hour earlier. It went past district level entirely and kept going. For more than half an hour, I stood in the middle of a square and watched a town become something else. Nuwa Town is now Nuwa City. And in the center of it, a statue of Henga 10 meters tall came up out of the ground and stood there as its guardian spirit and smiled at absolutely everybody. This, I said, is almost certainly the first city-level camp on this entire planet. Boss, said Zhang Hong, and she had to stop and start again. Boss, we are rich. I already picked out all the best land and all the best buildings, I said, weeks ago, for free. Her report, once she got her voice back, was that every building in our portfolio had completed at once. 2 blacksmith shops, 2 alchemy workshops, an auction house, a mercenary recruitment center, a restaurant, and a plan already drawn for a manor and farmhands on the land outside the walls. 8 weeks ago, I woke up on a subway train at the last stop with somebody's hand on my shoulder, 21 years old, owning a kitchen kettle and a rope off a curtain. I own the first city on Earth. I do not own it on paper. I own the 10 best addresses inside it, a village with a dragon on the roof, an angel, a blacksmith, a merchant, a necromancer, and 378 men who used to be Thunder Marshal Hall. And in the northwest corner of the city, something was burning bright that had not existed anywhere in the world that morning. A Stargate, the city-level teleportation array. It reaches any point on Earth that has one of its own, and at national level, it connects to the interstellar network, and then it does not only reach points on Earth. I walked up onto white starstones set in a ring of energy crystals, and a small virtual Earth turned itself in the air in front of me, blue and white and slowly rotating, waiting for me to choose. And there was nowhere to go. Not one other camp on this planet had grown into a city. The globe turned in front of me with nothing lit on it at all, no destination, no partner. One single point of light in the whole world, and I was standing on it. Then I turned the little world over, and there was a halo. Faint, milky, sitting near the equator on the far side, in a country I have never been to, in a place that in 10 years of a previous life spent entirely inside my own country, I had never once heard anyone mention. Red Ridge Mountain, Garden of the Gods. I stood there in the northwest corner of the first city on Earth with a dark gold sword turning under my navel and a 50,000-point warrant on my head, and I read those 3 words about 6 times. Because I broke Thunder Marshall Hall this afternoon, and their headquarters in Zijing is going to open a file with my name on it by tomorrow. Because the Doomsday Ark has lost a high priest, 300 men in a tunnel, and a small army in an open field to me personally, and they do not forgive, and they are patient. Because there is a door in the middle of my own village that opens onto other worlds, and I have never once dared to switch it on. And because on the entire surface of a planet with no other cities on it, exactly one other place has a teleportation array already lit and waiting, which means somebody over there built it first. What, I said out loud to a slowly turning world, is the Garden of the Gods?